Hello, everyone. Congratulations, Poop. You are first.
Interesting.
David Wood was born on the 7th of April 1976 in West Virginia. He wasn't dealt the best starting hand in life. His family were poor, dysfunctional, and he grew up in a trailer park in rural Grandall. His mother had a string of abusive boyfriends, with one of David's earliest memories being of him hearing screaming, going to investigate and seeing blood everywhere while his mum told him that it was ketchup and that he should go back to bed. Things weren't all bad though, as David would enjoy playing in the nearby rivers and mountains while he was growing up, and also he discovered that he was an empty, emotionless husk of a human being, which was handy when he found out that his dog died and he had no feelings about it. This was the moment that David realised he wasn't like other people, and this feeling was only cemented when one of his school friends passed away, and again David felt nothing. As the years passed by, he would form a worldview that saw him as the next stage of human evolution, emotions being a relic of the weak human race that had come before him. When David was 8 years old, he saw a colony of ants marching in perfect formation and had an epiphany. Ants actually ruled the world and have tricked humans into thinking that they are in charge. This then shifted to pets ruling the world, with David thinking that he could communicate with cats and
Well, thank you, Jalen. Appreciate the donation, dude.
dogs through eye contact. The cats and dogs would mock him that they are more intelligent than humans. He grew out of this idea into thinking that he could control the weather and even was the master of time, but just hadn't learned how to use the skill yet. As David turned into a teenager, a cascade of hormones
Sounds like he likely suffers from narcissism.
flooded his body and anger started to well up inside him. He would commit crimes such as breaking into people's homes and random acts of vandalism. This was liberating for David. He was a dedicated atheist who felt that the world had brainwashed him into following rules that didn't apply to a higher being such as himself, so he started to plot his revenge, a plan to unshackle himself from the rules imposed upon him, to show society that they were wrong and he was right. He began to learn how to build homemade explosives with a plan to unleash his retribution on the world, but soon realised that this wasn't the worst thing that he could do. This wasn't the way to show the world that their rules meant nothing. The best way to demonstrate this could be found much closer to home. When he was 18 years old, David walked into his father's bedroom on Thanksgiving Day and hit him 4 times with a hammer. Happy Thanksgiving. Having killed his father, David walked outside feeling nothing about the incident. It soon became apparent that David had miscalculated the situation when his father...
Dude, is this fucking true? I didn't know David Wood was this nuts, if it's true.
was rushed to hospital and not the morgue. His father survived the attack with serious injuries including brain damage, so David...
Feeling sad, I am phoned a chipmunk in my hall at my apartment. It was moving normal, I like north of us wrong. I tried to get it out of my apartment. Then it suddenly became lethargic and not moving around much. I tried to releasing it outside.
I would have put it in like a basket or something, or like a cage or something, and then brought it to a like wildlife rescue in your area, because it sounds like there's something wrong with it. Thanks for the donation though, Alan.
Thinking that his father would soon tell the police, admitted the crime to his mum, who put him in a psychiatric hospital where he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. This is a disorder that has a spectrum in which psychopathy is on the severe end, and it would appear that David falls into this category. He was soon removed from the psychiatric hospital, convicted of malicious wounding and sentenced to 10 years. On a side note, David's dad forgave him and would visit him in prison. When David first got to prison, he was a young atheist, angry with the world that had imposed its rules upon him. After a while, he got talking to a man named Randy who had converted to Christianity and then turned himself in for 21 felonies. David was confused why he...
Bootycam $22, yes. Let me see.
If my child dies, I would want to cry my eyes out. I don't think I would. Sociopaths don't form normal emotional attachments to other people. They lack empathy. When they see a person suffering, they don't feel bad over it. I was in high school biology when evolutionary theory was really laid out for us. Species develop new characteristics, new traits, and then those can actually eventually take over. And so I concluded that maybe I had reached a higher stage of humanity where I wasn't held back by emotions the way other people were. And so I came to regard all these little rules that people tell you to follow as kind of brainwashing me. Breaking into places and, breaking into the school or stealing things. I felt like I was stripping away these layers of rules that people had been imposing on me my entire.
Started pouring pretty hard outside rain, so I brighten inside and try to warm them up with a warm towel and try to take care of them, but he slowly just stopped breathing. Your thoughts on why that happened?
No idea. Might have fallen from a tree, might have gotten hit by a car, sort of. I have no idea, though. Thanks for the donation, Alan. You tried your best.
Entire life, and it was an amazing feeling. And if I really wanted to sort of be free of everything I've been brainwashed into thinking about right and wrong, and I decided to kill my dad. And I decided to do it in a brutal fashion, not a gunshot or anything. I was going to do it with a hammer. When I walked up to my dad, I had a hammer in my hand, and I hit him in the head 7 or 8 times with a ball-peen hammer until I thought he was dead, and I just left. One of his friends, Jim, found him, covered in blood, took him to a hospital, and so I went and told my mom, hey.
Yeah, I didn't know David Wood was this fucking crazy.
I may have done this because I think I'm being told on at that moment. Instead of taking me to the police or anything, she took me to a psychiatric hospital. They made a report based on the time that I was there, and it said antisocial personality disorder. Eventually, Virginia had them remove me from the psychiatric hospital and take me to jail. Since my dad survived, I was convicted of malicious wounding. I was sentenced to 10 years in prison. There was a Christian named Randy, and he was a bit different from everyone else. And one day he was reading his Bible, and I walked up to him and I said, hey, you know why you're reading your Bible? You're reading your Bible because you're born in the United States. If you've been born in China, you'd be a Buddhist. If you've been born in India, you'd be a Hindu. If you've been born in Saudi Arabia, you'd be a Muslim, because people like you believe whatever you're taught to believe. He started.
Is it gay to be gay? You are gay.
Is it gay to be gay? Depends on what you mean by gay. Thanks for the donation, gay twink cock homo.
David Wood, aka the White Vegan Gains.
The white, retarded, non-vegan vegan gains. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycam.
Arguing with me and started tearing me to pieces, and that was very different from other Christians that I'd argued with in the past. I ended up in, for a couple of months, a series of arguments with Randy about Christianity versus my worldview. Randy was winning the arguments that we would get into. I'm not going to beat him this way. I'm going to have to really learn the Bible so that I can respond to him. I regarded that as my weakness. I have to say I was impressed with Jesus. I went from thinking that I'm the best person in the world to thinking that I'm the worst person in the world.
Yeah, this guy is, like, actually dumb. This is a dumb guy. In a historical context, if we were to read about Jesus Christ and look at the Bible in a historical sense, was Jesus a bad person? No. Was he a great person? No. He never cured the sick. Probably didn't ever feed the poor because he was a broke-ass fucking, like, vagrant who was just wandering around, so I don't know with what money he was going to feed any poor. So that's all bullshit. He also did not speak out against slavery. He said that slaves must obey their masters. But again, looking at this from a historical context, somebody living in that time where slavery is normalized might not have ever imagined a world without slavery. So there's that. There's good evidence to suggest that he was against animal cruelty. So, like, was he a bad person? I wouldn't say so. Was he a great person? Not really. Like, again, he's a person that you just have to look at in a historical context who had his own set of opinions, some of them better than others. Animal Liberation donated $2. Would you ever react to Mark Passio podcasts? Who the fuck is Mark Passio?
This is why you haven't really, as a movement, the freedom movement hasn't learned and all existential. It's not Jewish.
Frank has a new vid. Can we watch and have you respond even though it's extremely boring and gay? I love watching you respond to Frank. XOXOLLL penis.
When James Wade gets in here, we'll react to it. Thanks for the donation, dude. Why in the fuck would I ever have any interest in watching this stupid bullshit? That's just a stupid question. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. 3 shitty videos, donate $2. Let me see. Well, yeah, we already saw this. Yeah, Sneeko got his tooth knocked out. Charger stuck in my Cybertruck and it won't drive.
My Cybertruck today. It happened at the worst possible time. I had somewhere I had to be. So I thought I could just throw the charger in the back of the Cybertruck. Heck, that's what a truck's for, right? It's got a bed. And I can just keep the charger connected. It would look a little bit foolish, but I figured, hey, I could probably still drive around like this. It's not connected to power. It's fine. But the Tesla is intelligent. It knows that the charger is still connected. And yes, it's still locked. I can't get it to move. Luckily, I was able to do some research and I found out if you open the back and go in this little secret door right here, there is a pull string you can get. And once you find it, all you have to do is pull it and it will unlock the charge port no matter of feel it did come out.
That was a shitty video. And this post has been removed. Thanks for the donation, though, 3 shitty videos. Yeah, like, I'm convinced this guy is just dumb. If he read the Bible and was convinced that this is some sort of knowledge from God. Like, especially when you're looking at the New Testament, they have so much conflicting information. Even the Old Testament, a lot of Old Testament stories, they're mismatched, written by multiple different authors within the one story. They have nothing to do with one another. Like, they're just stupid.
The question came up, either I'm stuck like this, or there's someone out there who can deal with this. Who, out of anyone, had the ability to change, radically change, severely messed up people? It's Jesus or it's nothing. It's Jesus or there's just no hope. I bowed down and I prayed and I said, God, I don't know if I'm going to believe in you tomorrow, but I believe in you right now. If you can do anything with me, you're welcome to it. And I ran through the sort of sinner's prayer that I'd heard there in the jail. when I sat up, the whole world looked different. It looked like I was in a different place, like everything was a different color. And I didn't know if this was, there was something weird going on, but it.
Cat donated $2. Cat's life. Let me see. Animal Liberation donated $2. Pretty sure it was Paul that said slaves should obey, not Jesus. Well, he was referencing Jesus. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Those are very cute meows, but it's not really normal for a cat to meow like that. I would bring the cat to a vet and have its like bladder checked and stuff.
Was I didn't want to hurt anyone at that point, and an amazing calm. I felt like I'd been physically nonstop brawling all my life, and that I finally could just sit down and rest. Why?
Really, how could a supposedly loving God like Jesus even say such a thing?
Because this knowledge never came from God. It came from a bunch of fucking dumbass desert-dwelling idiots. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
While I was in prison, I thought it would be bad to actually confess because my dad, again, had no recollection. I'm a Christian now. I can't spend my entire life saying I haven't done something that I've done. I'm going to write a letter to my dad right now and lay everything out to him. He came to see me at the first chance, and he said it's okay, and he forgives me. And he told me, he said I really didn't think you did it. And so for him to hear all of that at once and then to forgive me,
what the fuck, dude?
It's amazing stuff. Between jail and
dude, that's insane. Imagine getting nearly beaten to death with a hammer by your own son, not knowing who did it. Then your son says, yeah, I did it, I'm sorry. And then like just forgiving him on the spot? That's fucking weird.
Prison, I was locked up for a little over 5 years. I got out of prison in 2000 and started college immediately. Started arguing with a young woman who was an agnostic, and she eventually became a Christian, and we were married the following year. We have kids, and getting to watch them grow up, and given the things I've done, I should not be able to have this sort of normal life. It kind of blows me away. I want people out there to know that there is a.
You know what I think? If there's a guy that's crazy but is very happy and doesn't hurt anyone, why explain to him that he's crazy? I think the same with some religious people. If they're happy being religious and they don't hurt anyone, who cares?
Well,
what a dumbass dad.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's pretty big of him to just forgive his son like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, so the reason I have an issue with somebody believing in stupid, crazy nonsense, even if it benefits them, let's say, is that I find misinformation to be generally harmful. Even if there was misinformation that might be beneficial, that might help people's lives, overall, the net effect of not having this interest to debunk misinformation allow lies to spread, allow people to delude themselves, I think that causes an overall harm to society. So that's why I care. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
Creator to this world, that there is a point to this world, that other people are important, that it's not just all about you. Jesus rose from the dead, and that shows that there is a point to everything, that there is a...
No, it doesn't. So apparently David Wood is a moral realist. I'd love to debate him on this stupid shit.
Creator, that he does care about us, and that he entered this world to die for us. And that...
Let me see if I can actually get a hold of him. David Wood. I know he's not an apostate prophet. Does he run Apologetics Roadshow? Does David Wood have his own YouTube channel, or was he like deleted or something? Cat donated $2. Let me see. Wow. That's a handsome kitty. Oh my god. Why are kitties just so special? That's an amazing kitty. Oh my god. Look at all these kitties. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh my god. I really like kitties. Thanks for the donation, Cat.
He would do this and thought that Randy and his God were foolish. David would mock Randy's religion, but Randy would bite back, and the pair would debate this topic, with David losing a lot of these debates, which shocked him as he thought that he was the smartest man alive. In an effort to beat Randy, David would study Christianity and go back.
Abusal Chiagred VGI for one hate religion with a passion, and I am doing my best to prevent the Dark Ages from ever happening again if they haven't already. That is seeing how bad the world has been recently.
Yep. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Booty Cum Donate Tellers Apologetics Roadshow is his channel. He has the Saitama thing for some reason. How the fuck is it that he doesn't have an email on his fucking channel? That's really weird. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to get in touch with him, but I'd like to debate him on moral realism. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. Poo donate $2, 31.35 for insanity.
If you're not gonna shoot the messenger, don't compliment the messenger. Go
31.35.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my god.
Not to so. If we're speaking about baptism, there's something I've never really shared with anybody, besides Belle and my mom. I took a picture and a video of this because I was like, just blown away by this. Because you know, there's sometimes like God shakes you just to like really like make sure you understand. And this is one that I just can't unsee. It was baptism. My mom baptized me when I was a baby, and I grew up. And I'm reading the scripture, and I see that baptism, from my point of view, and I'm starting to realize I got to be careful how much of my point of view I share, because so many people now are watching, and I don't want them to just run with what I'm saying, because I have a podcast, so I'm just talking about things I'm passionate about, not things I'm fully educated about. It's a day-by-day thing. I'm learning. One day I'll be sitting here being so passionate about a thing, and the next day I'm like, ooh, I learned. I got to move on from that. And that's dangerous, because I don't want to push somebody else that watched one episode in a different direction. But that's why I didn't want to bring this up. But I want to bring this up because I just wanted to get your guys' opinion. But I sat there and I looked at the scripture, and from my point of view, a baptism is in a mirror version, because Jesus does this a lot, right? He sets.
Boring. I don't know what the insanity was, but that was just boring. Mola donated $2. Let me see. Wow. Oh my god. Wow. Those dogs can fucking skateboard. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Back with what he thought were winning arguments, only to be defeated once more. Unable
Yeah, I'm
to
banned
win
on
debates,
Twitter. I
David
can't
would try to win in other
message
ways.
anybody there.
Randy started fasting, so David tried this in an attempt to beat Randy. He made it 11 days before the prison guards came and took him to a cell with cameras as they thought he was trying to starve himself. David was impressed with Jesus as he thought that Jesus may be the one human that was actually better than him, so he converted. David was a new man now. Instead of looking for fights, he would break them up, and instead of taking the world on alone, he had a Christian prison gang to help.
Okay, this guy is misrepresenting the story. According to David Wood's own account, after reading the Bible, he basically started adopting some of the moral principles that he was hearing, and he was recognizing Jesus as a more moral person than himself, but that wasn't the reason he converted. Booty cam donated $2 maybe later if you want.
Don't seem to be really aware what these Islamist currents do. The right.
Okay, we can take a look at that later. Thanks for that donation, Booty cam.
Help him out. David's group of Christians would have run-ins with a group of devil worshippers and Wiccan witches. Him and one of his cellmates that he had converted to Christ claimed that some of these Satanists would levitate and become possessed by demons when confronted by them. David claims that the Christian group prayed for help with the leader of the Satanist group as he was becoming a problem, and a few hours later a demon appeared to the Satanists telling them to escape, which didn't work, but they got caught and this broke up the Satanist gang. David first came into contact with Islam in prison. He would work out with a Muslim and the two of them became friends. Being on friendly terms with Islam didn't last long though, when one of his Christian friends put up a sign where the inmates queued to get their dinner. The sign said that Islam was not the path to God, which upset the Muslims, so a group of them confronted the Christian in the exercise yard. The Christian took down the sign, which upset David, so he put up a new sign indicating that Islam was satanic, with the hopes that the Muslims would confront him, but this never happened. Instead, the Muslims snitched on him and the prison authorities removed the sign, so David put up a new sign saying that Muslims were snitches. As you can imagine, being a snitch in prison is a big no-no, so David waited for them to come and get him and defend their honour, but instead they snitched on him again, and the sign was removed, so he went to their Friday prayer meeting to see if they wanted to talk about what was going on, but David claims that none of them would talk to him about it and instead snitched on him again, at which point he was removed from the prison and moved to another one. Before we continue the story, I thought it might be a good idea to meet some of the other players in the game so that the things that we talk about will make sense. First, let's meet some of the people that don't like David very much. This is Ali Dawa.
Booyakasha, check this out, yo.
Oh, sorry, wrong Ali. This is Ali Dawa.
And I said to him, you want to do jihad?
Ali Dawa is a crazy terrorist fucking wacko. I don't know if he specifically supports terror groups like ISIS. I haven't heard him specifically advocate for any terrorist regimes aside from Hamas. But Ali Dawa has said the same shit Muhammad Ajab has said about killing apostates, going to war with non-believers, committing jihad, which literally means just waging war with other cultures. This guy is a fucking whack job who would fucking murder innocent people if he was able to.
Jihad? Yani, you want to do jihad? The only thing that you can do is, if that really happened, yeah, if that ever happened, not your deluded one, if that really happened, you would do tea for us. Yani, you would do tea and drink something, and if the real thing happened, yani, if he was fighting a real enemy, yeah, if there was anything that exists under an Amir, yeah, you don't go out there and do it yourself, you'd be doing a cup of tea for us. Yani, you'd be washing my dishes, you'd be washing my Cindy clothes. That's what you'll be doing.
He is a British Muslim YouTuber of Kurdish Turkish descent. He is one of the most popular YouTubers who talks on Islamic topics, having over 1 million subscribers. This is Daniel Hikikachu.
But could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of...
Good evening, VG. As a civilian, do you think snitching is a wise thing to do generally?
Kind of depends on the situation, but, telling the police gets people put in jail.
Why is whack job religion still a fucking thing in today's world?
I don't know, Dodo. I guess people are retarded. Thanks for the donation. So, reporting crimes to the police puts people in jail. If there's reason for you to believe that a criminal organization like the cartel could come after you, if you make a police report or, you know, quote unquote snitch, then for your own safety, you might want to reconsider doing that. But otherwise, like, again, reporting crimes put people in jail. So thanks for the donation, Clock.
Physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
What about
the
age
principle.
4?
If there are signs
3.
of... So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because precocious
I have a
puberty,
study
there are
that shows
no...
it goes as early as 11 months.
He is a Texan Muslim of Iranian descent and an online debater. He is a follower of the more traditional Salafi interpretation of Islam. He has some pretty interesting ideas on things like child marriage. I'll probably make a video on him at some point, as a lot of his ideas are fairly unusual in the modern world. This is
Yeah, Daniel Hikikajo is also okay with sex slavery.
Mohammed Hijab.
You're nothing, boy! You're finished already! Look at me!
Well, I have a flag that you can replace your flag with. Take this Uyghur flag, you son of a...
He's wearing a fanny pack? Bro, this guy wanted to, like, rip his shirt off and be like, oh, look how fucking jacked I am, and he's wearing a fucking fanny pack.
I tell you today, you have nothing to offer the world.
He is a British Muslim.
Yeah, Muhammad Hijab is insane. I wonder how much he can bench. Let me see. Muhammad Hijab bench press. This is 2 years ago. That looks like the...
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome. Let's get it. So he's using chalk for the first time. Let's see if he thinks it has any difference. Okay, Mohammed, one thing, finish your set though, but you're too far up the bench, yeah? You want to be eyes in line with the bar before you... Go on. Too tall.
Let me tell you, no, do you know when I come a bit closer?
MashaAllah, he's just talking and benching 100 kilos. MashaAllah.
Seems like he's fairly strong if he can lift 225 pretty easily. Let's see. Now this is This is technically in kilos, but this would be roughly 275. I think it's less. It's more like 265 or something.
Nothing crazy, 120. Let's go for like 5 to 8 minutes, yeah? Strong. 3, strong. 4, keep going. Easy, number 1. Up.
He's decently strong, but not like, you know, it's not on my level. Which is funny because he always likes to fucking, like, bully people by saying, I could fucking lift more than you, I could beat your ass, fucking skinny white boy. He always fucking does that. Aaron Peter $8, is this vegan? Let me see.
In this video, we're taking on one of the Philippines' most extreme soups. It's called papaitan, also known as cow shit juice soup.
Yeah, I've got so many mixed feelings.
No. That is not vegan, and they literally make it out of cow shit.
It's bitter.
Gosh, it's very bitter. But why don't I hate it?
Sometimes.
Who the fuck would eat that? This tribe eats murder hornets.
Suits that these guys have put on are just absolutely insane. Massive rubber gloves, thick canvas.
Nếu mà nọc này mà cắm là trúng huyệt này. Oh wow. Ai luôn, chết. Chết. Thấy 4-5 người chết rồi.
Oh my god. Holy crap.
Rất là béo lên vậy nha.
So these look like just like
Dude, fuck these murder hornets, bro.
There's something about
Rất là mát nha.
Okay, Huynh is back and he has come back victorious. I'm about as apprehensive as you could possibly get right now. These things are moving and squirming around. They are way fatter and larger than I thought that they would be. They're all got the bug type gush. Has like almost like a sweet taste to the flesh. After all this work, that's what we've come out here for. I'm kind of hoping that it tastes at least a little bit better cooked. Let's see how we go. Let's eat one of these. Ăn cái nào?
Đấy, nào cũng được hết, chín hết rồi.
Okay, I mean, he said they're all good to eat.
Ăn lúc nào cũng được hết.
So we can just grab any of them. I'm going to start with one of these. Can I do it?
Được, ăn được hết. Đây.
Okay, so this one.
I'd be fine with people eating murder hornets. The thing you have to worry about when eating insects, though, is they carry parasites, and many of them are transmissible to humans.
It's good, and ăn hết luôn hả?
Because, like, murder hornets are fucking assholes.
Oh man.
Ngon chưa?
He says it's ngon. He said it's really good. And I've got to admit, wow, it doesn't taste bad. There's like a smoky flavor to it. There's a bit of that gush factor, which I think is what creeps you out. And then of course, there's just the mental disconnect, just trying to get past the fact that you're eating these wasp larvae. We even saw one trying to eat its way out of the casing before. This one is the one that I'm drinking.
Yeah, that's fucking gross, though. Just kill them. Like, why bother eating
These
them?
are big bowls of rotten fish. Some of them are more than a year old. It's called prahok, and folks in Cambodia absolutely love it. Well, today, I'm on a mission to see how this...
It's funny how everybody, like, from all these different cultures eat the most disgusting, nasty fucking shit.
We saw at the market here on this property.
Oh, those are some big maggots.
Calm.
Yeah, and there's like maggots and parasites in here.
And take a look at this, Savvy. Wow. They literally have burrowed and made little holes.
But it's
He's gonna eat this?
Yeah, people that are a little bit more wealthy, they can afford the pork.
Nice.
But typically it's...
Showing off a little bit today.
That's right.
Smear that rotten fish goo inside.
Jesus Baptist, only $2, base pastor.
In fact, one of these lazy jerk types is sitting in the auditorium right now. This little punk here, this 22-year-old punk who's been sitting outside our church all week, and he's told by the staff to leave over and over again. No plans to get a job. No plans to do anything with his life. Just lazy, sitting on his rear end. And we told him, hey, we don't want you loitering and sitting around here. He's like, oh, I'm reading my Bible and people give me money. Well, you know what? People need to stop giving their money to lazy punks sitting around for any reason. And you know what? If people...
This is the pastor that said he wants to Holocaust all gay people. So this guy is most certainly not based. He's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Jesus.
Side of banana leaves and grill it over blazing hot charcoal, allowing the flavors to meld and intensify.
Cheers. Cheers.
Oh my God. Okay, no, I take it back. Give me some rice. Holy shit.
Oh, it's very powerful.
Oh, I thought it would be more like a meaty experience. It's pure salt.
You only need a little tiny bit.
We overdosed. So I'm gonna take a little bit of it and just kind of smear it on the rice, and then maybe even some veggies on there too. Little bean, little carrot. Cheers. Bingo. That I like. So I guess the mistake.
Why would you eat that? That just makes no sense. Seaman Smoothie, donate $2. Thoughts?
Hello, 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 hello. With the lights out, it sustains us. Here we are now.
She can almost sing as well as me.
No entiendo cómo puedes pasarte todo el día sentado con una cerveza viendo la televisión.
Tienes razón, Marge. Tráeme otra que esta ya está caliente.
Homer, me refiero a que llevas 6 horas aquí y me parece excesivo.
Pero, Marge, las encuestas dicen que el ciudadano medio pasa 3 horas al día viendo la televisión.
Y además, no entiendo, Homer, cómo puedes ver un espectáculo tan denigrante.
Quejarme.
Okay, that's weird. Big Lenny is live? On YouTube or Instagram?
Serving of it. Eat it every day, medicinally. Drew Tyler, 15. I certainly have advice for getting over a breakup. Let time heal it. Make yourself busy. Occupy yourself. Time heals all wounds. My heart was broken in a breakup with Mimi when I was 25. I got the same feeling. But never, ever consider, that's not a consideration, offing yourself.
All right, well, hopefully he responds to that comment later.
Thought I would do a little striptease for you. Mistress? Yes. Just for you. I want to be your little stripper, mistress. Can I be your little stripper, mistress? That's what I feel like. Mistress. Being your little striptease girl. Mistress.
I'll check that link in a second. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
I want you to see my stockings, mistress. It's for you, baby. I'm your stripper slave, mistress.
React to this.
I'll do that in just a moment. Thanks again, Dodo.
I'm your slave. I'm your little slave.
Alright, that's weird.
Mommy don't know Daddy's getting hot. At the body shop. Doing something unholy. He sat back while she's dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah. She put it down slowly. Oh, he left his kids at home.
Okay.
Out front tonight, the breaking news, Putin's power trip. So the Russian president is tonight, just hours away from arriving in North Korea, tonight touting an unbreakable partnership. In new comments just released,
Oh boy, he's fucking desperate, dude.
Putin telling a North Korean newspaper that the Russian-North Korean alliance is based on principles of equality, mutual respect, and trust. Putin buttering up Kim as the North Korean president rolls out the red carpet for Putin. Let's just show you some new satellite images. What appears to be, as far as we can see, so this is Pyongyang, large military parade preparations going on in the capital. Grandstands are going up. You can see those sort of along the edge. Construction taking place in one of the main. This partnership, newly close, is cemented in one key thing: taking down the United States. Look no farther than what Russian state television is pushing tonight.
Billions of people would be happy to stand in line to get the opportunity to strike the United States.
Today, the weather is ideal for conducting nuclear strikes against NATO countries.
We only have one target, the continental territory of the U.S.
There's no...
Do it, bitch. Do it. Send nukes to the US and get fucked. I'd love to see Russia wiped off the fucking map. Imagine all of that barren nuclear wasteland.
Nuance or ambiguity there. And state-controlled television in North Korea is saying the U.S.
Dude, if I was the American president and I was, like, having to deal with this shit, I'd literally just have a press conference being like, do it, pussy! Fucking do it! Russia is just such a paper tiger when it comes to, these nuclear threats.
and other hostile forces are bound to meet unforeseen disaster. So you hear all that rhetoric, right? But that rhetoric is actually turned into video. We've seen nearly identical simulations of nuclear annihilation of the United States. Look for your military facilities.
Let's see. Dodo donated this as well.
Relatable, heartwarming footage of Taylor Swift leaking snot out of her face like a swamp creature.
Why does she leak snot so much?
That's what she said. And you know what? What was
Ew.
that? Okay.
That is gross. Why the fuck does she leak snot out of her nose so much? Thanks for the donation, retard.
We find ourselves in this situation where both sides are literally siding with enemies of America rather than the opposition party within the country. Fox News literally uses Russian talking points. I mean, Tucker Carlson went over there and did the whole dog and pony show, backing up Putin, basically. And on the left, you see them marching for Hamas, a terrorist organization. This is a terrible place to be, and it can happen here.
I really hope Trump doesn't become president. I think if he does, he will literally hand over Ukraine to Putin on a platter.
Yeah, that's a huge risk. What we can be sure of is he'd be very much pro-Israel. But in terms of his policy with Russia and China, he'd very likely allow Russia to take over and allow China to invade Taiwan. So probably better to just leave Biden in office since he's supporting Israel and also supporting Ukraine and Taiwan. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola. Dodo donated $2. Rename the stream to Dodo's episode because I'm going to send you like 40 plus high quality links today. Oh, well, I guess I can do that for you. There we go. Change the thumbnail of the stream too. When's the thumbnail gonna change? Why isn't the fucking thumbnail changed? Maybe it just takes longer. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Not to mention if he becomes president or as he views himself king again, the world will end.
I don't know if the world is going to literally end, but it probably wouldn't be good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So what Bill Maher is saying here is perfectly fair and truthful. You have the right wing supporting fascist totalitarian regimes, and you have the left wing supporting fascist totalitarian regimes like Hamas.
That was Bill Maher speaking to Fareed Zakaria on CNN and equating the right-wing support of Vladimir Putin to left-wing pro-peace, pro-Palestinian protesters on.
Right, they're pro-peace. That's why they're fucking chanting Hamas, Antifada. What do you think Antifada means? It literally means fight. What a fucking moron. Oh, I'm a peace protester. Antifada, go Hamas. Oh, yeah, long live October 7th. Those are all peaceful things to say, right? Oh my god, what a fucking moron. Young Turks has just become pure brain rot. Dodo donate $2. It's easy for you to say to Russia, nuke the US so I can see Russia wiped off the face of the earth, but if you lived in the US, you wouldn't quite think the same. It's like how part of me low-key wants to see France attacked by Russia so they can end Russia. I'm doubtful a nuclear strike on the US would be the least bit successful. America and Canada have very good nuclear defense systems, so most, if not all, the nukes probably wouldn't even get to do anything. So I doubt the outcome would be all that disastrous for the US. So, thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
What up, dog? Como estás? We all gonna die. In my tummy. They're gonna take our jobs. Fuck you, Christy.
There is a danger lurking in Japan. A rare flesh-eating bacteria is fast spreading through the country, and it can kill a person in 48 hours. This nightmarish disease causes tissue destruction and rapid organ failure, and Japan has already recorded 1,000 such cases.
Something like this would probably not become a pandemic because the gestation period is way too short, and it's easy to track down infections.
It's known as streptococcal toxic shock syndrome, or STSS. The Streptococcus bacteria produces toxins that trigger a hyperinflammatory response in the body. The bacteria swiftly enters the bloodstream. Treatment in maintaining good hygiene.
All right, yummy in my tummy. That does actually look tasty. This is kind of funny. Oh, wait. Wrong link. Somebody else donated.
Hey, this is Nick from Hard Reset, and I'm here with Digit from Agility Robotics. Say hi, Digit. Digit is meant to work in logistics, stacking and moving boxes and totes. And you've probably noticed that it looks a little different. Digit's legs are closer in terms of how they function to a bird's legs, and they give it some interesting advantages when it comes to working in a human-centered environment. For example, it's easier for Digit to crouch all the way down without its legs getting in the way. While there are a lot of interesting humanoid robots around, Agility just opened a new factory where they're going to be mass-producing robots just like this. And that means you might see them around a lot more. So are you ready?
Hell yeah. Hopefully they can replace all of our jobs and none of us will have to work anymore. Thanks for the donation, less is more. The only path to tell is this guy is an absolute menace to society. I'm starting to suspect he may be a psychopath.
This a longevity food?
Well, I have a relatively high degree of certainty Paul's a narcissist.
Cheese, butter, and eggs. There's a really interesting study called the Rotterdam study done in the Netherlands. What they found in the study was the people who ate the most vitamin K2 had the lowest mortality, the lowest rate.
Okay, this guy's cherry-picking data. If you look at population studies on vitamin K2 intake, they are incredibly inconsistent. So large population-based cohorts will show there's a benefit. Other large population-based cohorts will show there's no benefit. Randomized trial data has been much more consistent, and it's shown that there isn't any benefit.
Rates of cardiovascular disease, that's heart disease, and the lowest rates of calcification of the aortic valves. Vitamin K2 is predominantly found in animal foods. Cheese is one of the best sources, and
the type of vitamin K2 that you get from animal foods is not particularly bioavailable, which is another reason why you probably see this inconsistency in population-based cohorts. It's probably just circumstances regarding like these dietary patterns where if somebody's more likely to eat like more cheese in European countries, which is an expensive food, they're probably more likely to be wealthy. And because they're wealthy, their socioeconomic status protects them against chronic disease. And it's not like the K2 that's protecting them. That probably explains why you see this inconsistency in prospective cohort data. But again, if you look at randomized trial data, there doesn't appear to be any benefit.
cheeses that have the most vitamin K2 are Emmentaler and Jarlsberg. This food might just help prevent or reverse heart disease. How incredible is that? And it's freaking delicious. Cheese is a health.
Yeah, I hate Paul. He's a lying sack of shit. Wow. Oh my god. I want this guy. I want a Hyrax. Look at him munching. Listen to that munching. Oh my god, he loves lettuce. Look at him eating his lettuce. That's amazing. Wow. I really like Hyrax. Oh my god.
These four sneaking into my pasture, and I don't know what to do. Why are they cute at this age? But you'll kill my chickens later.
Those are very cute raccoons. This is kind of funny.
How much do you pay for rent in LA?
Oh, 8,000.
Whoa. Can I get a tour of your apartment?
Yeah.
Whoa, wait. What?
So come on in. Still putting stuff on the walls. I just moved in and then like COVID.
That was 3 years ago.
Was that?
Let's just move on.
Okay.
This has to be fake.
That room's
This is not an 8K a month apartment, even for LA.
evil.
Don't put that in there.
Oh.
I don't have people over that much.
You're fine, just relax.
Oh, so we should kiss.
No.
No.
What about this is $8,000?
She's not paying 8K a month.
My room.
Let's do a different room.
Yes. Follow me to the master bathroom.
Why do we need that?
It's for your own good. Wash up. I'm making dinner.
You pay $8,000 for this? Excuse me.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny skit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is this a humiliation fetish?
Russia's investigative committee is pursuing criminal charges against the commander of Ukraine's 138th Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade for shooting down the Russian Air Force A-50 aircraft. What? Oh, that's good. Apparently, thanks for that donation, VMD. Wizardly Rhino donated $2. Do you think Paul in the debate the other day was being a little bit racist by thinking brown people are incapable of making their own explosives? I mean, I don't think that's what he was getting at. He was like he was questioning whether or not they have the ability to make any of these rockets, and it sounded like he was claiming like Israel was supplying them with weapons or something. It was really weird. But like he literally showed the fucking photo of one of those Qassam rockets on stream, and they look like absolute shit. And they're clearly made with off-the-shelf like hardware parts. Like the big aluminum tube, that's something that you could probably order from like a hardware supplier. Thanks for the donation though, Wizardly Rhino. Dodo donate $2. Melinda Gates just endorsed Biden. Here comes the big money. Hopefully the Gates will donate billions of dollars for Biden to win. Also, is this true? Let me see. Astaxanthin supplementation combined with regular training could enhance fat oxidation and significantly improve physical performance. 2024 study. Meta-analysis of 11 randomized controlled trials. 12 milligrams astaxanthin daily in the blueprint stack. Effects of astaxanthin supplementation for 8 to 12 weeks on cognitive accuracy were marginally significant. So whenever you hear a supplement like enhances fat oxidation, like to what degree? It's almost never clinically significant where it will like literally double fat loss, where you would normally lose, say, 1 pound of fat per week, you're going to lose 2 pounds of fat per week. It's usually like, oh, it increases it by like 2 or 3%. So you'll lose like 1.01 pounds as opposed to 1 pound. So I don't know about that. Might have a benefit, who knows. I think one problem that I've seen with Brian Johnson is that even when something is highly marginal, he'll still do it. So it's probably just not worth it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. Would someone explain him it's cause they're all dead? Also dumb. Let me see.
If the vaccine was so great, why is it so easy to find people who regret taking it, but not a single person who regrets not taking it?
Because they're dead. Also dumb. Let me see. Watermelons at Walmart look really weird.
Texture. I've seen enough videos of people posting rubbery watermelon. I can't believe I got one. I got a rubbery watermelon. The texture is so weird. Like, you gotta bend it so far before it.
Yeah, that's what happens when they're not ripe. Stupid.
Oh my gosh.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It sounds like a goat is dying.
What in the... We bought like an acid ball watermelon.
Ew.
It doesn't smell good. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like rotten from the inside and it's just releasing gas. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mike donated $2. Is bulking or cutting more difficult in your opinion? Entirely depends on the person, but more people usually have issues with dieting as opposed to gaining weight. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Feels like the new gen of gay retards doesn't want to acknowledge that the boomer fags actually worked pretty hard to get civil rights to where they are so far. This also explains commies with lib parents.
How people think gay people got rights in the US. I, the white liberal, have generously decided to give the gays rights. How gay people actually got rights in the US. Smash the cop car, smash the cop car. That is not how gay people got the right to vote. If there's enough social and political pressure on politicians, they end up changing laws to grant certain classes rights that they ask for. Like again, if you're an elected official and the majority of your voting pool wants gay people to have rights, and you run on a platform saying, I'm not going to give them rights, you're going to lose votes, and then possibly lose to another candidate. So that's just usually how it works. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Did you watch this? Can you react? This is really good and scary at the same time. Would love to hear your take.
Ukraine will win when there's an economic or political collapse inside of Russia. We don't know when that date will occur, but when it starts to happen...
Okay, we can watch that later. I was planning on watching some Russian stuff tonight. Thanks for the donation, Mola. Dodo donate to Lars. I know you briefly looked at this the other day, but you stopped and started that debate. Can you review these ingredients? Maybe he's doing marginal things, but there are a lot of the marginal therapies. Okay, lactobacillus. I am really, really not convinced at all that probiotic supplements do fuck all for human health. I used to have the opposite opinion where I thought probiotics might actually be quite beneficial, but I changed my stance. There's not any big prospective cohort showing that people who eat more probiotic foods are better off, or people who take probiotic supplements. I've seen a lot of case reports where people have taken probiotics and they have like weird side effects. I have a cat. This is a cat. This is my cat, Prim Prim. Mwah. Look at this. Show them your catness. Look at my cat. This is a good fucking kitty. See this? It's a good kitty. Oh my god. B9, lithium orate. Get out of there. Potassium iodate. A lot of people are deficient in iodine. Some of these I don't recognize. Get the fuck out of there. Rhodiola rosvans saldroside. Plant extract that may support brain function. Yeah, again, I don't know about that. Luteolin flavonoid, maybe. Spermidine may prevent spermidine deficiency. I've literally never even fucking heard of that one. All the rest are just vitamins. Genistein, I don't know. Like, if you eat soy, I don't think you really need to have that in there. Yeah, I wouldn't bother taking this personally. I would just take a multivitamin and eat lots of fruits and vegetables. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
On college campuses, who we recently learned are heavily funded by a Jewish family, by the way. Now that's a story that we'll cover.
Oh, here we go. I know I'm right because I can find some fucking token Jew pick-me who supports Palestine. Great. I can find fucking pick-me Arabs that support Israel. What the fuck do I care?
In detail tomorrow. But during this interview, Bill Maher also attempted and failed to prove that he isn't a massive hypocrite for smearing these student protesters. Let's take a look.
I heard a couple of people say, or maybe they wrote it online, that, well, I'm a hypocrite because you were for the demonstrators in 1968 or whatever it was when they were demonstrating against the Vietnam War.
Yeah, that's because the Vietnam War was fucking stupid. The U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War made absolutely no sense. There is this theory that if Vietnam became communist, it would have some snowballing effect where you'd see the spread of communism all throughout Asia. That never fucking happened. The reason why Vietnamese supported the communist regime was because that communist regime was fighting against other oppressive regimes. Vietnamese just wanted their own national freedom.
My absolute Spielberg, let's take a look at these key and vital videos, which are key and vital.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation. On top of that, it was even known at the time that the U.S. was committing horrible fucking civilian massacres. They had a policy in Vietnam where if they got any amount of intelligence that there were Viet Cong in a village, that they had the right to gun down every single man, woman, and child in that village, shoot them down with machine gun fire, blow them up, do whatever the fuck you wanted. So the amount of indiscriminate fucking killings and village massacres that the U.S. was involved in was insane, and the public knew about this. There were combat vets coming back from Vietnam speaking out against it. So yeah, no shit, the Vietnam protests were completely fucking sensible. Let me see.
I was practicing the Wim Hof method. Ended up having a hypoxic blackout underwater, no life support for 4 weeks.
When he did pass out under the water and no one noticed about.
Well, it just goes to show you, maybe you shouldn't listen to fucking crazy wacko hobos that just happen to make YouTube videos. Yeah, Wim Hof is a fucking idiot.
Welcome back. Listen, yes.
I'm not going to bother watching that one. That guy's just a troll.
This is a presentation of a collaboration with other people at Kyoto.
New approach to boundary problem of consciousness. I might watch that later. Thanks for that donation, Mark Sisson. Dodo donate $2. BRICS is on the verge of nullifying the U.S. world order. No, it's not. North Korea wants to join BRICS. Well, go right ahead. I'm sure that'll work out for you. Well, that cat is getting in. Found a new ally for TYT. Former KKK Grand Wizard David Duke came to Detroit this weekend to show support for Trump's Nazi Mar-a-Lago dinner guest Nick Fuentes, who's working to save us from Jewish supremacism. We're being genocided just like the Palestinians.
So you're David Duke? Yes. Okay. Nice to meet you. What brings you out here? This is the Groiper.
To support Nick and his work and all the grumpers that are out here and all the people that are working to save our country and save us from Jewish supremacism.
Are you friends with Nick?
Genocide, because we're being genocide just like the Palestinians. It's just a different form of it.
Are you friends with Nick?
So this guy's a crazy racist. Did that woman from yesterday message you? Of course not. She had no interest in ever debating me. She never messaged me, and she's just a massive bullshitter.
I consider him a comrade in the fight.
Gotcha.
For our people.
Okay, cool.
And I'm very appreciative of his work.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they'd... Yeah, I'm sure them and TYT would really get along. Thanks, Dodo. Soy Goose, $20. Have you seen these studies? Cat ownership, schizophrenia-related disorders, systematic review, meta-analysis. Is this based on case reports? When was this published? 2024. I probably haven't seen this one. We identified 1,915, of which 106 were chosen for full text review, ultimately resulting in the inclusion of 17. Found an association between broadly defined cat ownership and increased odds of developing schizophrenia. Yeah, but what is the actual study pool? Because I've seen other meta-analyses and they only have, they're pretty much just case reports. So, I don't know. There might be something with, there's a hypothesis that toxoplasmosis infection might trigger schizophrenia. It's possible. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to... I'll read this later on my spare time. And domestic cat model triarchic psychopathy factors development and initial validation of the cat tri questionnaire. We developed and validated a questionnaire measure of triarchic psychopathy in cats. 2 additional factors emerged: pet unfriendliness and human unfriendliness. Meanness and boldness prediction predicted a lower quality cat owner relationship. Disinhibition and pet unfriendliness predicted a higher quality relationship. Owners completed a questionnaire battery. Canon relation. Study 3. Associations between feline daily activity and cat tri-skills were investigated. Boldness, inhibition, meanness, pet unfriendliness, and human unfriendliness. Disinhibition and pet unfriendliness predicted a higher quality cat owner relationship. Pet unfriendliness. What do they mean by that? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is. That just seems like a stupid study. Thanks for the donation, though. So I guess Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Where I said to God, A, I don't think you're real, but if I'm wrong and you have a plan for my life, prove it. 2 weeks come and go. I was dialing a phone. Off behind me to my left, I audibly heard the voice of God. And the 2 words he spoke to me were, call Mom. I didn't hesitate. I had a second line. My mother answered the telephone, and when she said hello, instantly I knew something was terribly wrong. For in that instant in time, my mother was, watch this, attempting suicide. Jumped into my car, drove Interstate 75 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I beat on the door that day. My mom was barely alive as she came down some stairs. She fell into my arms. I picked her up. I carried her to her car. I drove her to Park Ridge Hospital. A doctor threw me against the wall. They rushed her to the emergency room. 45 minutes later, this doctor walks across the ER to my father. This doctor has the most perplexed look on his face, and he said, Mr. Sykes, there's no medical reason to tell you this at all. It is a, quote, miracle of God. Your wife's fine. I heard that doctor say miracle of God. I looked straight up to heaven. I was like, you've got to be kidding. You're real? I took a walk that day. I could take you to the...
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, God can't, like, cure disease, cure cancer, stop, like, all world wars, but he'll save some old fucking dumb bitch who's, like, sad in her house. Like, great, thanks, God. You're really doing a huge help for humanity. Thanks for convincing some fucking moron that you exist by saving his dumb bitch fucking mom, but... Oh yeah, we have fucking, like, world wars going on. We have a war in fucking Russia, Ukraine, fucking Hamas, Palestine, conflicts in the fucking Middle East, Syrian civil war. Hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians are fucking dying, but thanks for saving some dumb random fucking bitch in Idaho. Really appreciate that.
So we have found out that we are at least the 5th family that this beautiful girl has been to. And this beautiful girl is staying with this 5th family that she has. So, she got a bed today. She's never had a bed before, y'all. So we're gonna see her. Come here, look at you. You're so well.
That's a nice dog.
Every day I dress all black, for sure 900 rags. But the East Coast double that, on my neck a bubble back, on my wrist new Cadillac, cause I all don't want a bag. Little bitch, I'm a superstar, these hoes wanna fuck my car, my dog put a nigga in park, gotta watch out for the dog.
You know, it's too bad Kennedy is a fucking insane whack job, because a lot of his political views I actually agree with. It's just that he has some insanely fucking stupid opinions. Like, his geopolitical beliefs are fucking stupid. The anti-vax shit is just fucking crazy.
And I want to take the CIA and shatter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. So I believe that together we can make the dream of a stronger, more prosperous, more united America, an America controlled by you and not big corporations, a reality.
The idea of dismantling the CIA is fucking stupid. What they should do is get rid of the NSA and let some NSA agents just get jobs in the FBI. There really shouldn't be a massive spy program spying on American citizens. Just put those same people to work in the fucking FBI. I don't even know why the fuck there needs to be an NSA.
Let's go take back our country.
All right, well, Kennedy is stupid, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2.
You sound rested.
Oh, wait.
Is our favorite tattooed one loaded new vids? This is Dodo's EP?
Yeah, this is Dodo's episode. He asked me to rename the stream because he's going to send me a lot of links. Frank Tufano. There is, in fact, a new Frank Tufano video, which I can guarantee you will be very long and stupid and boring, but we can watch it just for you, James. And yeah, I am pretty well rested. I got some good sleep last night. Thanks, dude. Dodo Donatellers, you know how we went from this?
Now to President Trump's threat to ban TikTok, the widely popular but Chinese-owned video sharing app, added fear that the link to China poses a security risk. ABC's White House correspondent Rachel Scott with what...
It's funny because Trump was right about that. To this.
President, we're on TikTok. What is your message to younger voters right now?
Well, the big message is vote for Trump. We're going to make our country greater than ever before. We had something going that was incredible. And just horrible what's happened. This is the worst president in history, Joe Biden. And you look at it even...
I mean, him being on TikTok doesn't necessarily show hypocrisy because you may as well take advantage of a social media platform if you can, but still want to ban it. It's because Trump got millions of dollars from TikTok's CEO and campaign donations, corruption. People still think Trump's honest. That's funny. I didn't know that. Yeah, so I think China knows Trump would probably be an ideal political candidate for them because he's likely not really going to pressure China against invading Taiwan. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Bootycum, donating $2. David Wood has the Apologetic Roadshow account and this other one, and here's his website. Maybe some way to get in contact for a debate. Let me see. Is there... is a Facebook link. I have no idea if he's... Okay, it doesn't look like I can message him on Facebook. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the only way to... And his fucking YouTube link on his website doesn't even work. Community? Yeah, I don't know how to get a hold of him. Thanks for the donation, though. Bootycum.
This is what every Christian.
And he doesn't have a... He also doesn't have a fucking email on his other channel. So I don't know. Dodo Donatillars, you missed the whole last part of the most important part. He is a lying, corrupt clown. He gets paid a few $1 million by TikTok CEO. Now he flips his position entirely.
Appreciate all your support.
Thank you. And you'll never ban TikTok, that's for sure.
I will never ban TikTok.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's good old corrupt Donald Trump. What a fucking jackass. So he's literally pocketing money from the Chinese Communist Party, and that is directly influencing his political decisions, and idiots still want to vote for him. But then people will say, oh, Biden's corrupt, he's making deals in Ukraine. Holy shit. That's insane. Thanks, Dodo.
Yeah, that was very different. First of all, the students weren't against their own. These students were threatening other students. That didn't happen in the Vietnam War. And being against the Vietnam War made sense. It was a war that we probably should not have been in.
But let me
this
ask you.
This is demonstrating and protesting for a terrorist group.
You know, they could be demonstrating and protesting for a ceasefire and
They're not demonstrating and protesting for a ceasefire, so Israel is offering Hamas a ceasefire deal right now, and Hamas is rejecting it. Secondly, if they wanted a ceasefire, then why in the fuck aren't they just asking for a fucking ceasefire? What they're doing is they're saying Antifada from the river to the sea. They're chanting, like they're promoting Hamas. Like, if they wanted a ceasefire, then why in the fuck are they pro-Hamas? Hamas has violated every single ceasefire deal that they've agreed to. There was a ceasefire deal that was negotiated before October 7th, and Hamas violated that ceasefire deal. So, like, this is just a fucking lie. She's stupid. Just, Young Turks are fucking idiots, dude. Let's watch Frank next. Dennis donated $2. Do you think Corona Bro would be more likely pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? I would say pro-Israel because there's more darkies in Palestine. Thanks for the donation, Dennis. Oh, no, wait. I'm mixing up Corona Bro with that other guy who's racist. Pretty sure Corona Bro's pro-Israel.
What's up? How are you guys this week? We made it another 7 days at Frankie's Free Range Meat, and it is Sunday, so happy Father's Day, I guess. I am working as usual, as I do every day. We got a big ribeye discount available at checkout now for all orders, guys.
I'm not voting for Trump because I think he would be a good president. I'm voting for Trump because I want to watch the world burn and all the crybabies about Trump scream and whinge for another 4 years while Trump eats fast food and plays golf. It's funny.
It is funny, but it's also not funny. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. No corruption to see here, but Biden is soft on China, right? Billionaire Jeff Yass may be the donor behind Trump's TikTok flip-flop. Here's what to know. Republican megadonor and billionaire TikTok investor Jeff Yass is speculated to be the person behind sudden change of heart that saw Donald Trump opposing banning Chinese-owned video app despite having tried to do it himself while in office. Trump spoke at a retreat for donors to conservative PAC Club for Growth and called Yass, one of the group's major supporters and investor with a $33 billion stake in TikTok. Fantastic. Yass, who lent his Republican primary campaign support to Vivek Ramaswamy, Chris Christie and Tim Scott over Trump reportedly met the former president at Mar-a-Lago earlier this month before Trump spoke against the TikTok ban working its way through Congress. Media reports from Politico noted support of Yas, who had donated $46.6 million to outside groups in 24, could be a major boon for Trump campaign. It all makes sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. That wasn't me. Yeah, I figured. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So you'll see that you can add 2 ribeyes to your cart for $33, which is 25% off the regular ribeye price. So crazy discount. You're paying, $15 a pound for 100% grass-fed ribeye steaks, which is definitely like the lowest price online. So $16 a pound. So very, very affordable discount across the board for all orders. We have fresh ribeye steaks available this week. We'll show you those in the fridge. We got the duck egg sale. I sent out an email on Friday. Duck eggs are on sale. They're piling up a little bit. People haven't ordered them, so I just want to make sure we're moving them out. I'm probably breaking even on them, so I'm not too happy about that, but always trying to make everyone happy, which has resulted in some quality control issues, which I will talk about and will go into over the course of this video. So stay tuned for that. A lot of cheese is restocked. I'll show you guys those in the fridge as well. We got some buffalo chicken wings available.
This is chat feeding you intermittent cat videos while you react to Israel-Palestine brain rot or Frank Tufano vlogs.
I cannot let you escape, Squidward. I am adding another demon core to your confinement until you calm down.
Well, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Sent out an email for that today, so we'll show you guys those in the fridge as well. And we should be having potato chips back. So it's been a few months. We haven't been able to get organic potatoes. They should be back by like Friday. By this weekend, we should have the potato chips back available. The beef fat fried organic potato chips. So I'm excited for that. And then we have a few other things to talk about that are coming in the next few weeks that I'm also looking forward to. I keep forgetting to mention it. I do want to talk about the small order ice fee. And in any business you do, guys, there's a small percentage of customers that will absolutely put you out of business. Like some of you guys are ordering like a marrow oil and 3 ribeye steaks shipped to Texas. Like I'm losing my mind. So there's quite a few orders. About 20% of the orders, guys, I'm sending like $5 and $10 bills for extra ice. It's just, it's getting a little silly now. Now that we have a large variety of products and.
Yeah, because everybody wants to make a $400 or $500 fucking order, moron.
Some are more expensive. I mean, people order like 9 different things that weigh 4 ounces each, and I got a small little box I'm shipping to California. So most of the orders are good, but if you guys get a bill for ice, keep in mind, if you order less than 10 pounds of frozen product.
Are you surprised that he has quality control issues?
Well, no, it's Frank. He's a complete moron, and he tries to cope and say, oh, all the products are high quality, all these people are trying to scam me. Like, we've seen what he ships to people. Sean Baker tried to order from Frank Tufano before, and he got this, like, fucking disgusting mush sent in the mail that he wouldn't even eat. He ended up just feeding it to his dogs. So, yeah, these people probably were fucked over by Frank, and Frank's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, James.
There's a likelihood it will thaw out in the summer, so we have to charge for extra ice. This also applies to, like, dairy. If you order 20 quarts of milk and no meat, like, the pricing on the website is not designed for that. So there's some pretty unusual orders that people are trying to do. I don't like charging you guys for the extra ice, but honestly, like, I'd rather cancel the order than send it at that point.
21st Savage $90. That's not corruption. The TikTok ban divestment already passed Congress. By the time Trump wins, it won't be an issue. That's why he said that he's smart. Look at Ukraine using child soldiers. Where's the outrage?
Well, staying with the war in Ukraine, more than 2 years into Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukrainian troops are dug in for a long war of attrition. And the next generation is getting ready. EW's Amian Asif has visited a group of young Ukrainians practicing the basic skills they may need to defend their country.
A commander distributes rifles to the separate tactical group. Replicas, that is. The troops here are only teenagers, some not even that old yet. This is an after-school club for the kids of Shepetivka in western Ukraine. They meet 3 times a week to prepare for life in a country at war.
Yeah, these aren't child soldiers. There's literally same type of organizations in the US and Canada. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st Savage. Nipple Clamps donated $2. Let me see.
You give me everything I have. You are the ground in which I stand. You are my life, my length of days. You are the rhythm in my veins. My heart pulses to your name. I rise from sleep and speak your praise before I shine.
Okay. Thanks, Nipple Clamps.
How the hell can you watch Frank Tufano but call the translator boring? Let's watch some minutes of this video, it's one of his top 5 ones. Connor?
Madness? Madness? Me neither.
Yeah, bro, this only has 329 views. What's his most viewed video? 8.9. So he only has, like, about 15 videos that have gotten over 1,000? This dude is horrifically fucking boring, bro.
Nobody of us can eat him.
Yeah, I can't listen to, like, more than 2 seconds of this guy.
Lucy! Why is the milk in the back of the fridge? It's supposed to be in the front! Idiot, you think I can't see it? I told you 50 times. It's not a goddamn joke! You were supposed to organize the fridge. What the hell is wrong with you? This is my house. You are being a sucking witch. As usual, careless! I complained. Insane! I know you like it when I talk dirty to you.
Imagination. You're in
The world.
profiting off of your.
I mean, apparently he doesn't like Leo and longevity. I don't like him either, and this is kind of a funny skit. Like, Leo's a piece of shit. It's glad that he is being wiped from the earth.
Alright.
Is he uploaded to anything else?
Well, hello.
Yeah, I wonder what that whole incident with him in Thailand was. It's really weird.
So I began experimenting with supplements to enhance my neuroplasticity. And this protocol has enabled me to groove the world's greatest golf style.
Chill.
Yeah, he's a weird guy.
All those animals that gave their lives for Frank.
Well, they didn't give their lives for Frank. Frank took their lives away. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Oh, hey, there's a new Space Marines trailer.
We kill it. We break the synaptic connection. They'd scatter like rats. And if you're wrong, if it's not there, I cannot afford to throw men after a hunch. Give me 2 squads. 3 Space Marines. That's all I can spare. Brief them immediately.
Approaching drop zone.
Talassa, we are almost there. What is your status?
Drop complete. Moving to objective.
Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay.
Lhasa on the march to take that high tyrant's head.
Maintain Vox reports.
Clear that wall-climbing scum! Death to all Xenos! Now we end this.
Booty Come Journey Tellers, this is David's wife's Instagram. She has a link to her profile. Maybe send a message asking. Alright, I'll see if she adds me, and then I'll try to message her and ask. Thanks for the donation, Booty Come.
I have been dying to carve up some Xenos.
Bomb is in place, Command. We can make it. Keep going.
The lights will guide us, brothers. Going to kill you soon enough, demon! Hold fast, brother! Withstand the heat and keep moving!
Oh shit, they're gonna have like TDM. PvP. Dope. That might actually be good.
That was but a taste of what is to come.
Yeah, that looks fucking sick, dude. Dodo Donate Tellers, what do you notice is one of my favorite new genres of cringe racist tweets? I see high blood press. Missouri 1776 pack. Their vision: we seek to ensure the great state of Missouri not only remains a red state, but also takes its place alongside states like Florida and Texas as beacons of liberty and freedom. I see that they're all fat white dudes.
Couple of big, strong guys. Big, strong guys. Big, strong, beautiful guys. Soon I could come down and start kissing everybody. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman. Man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Ah!
Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match my nasty? I got stamina, they say I'm an athlete. Is somebody gonna match my freak?
Trump gay confirmed. Click. Booty Come Donate Tellers, Clicker and Insta. What do you mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Her account is private. So, what do you want? Thanks for that donation, Booty Come. Dodo Donate Tellers, what is this cringe going on right now?
World. That's what everybody wants from us. And it will restore our moral authority as a nation, or restore our leadership. We're going to cut back by recognizing we live in a multipolar world right now. Most of our military spending is spent not for self-defense, but to dominate the globe. The Chinese have a base and a half abroad. The Russians have one base. We have 800, and each one is looking for a fist fight.
Yeah, that's a good thing that the United States has global domination in terms of military. If it didn't, you would see the outbreak of many more wars, the destruction of many more nations, And these are nations that we could have that are peaceful, that help support our economy. Why in the hell wouldn't the U.S. do this? This is just stupid.
Oh, we need to close those bases, bring that money home, spend it growing the middle class in this country. And
well, that's very appealing. But you reminded me of one last thing. You mentioned your...
Yeah, it's going to help grow the middle class more to have the outbreak of far more smaller scale conflicts in all of these regions that could actually not be at war and could help contribute to our economy. Brilliant.
Your dad not killed by Sirhan. He was part of the night, obviously. He fired a couple of bullets, but the bullets, and I've seen you talk about this, that killed him come from the back, and Sirhan was in the front. The case you lay out is nearly, in my opinion, nearly indisputable. Then the question is, other than that particular guy, Cesar...
Eugene Cesar, he was the security guard who was holding my father's elbow, who escorted him into the ambush, and then it appears that he fired the shots that killed him, the 4 shots that killed him. And I actually had a lot of contact with him just before he died 2 years ago. I was trying to go and see him in the Philippines. And he said he would meet with me for $10,000, and then he said, 20, and then 25, and it became clear that he wasn't, real.
So, but other than that individual, who do you think was behind killing your dad and your uncle?
I never do speculation that I can't, like if you read my Anthony Fauci book, Cenk, I never say what was going on in his head, and I never say what was going on behind the scenes. I only record what I can prove. And I have 2,200 footnotes, and nobody's found any mistakes in it.
Yeah, right. That's why you have your vaccine stance.
Oh, I can't tell you who it was. I can tell you that, Eugene Cesar, that Lisa Pease did the biggest book on my father, the most important book on my father's assassination. And she found that Cesar identified himself as a CIA agent. Oh, he had top secret clearance. He worked for Lockheed. I think he worked for Boeing, and he worked for Hughes Aircraft. And he had gotten the job as a security guard just 2 nights before, after my father's schedule was released. And then he was the security guard that grabbed my dad in the ballroom.
All right, whatever.
Fuentes doing 360s on the recent waves of anti-Semitism. Victim blames Jews for historical pogroms and explicitly threatens them as he's firing up of pack again.
Let me take a look.
The Jews, here's the silver lining. It tends to go from 0 to 60. Like, they're not wrong about that. But there's a reason for that. And the reason is them, okay? When it comes to the Jews, every society where shit has gone down with these people, it always goes from 0 to 60. I would say that the Jews had better start being nice to people like us. Because what comes out of this is going to be a lot uglier and a lot worse for them than anything that's being said on this show or has been said on this show. When it comes to the Jews...
Yeah, well, that's Nick Fuentes. Thanks for the donation, retard. Bootycam Donateller is the link on there. Can you not see it? This link? The literal link, it's like right there, and her Facebook is on there. I don't give a fuck about her Facebook. Nobody checks their Facebook. Like, what link are you talking about? There's only this link, and it links to the stupid Family Connection link thing. That's it. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycum.
if I can't get paid for the ice. So I think we got a few things out here to show you guys, but I'd rather just go in the fridge first and touch on a few things. So all the fresh, raw, grass-fed A2, A2 dairy is ready to ship out tomorrow, Monday. We got everything. Here are just some cheese curds, some pickled vegetables, steak sauces in stock. We got some more butter back in. We've been selling out completely every week. Water kefir still going strong. We just made a fresh batch of cookie dough. So we're not making too much because it's not selling as much as it was during the colder months and the holidays, but some of you guys still ordering it, so we're making sure to keep it fresh for you. We do have a few new cheeses available. One here, we have mature Irish cheddar that has replaced the American cheddar cheese. We're able to offer a much better price on this. We have the grass-fed white cheddar cheese, which is our most affordable cheese that is imported. So this is only like $14 a pound. We have a new Swiss cheese, Appenzeller Swiss, which is a slightly different flavor profile. I guess it's kind of similar to Gruyere, maybe even Emmentaler, but another Swiss cheese for you guys to try. Some of you guys were complaining about the 5-year Gouda, that it was like a little hard and stuff. So we have a double cream Gouda now available. It's a little higher in nutrients. We restocked the Swiss Gruyere cheese. We restocked the Manchego. Yeah, so those are the main new things. We got the Irish cheddar, we got Appenzeller Swiss, we have white cheddar back in stock, and we have a double cream Gouda. So we have those 4 cheeses. Over here we have a bunch of fresh ribeye steaks. So you guys that are asking for fresh, never frozen beef, we got these at $21 a pound, which is by far the lowest price online for ribeye, and that doesn't include the discount. So you get these with the fresh, never frozen shipping. If you order $500 worth, you apply a 15% discount. You're getting an excellent price on the fresh ribeye. I don't know when we're gonna do the fresh ground beef and have that back in. It hasn't been that popular, so I'm losing money on it, so it's not really worth doing.
Bootycom donators, you do know if you click them 3 dots, you can actually send message. About this account, share to, report, restrict, block. Okay, are you gonna keep bothering me about this and tell me there's a link? Oh, you could message her. You're not seeing it, fucking retard. Okay, I'm done. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
This is the last of the beef bacon. I'm pretty sure it's all sold out, but we do have some
like our
pork
account's
bacon.
fucking
And
private.
for those of you guys that are unfamiliar, these are the smoked and cured products. So we're selling raw pork bacon and raw beef bacon for many years. This is the more traditional preparation of it. Fresh chicken eggs, fresh duck eggs, small amount of quail eggs all came in this week. So let's go in here and show you guys this stuff before we go in the freezer because I got to switch over to my phone. Last week we restocked all of the biltong, which is my favorite tasting meat. A little more expensive than the jerky, which is also very, very delicious, that we do have available in stock. So we have the 4-ounce grass-fed beef jerky, we got the classic biltong, the plain naked biltong, we got the drower sticks, all different sizes. We got most of the bars in stock on the foods website. We got plain pemmican, we have the classic pemmican with blueberries, a little bit of honey. We have a small amount of the Rice Krispies bars left. We got a fresh batch of Berry Best bars in. I reduced the price.
No, I have not tried the A&W root beer yet.
On all the Best bars to $3 a bar, down from $3.50. Vanilla, berry, and chocolate. We have the granola bars. We made a fresh batch last week, and this week we made a fresh batch of Totomi's cookies. So we were sold out for a while of the Totomi's cookies. We have the white chocolate chip, and we have the dark chocolate chip. These are made fresh every 2 weeks, guys. So if you want to get them now. We might not.
Hello Rob, or Robert for short. How's your day? How can I get a woman to do the bad oink-a-doink fast? Also, are you a lean blackened chicken? If so, watch this.
Okay, let's go.
Get a woman to do the boink-a-doink fast. Maybe just proposition her with money. That usually speeds things up.
Okay, let's go.
Well, Todd, I can send her message on my phone, so maybe, just maybe, it might be because you are on your PC, maybe, just maybe, but who cares, da da da.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Go run boost. You are ready. 1, 2, let's go.
As always, a hopeless team, but nothing. He'll show you what death is.
Where are the 2 opponents?
find out.
What's
That was very, very bad.
Have them for another month or so. The only thing we're missing right now is the quinoa crisp, which we might make next week. On the Foods website, we got the big coconut waters back in stock, but for the most part, we kind of have everything. Not selling too much stuff, but if there's anything you guys would like, definitely let me know and we'll get it for you. On organ supplements, we restock the whey protein. We have the natural collagen back in stock. Over there is a new product, the Water Key for Minerals. We did a short on that if you guys want to watch that. And we also restocked plenty of Lemon Light. Over here is the natural bug spray, and we should be doing the Play shampoo this week. I think some of this stuff on the Naturals website is still on liquidation. So if you guys want like the Alafia shampoo, body wash, or conditioner, or the deodorant really cheap, those all have to go this week. And then the main new things that we were talking about on the Organ Supplements website are the calcium D3 and K2. So we have in capsules now, calcium carbonate, the natural chelation. We have vitamin D in coconut oil in 1000 IU capsules. And we have very special vitamin K2 in 110 microgram capsules. And this is very affordable. This is like 20 bucks. A lot of the vitamin K2 MK4s will be like 50, 60, $70. So very
120 micrograms, did he say? Vitamin K2 supplement. $12, $15, $17, $24, $5, $25, $18, $12. So, what fucking K2 supplements is he talking about that cost $50, $60?
affordable version of K2 for people that haven't been able to get it. This is the liver detox smoothie. We still have a decent amount of this available. 3 boxes, very special product. Now I did find the actual wholesale source of that, so I wasn't getting the best price on all the ingredients. Now I think I can cut like my ingredient costs down substantially by 30 or 40%. So I'm looking forward to that, but I don't sell enough of it, and I'd have to buy so much of the powder that I don't think it would be worth it. I'd have to almost hire like a whole production team for a week or two just to make it. So we know we have access to cheaper versions of all the ingredients for that detox smoothie. So if you want to sell it in larger containers for a better price, that is a possibility. But
eating raw meat is done by true carnivores.
Yep. It is. Thanks for the donation, James.
that for $35, any other company would be selling that current product for like $70, guaranteed. It's all high quality, USDA organic ingredients. It's by far the healthiest.
Also, can we skip this fucking woeful video we are watching? I hate Frank, he's fucking boring, he isn't a lulcow now, he's just a cunt, and James the First don't give a fuck. If you want to going and wank over Frank somewhere else, nice VG the money and wank in bed.
James donates so much that I'm going to respect his wishes and finish the Frank vid unless he, you know, maybe suggests otherwise. But thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Shake mix on the market. Like I cannot speak enough about that liver detox smoothie and how special it is compared to any other smoothie on the market. Speaking of which, there's a pallet of Mountain Valley behind me, and we got a pallet of Fuji, guys. No one else is crazy enough. I probably spend like $25,000 a year on glass bottle mineral water, just in the products and making soups and making stocks, rinsing out supplement bottles. I'm a lunatic.
Yeah, it's because you're stupid.
Guys, it is absolutely insane. I'm making this clay shampoo with Mountain Valley mineral water. No one else is crazy enough to do this and have as high of a quality of a product. No one is doing it. I have not seen anyone doing it. And if they did, they'd probably charge you double the price I'm charging. So keep forgetting to show you guys the Wi-Fi shielding stuff, but we do have all of the shorts and sweats in stock. I will be getting the King and Queen canopies back, so hopefully you guys buy them. You guys can see this on the website, wifishielding.com. Just shorts. We got the long sleeve stuff for full body protection. I always wear it all day, every day, guys. So we got our Wi-Fi shielding sweatshirt on with the joggers on the bottom, and I also wear 2 t-shirts for like double protection.
How is he not, like, sweating his ass off in the summer? He has a sweater, another, like, layer, and then 2 fucking t-shirts. Like, this dude is just out of his fucking mind.
And this hat is the Wi-Fi shielding hat with the silver lining inside. So something I've needed to do to always feel good and always feel sharp. So let's go in the freezer and show you guys a few new things.
Dodo, donate $2.
This Shrek scene is iconic, but was almost impossible to make. The animator struggled for years before changing one tiny detail that allowed them to finish the scene. When the first Shrek came out, CGI animation was still super new. The technology was very unreliable. One wrong click of the mouse, and this would turn into this, or this. But that didn't stop DreamWorks. They were determined to push things to the limits. Liquids were hard to do, but they did scenes like this. Clothes were hard to do, but they had characters dressed like this. The one thing they struggled with was hair. Hair was really hard. But Fiona's hair was impossible. They spent a year trying to perfect her long, flowy hair, but it was just too complicated. So they got a new idea. Change the hair. They gave Fiona her iconic ponytail. This Shrek scene...
That's interesting.
As soon as this astronaut spun a T-handle on the space station, it started flipping its orientation every few seconds. Actually, this phenomenon is known as the Cherenkov effect, or tennis racket theorem. Although it's more noticeable in microgravity, it can also be observed on Earth. If you spin a tennis racket around its handle or head, it spins smoothly. However, if you try to spin it around its center, it flips abruptly in midair. This happens because rotation around the second principal axis is unstable, causing the object to flip repeatedly as it tries to find a more stable way to spin. As soon as this astronaut...
That's interesting. Didn't know that.
I'm Joe Biden's husband. Eat some chocolate chip.
Back to the crib. How we live.
Got hairy legs. I was gonna put him in.
My little sister Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Biden, blast.
Okay, then. Thank you for that, Dodo. Appreciate it.
Life is so unfair lol 90% work 9 to 5 jobs, while someone as boring, uninspired, and fraudulent as Frank gets rich just farting out of his mouth online.
Well, Mola, I've talked about this before, but, grieving over the fact that life is unfair does not make your life any better. So you need to come to terms with the reality and just find acceptance. And, again, that sort of knowledge is power. Knowing that life is unfair, knowing that you are getting cheated, why not, again, bend the rules in your favor? Don't take things so seriously. Don't give a fuck if you fuck up at work. Don't feel bad if you try to cheat things and maybe sell drugs or do sex work. Break the law a little bit. It's all a fucking stupid, dumb joke. As long as you're not going out of your way to hurt people, who cares? All right? Just find a way to gain the system in your favor and don't get mad about it because you're just going to, again, orchestrate your own suffering. Everything is meaningless, and it does not matter if life is unfair. Just treat it as a big dumb joke, and things will go a lot smoother. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
Why is Bouticum angry? Frank is fun to watch.
Not really. He's not that fun to watch. But, I don't know. Some people just get triggered. Thanks for that donation, James. Plot twist, donated $2. Is James a former jerkmate, pay pig that frequented Frank because, back when he was a gay prostitute? I don't think so. Thanks for that donation, though, plot twist.
So we got a fresh shipment of chicken in this week. Everything is available. Chicken breast, whole chicken, thighs, drumsticks. What's new is because we weren't able to sell the wings as quickly, I decided to do an organic buffalo sauce on some of these wings. So we marinated these for 2 days, sealed them up, put them in the freezer for you guys. This is just the organic buffalo sauce from Whole Foods, so I figured some of you guys would just like.
Bootycam donated $2. Will we come back to the funny video with David Wood and Crazy Muhammad Ajab Frank? Yeah, we will. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
You know, we don't charge more. For profit, we just charge what I spent on the buffalo sauce. So I think they're like $1 more per pound, and you have something delicious. It's just all like high quality organic ingredients. We use a lot of grass-fed butter in this, so try it out. Let me know how you guys like it. We might start doing stuff like that for I might do a garlic lemon chicken breast. Let me know if you guys are interested in that type of stuff, because for me it's a lot of work, and if people aren't going to buy it or pay more for it, I don't really want to do it. We did finally restock the Wagyu New York strip steaks, and for $42 a pound, I think we have the cheapest Wagyu steaks online. We restocked the Wagyu ribeye as well.
Those are not real Wagyu steaks. That's just a scam.
But the strips were sold out for a while.
Dodo Donatillers, how is this not evidence of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Here's Neil deGrasse Tyson having a meltdown that anyone dared to share opinions on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Sir Arthur Eddington, an astrophysicist, provided the first experimental evidence for Einstein's general theory of relativity, which, by the way, was published in a peer-reviewed journal. Crazy idea. The platform to be accepted for the ideas is not social.
James the first I'm angry because the videos are not funny and are fucking boring. That's fucking why, honestly. And you asking VG content stupid questions like, is he wearing a hat? Like the fuck you think you just saw it? Fuck me.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Booty Chem. Appreciate it.
Social media. It is not Joe Rogan. It is not my podcast. It is research journals where attention can be given on a level that at the end of the day offers no higher respect for your energy and intellect than by declaring that what's in it is either right or wrong or worthy of publication or not.
I have no idea if what Howard said was true, but I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't believe gender's real. Make sure you leave a like on this.
Okay then. Well, the quartering is still stupid. Get her out.
Yeah, you can get her out. Get her out. You know, she looks just like Hillary Clinton, actually. Is that Hillary? Hillary, is that you?
Watch my knife and let me just go bang. Watch my knife and let me just go bang.
Barry Sigma, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We have a decent amount of bone-in porterhouse, but we kind of ran out of ribeye. We have a new grass-fed burger that's a little more affordable if you guys want to try this out. Plenty of filet mignon tenderloin on sale. That's probably the best deal we have right now. Is the price on these tenderloin steaks is like half of what everyone else sells them for online. Over here we got a few new things. This is just our best burger blend restocked. For ground beef, we have a deal on some store brands. So these are really nice and affordable on the website, like around $8 a pound. If I can get it out. We have 85. Oh no. This is 93.7 organic, and here we have, that's some more 93.7, but this we have 85.15 organic as well. So, some affordable ground beef if you guys want it. This is just some beef heart we restocked, and I think this is some organ grind. Organ grind now, guys, it's a much higher fat. So if you guys have been wanting more fat content in your organ grind, we have that now. So let's get into the quality control issues. The first was our collagen broth. You know, I spoke with the Amish farmer, and it was under my assumption that he was cooking it for 30 hours. He wasn't. He was doing it on a higher heat for 10 hours. I don't know why, if he just didn't want to do it, if he didn't have time, if he was being lazy. I fixed it. We made this ourselves, 30-hour collagen broth. It's a higher price on the website compared to the other one. So this is $12, and the one that hasn't been cooked as long is $8. It's just a little more gelatinous and has a milder flavor. They're still both excellent quality products, and that old collagen broth that he made, not old, but he cooked at higher temperature, it's still very high quality and has a lot of collagen. It's just not up to the standard that I like. The other issue that we have with quality control, also Amish related, is the ice cream. The vanilla ice cream, to me, is okay. The cookie dough is a little hard. I don't know why, so I reduced the price on it, although we don't really have much left. The maple pecan ice cream is not sweet enough. I reduced the price. You probably just want to add a little more maple syrup to it, and then it'll be good. The strawberry ice cream is good. I liked it. The honey ice cream was a little hard, so I don't know if you didn't put enough cream in that, so I reduced the price on it. The kefir ice cream is the only one I haven't tried yet, and then the chocolate ice cream was okay. So vanilla.
Handling raw chicken can spread disease. Calm down, Booticum.
Yeah, we can only hope that Frank dies of salmonella. Thanks for the donation, James. So basically, Frank is saying, I'm selling crap, so buy it for cheaper.
Vanilla and chocolate are okay. Strawberry is good. The other three I reduced the price on for you guys if you want to add more cream or more syrup to them. And we also had an issue with the local ground beef. So he was having a new guy seal these up, and unfortunately, there was some air in the packages. Most of them are okay. They're like this, but the meat is so fresh, it doesn't matter. But, you know, some of them look like this, you know, which I don't really like, which to me is not acceptable. I mean, we're selling this stuff for $8 a pound, so it's really cheap and affordable.
Dodo $92, how true is this? Let me see.
Yes, I'm drinking whiskey. Baby, I am gone tonight.
Wait, what is this? SpongeBob is very tolerant and accepting of everyone, likes democratic socialism. Patrick Starr, independent. He sometimes has random intelligent bursts throughout the show. Typically, people with passionate political views view moderates as stupid. Squidward, Democrat, minimum wage worker who hates his job, works for a capitalist.
I won't do what you say, so no, kindly fuck off, James Wade. Kiss kiss, bye bye.
Okay, thank you, Bootycum. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, I guess Patrick would fall as an independent. Mr. Krabs, narco-capitalist Republican. Yeah, kind of makes sense. I don't know if I'd call him an anarcho-capitalist. Plankton, capitalist, totalitarian. Yeah, that makes sense. Sandy, Democrat. Yep. Karen, Democrat. Squilliam, Republican. Yeah, that makes sense. Bubble Bass, Republican, he'd vote for Trump. Yeah, he looks like a Trump voter. I don't know why you keep sending me those videos, Dodo.
President Obama was constantly chewing gum. And then on top of that, he took it out of his mouth, put it back. You can't do it. It's disgusting. Plug. I'll find the things they say just can't. I did not have plug.
Okay, that was very annoying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I would be fucking astonished if Frank was turning a profit from his business. I would bet my left nut that Frank is drowning in oceans of debt. P.S. You dodged a bullet not debating lil bed rot. She would have used the video to make vegans look bad.
She wouldn't have been able to make me look bad. She'd just look like an idiot. And again, that's why she hasn't messaged me. So, let me check again. Requests. Yeah, still have not gotten a message back from her. Big surprise. Yeah, dude, she won't debate me because she knows she's an idiot and a completely incompetent debater. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Booty cam, ah.
Right, well, thank you for that, James. Appreciate it. Oh, Apostate Campus, here's to nearly 2 years. Thanks, Apostate Campus, for the support. Bootycam donated $2. This my block, James Wade, pull up.
These niggas claim 300, but we BDK. BDK. We crack a trade. Feet on the block, damn that every day. Fuck trying to wife a bitch, they out here stretching.
That 13-year-old boy can't rap. Thanks, though, Bootycam.
VG, you should make one of your dono goals once or twice a week to be used for putting that money you earn in that stream towards paid promotion of your channel. It would be a really good idea.
I don't think so. I've not seen any evidence that paid promotion of a YouTube channel does anything. And I wouldn't make anywhere near enough money for it to have any real impact. Like, Mike Chang was advertising six-pack shortcuts. He probably put in, like, what I would imagine to be close to, like, probably at least 100 grand into advertising because everybody was getting YouTube ads for Mike Chang. So there's no way I'm getting donations that are so high that I'd be able to put in any meaningful amount of money into advertising. And on top of that, like, if I'm making that kind of money, why the fuck would I put it into advertising? I'd just save that money and build my wealth. It's stupid.
James Wade, bitch, suck my dick.
Okay, thank you for that, Bootycum. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
But like this in the fridge, it looks fine. When we were selling this as the fresh ground beef, it looks fine. But when you put it in the freezer and there's water crystals in it, you know, I mean, you're not going to get higher quality ground beef for this price, and it's still good. It's just, you know, from an opinion.
Bootycum has a sense of humor.
A lot of people in my YouTube chat have a good sense of humor. Thanks for that donation, James. Dodo donated $2. MAGA laying the groundwork for dictatorship. Let me see.
President Biden is billing his re-election campaign as a fight to preserve democracy. Tonight, how that notion is going down with Trump supporters, as well as one noted author who's made describing how democracies fail her specialty. More from CNN's Donny O'Sullivan.
What happens if Trump loses?
I don't see him losing.
I don't think he lost the last election, to be honest.
Do you think he's going to win?
Yes.
Without a doubt.
No doubt.
What if he doesn't this time? What happens to the country?
We're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
We're done. Biden talks about democracy, you know, saving democracy. They're the ones that are killing democracy.
Obviously, there's a lot of criticisms of Trump that he is bad for democracy, that he's bad for American democracy.
Okay, we are a republic.
We're a republic.
We are
We're
not a
representative
democracy.
republic. We're not a democracy.
We are a democracy. We're a democratic republic, while the United States is.
One thing we've been hearing at Trump rallies like this over the past few months is that America isn't really a democracy.
America's not a democracy, it's a republic.
It's not a democracy.
Like, what the fuck do they mean by that? You vote for elected officials, you idiot.
Okay, democracy is actually not as good as you think it is.
But for centuries, America has celebrated its democracy.
Democracy is worth dying for. Democracy remains the definition of political legitimacy.
But some Republicans and pro-Trump media are pushing the idea that America is not a democracy.
The United States of America is not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic.
The United States of America is not a democracy. You don't want to be in a democracy.
We are not a democracy. We are a republic.
Is America...
Sounds like they're priming people to believe that if they get their, like, right to vote taken away, it doesn't matter because the U.S. was never a democracy to begin with. That's what it sounds like.
James the First ain't new. I've been donating to VG for like 3 years or something.
All right, well, thanks for sharing that information and appreciate the donation, Bootycum. Oh, hey, Faye. What you doing? What you doing, dog? Just checking up on me? Hello. Jump up. Jump up and say hi to everybody. Oh, you just want rubs? That's a good dog. Yeah, that's a good dog. You know I love you. Yeah, that's a good doggy. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. She won't jump up. Come on, jump up. Jump up. Oh, no. There she goes. That's a good dog. Yeah, I love you. You're a good dog. Yeah, I love you. You're a good doggy.
America a democracy?
America is a democracy. It was founded as a democracy.
I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories. I hear a lot of things out on the road. But to hear Americans, people who would describe themselves as patriots, say that America is not a democracy, that stopped me in my tracks.
You are hearing people say America is not a democracy because there are people around Trump who want them to be saying that, who've been planting that narrative.
Is America a democracy?
Yes. No, I don't. I think
well, not
we're
right
a
now,
republic.
but we're a republic.
What's the difference?
I feel like democracy. Let me think this through. That it's government control. I don't see freedom in democracy. I see freedom in the republic.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Honestly, the word democracy and the word republic have often been used interchangeably. There isn't a meaningful difference between them.
So much of the warnings and criticism about Trump is that he is a threat to democracy, that he is anti-democratic.
Absolutely. If they can convince people that we don't have a democracy, then it's okay that Trump is attacking democracy because it doesn't really matter.
So why has democracy become a bad word?
Because it's being used in a way to change the flavor of our country.
Yeah, I watched Fiona and Cake. It was really fucking good. Apparently they're making a Adventure Time movie. I'm excited for that. Yeah, Fiona and Cake was fucking crazy. That was such a good story.
Country, which is a republic.
These words were used in different ways in the 18th century, and it's true the founders didn't want direct democracy, by which they meant people gathering on the town square. They wanted representative democracy. But I think the reason why this...
Oh, hey, Paul's streaming again.
You know, there was I had this idea, and then I saw the movie Devil. And Devil is a movie that takes place largely in an elevator, and it's about a devil. Somebody in the elevator is the devil, and they're killing people one by one, and the elevator's stuck. You know, that's not my movie. The people in the elevator are not the enemy. Now, they might end up being each other's enemies, but they're all there at the behest of something they will never understand. It's closer to Cube than it is to Devil.
I'm going to rage bait his chat by talking about how my cats are vegan.
To be frank, I actually kind of liked Devil. I thought it was a fun movie. I thought, like, you know, whatever, I kind of called the twist. But it was still a good twist, you know, whatever. It was good. I don't know. There were parts of it that were kind of lame. You know what I hated about Devil? The fucking, like, Hispanic guard guy that is like, I'm the religious one. Dios mío. No, sir, it cannot be a serial killer. It is Diablo. You know what I mean? It's just like, come on, bro. He's a little cheeseball. I have 2 healthy cats that I feed a Vegna diet. Bro, is it safe to feed your fucking cats Vegna? Welcome to the first fucking check mark that I've hidden. Geegan Veins. Have a good day. Dude, he feeds his cats Vegna. Bro, if you're gonna fucking drop in and try and like unbutter your butt from last night, dude, you gotta fucking proofread that shit, homeboy. You don't just drive by me.
I have a shitty keyboard and sometimes the inputs are delayed.
I'm glad you don't have Palestinians as pets, because you'd be a monster. I'm glad you're not taking care of Palestinian children instead of cats, because you'd be a fucking nightmare. Thanks for stopping by, though, idiot.
I think he banned me.
And thanks for the clips, too. That's going to be a fun one to clip up. Vegna with a side of Covfefe, bro. Dude, you let me twist you up like a pretzel, homeboy. You gave me a full accounting of your vegan ethic and then let me fucking hang you with it in the second part of our conversation. To the point where I got fucking tired of your sophistry. You feed your cat Pregna? Dude, I don't know. I think my sister might be Pregna again. Nobody's told me. But I think she might be Pregna. And I think she's talking about maybe getting on a...
Dude, he literally didn't make an argument in that debate and just fucked off and ran away.
Oof. Dude, what a fucking faceplant. Dude, you drop by with the smug, like, I'm still watching. And you fucking have a fucking nasty-ass fucking typo in it. It's like, what a stumble. What, dude, you fumbled on the goal line. Again.
You know, the best part of a Vegna diet is the ligma beans.
Oh, yeah, the ligma beans. Yeah, I do like ligma beans. I like all beans. I like Kidway beans. I like ligma beans. You know what I mean? I like them all, right? I like pinto beans, too. Pine 2 beans are really fucking good. So.
Well, Paul banned me. What a fucking overly sensitive fucking pussy.
Conversation about language has risen now is because there is a part of the Republican Party that would like to rule as a minority. and they need an excuse for why that's okay. And so they have begun to say, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And it's not 100% clear what that means, but I think they mean we want Donald Trump to be able to do whatever he wants.
Some people I've been speaking to at Trump events recently have been saying America is not a democracy, it's a republic.
We've always been in a democracy, first of all. I mean, we used to have freedom of speech, freedom of religion. We used to have that too. Now they're picking on the Christians and the Jewish people. I mean, how much more can we take?
Are you concerned if Trump loses?
These people are deranged.
That there'll be another January 6th?
No, I think there will be a civil war. That's what I think will happen.
I mean, this whole democracy republic thing is fascinating. This is the first I've heard of that kind of new thing that they're now pushing. And it looks like folks on Fox are pushing it. Is there a reason the people you spoke with think the country isn't a democracy now? I mean,
yeah, look, I mean, Anderson, some of those folks no doubt genuinely believe that and might have believed it for a long time. This isn't necessarily a new.
Yeah, these people are just out of their minds.
Appearance perspective, it's just not as presentable. We also got a decent amount of prime ribeyes in stock. More marbling. Yeah, so I talked to the butcher and he was fairly receptive. That issue is going to be resolved 100% moving forward. We're going to get him a new vacuum machine and we're not going to have any more issues with the ground beef. So we're going to fix that, not have a stroke. I'm going to be doing the collagen broth myself now, so same consistent quality that we've been selling for a while. And on the ice cream, I don't know. I'm going to talk to them about the ice cream. A lot of times, like, they're not receptive. Like, they get a little upset when I explain to them, look, you didn't make this properly. But I'm like 100% sure he didn't follow the recipe, because if he put the ratios of cream to sugar to egg yolks that I wrote down on that recipe, it would not taste like that. It would have a much better texture. It would have the correct sweetness. So I don't really know what happened. If they could have been just not paying attention, and maybe they didn't measure it properly. Maybe the cream wasn't thick enough. But even then, why is it not sweet enough? I don't really know. Maybe the maple syrup was. I don't know what went wrong with some of those ice cream flavors. But I'm just tired of having to repeat myself. And when you do certain things and mistakes keep happening, you just can't move forward. You keep going back, because if you think you have a product that's good and people like it, and then that's not the truth because other people you're relying on are dropping the ball, then you're going to lose customers, you're going to lose money. I get the short end of the stick now because I got to sell the ice cream at a discounted price, and people probably aren't going to buy it again. Same thing with the ground beef. People might not buy it again. So I'm a little upset at that. I'm just trying to stick it out and explain this to you guys, and thankfully you guys continue to support me, and I'm trying my best. So we'll try to sort that out over the next few weeks and hopefully not have any issues moving forward. Speaking of which, we did send him some about 400 pounds of pastrami and beef bacon. Yeah, so we're going to have the pastrami and beef bacon back next week. Well, the beef bacon we've had in stock, but the pastrami will be back in stock next week. We'll see how much comes back, what the yield loss is. And then I think I'm also going to make some plain brisket. So like the pastrami has the spice blend. I'm just going to do like a plain salt and pepper smoked brisket that some of you guys might like, which is probably just a little leaner than the bacon, because the bacon and the brisket are technically the same spice rub, but the meat's different flavor. So maybe some of you guys will like that more. But yeah, not too happy with the ground beef. I guess wasn't that bad. The collagen broth upset me a little bit. I was paying this guy a lot of money for that broth every week, and I tried it a few times and it was okay. But the past few times I tried it, and I guess people haven't been buying it as much. Now I know why. He's dropping the ball on that. I was a little upset when I tasted and looked at that, and the ice cream too, because this kid's been bothering me to make more ice cream every week, and then I go to taste every single one of them this morning, and I'm not happy with him. So yeah, I'm losing my mind, guys, because when I gave him that recipe the first time and I tried all the ice cream, it was good. It was delicious. We sat down. We even did a YouTube video on it. I think the camera's fucking up a little bit or something. We literally had a YouTube video. We sat down. I tried all the ice creams, and I told you guys how delicious they were. And then he goes to make another batch, and he doesn't follow the recipe, and it's, I gotta go through all my inventory every week and taste everything and make sure everything's the same. Like, it's not acceptable. So, let's read some reviews, I guess. See what else. Yeah, the potato chips should be back in stock this week. That's big. I'm excited for when we can do these new collagen bar products. I don't know when that's going to be because I don't know when I'm getting the collagen, but all the flavors I came up with and the recipes and stuff, they're really, really delicious. I'm super excited to be launching that new collagen bar line. So maybe in the next few weeks we'll have that. We spoke about most of the other stuff I have to touch on. So I guess we can go over the some reviews. I won't talk about the HVAC stuff this week. I'm going to try to resolve it and try to get some money back before I start complaining and making videos and talking about it. But not only because some of you guys know, like I mentioned, like gas was stolen out of that refrigerator rack machine, which is like $15,000 worth of R22 gas. But I can't prove the guy stole it. But the same guy that might have stole it, I was looking at the invoice he charged me for from the bank loan, and he overcharged. I gave that invoice to the new HVAC guy that's trustworthy and honest, and the guy overcharged me like $10,000 in material. Like he literally just marked up the material like 3 times what it cost him, which doesn't make any sense. So hypothetically, $25,000 issue. So I'm going to talk to the bank and try to get this resolved. If not, I guess we're going to have to just start making videos because it's a disgusting amount of money and it's not acceptable. I'm not going to get into it this week, but not only did that guy take all that money and charge me so much, he didn't even fix it. He didn't even fix and do the proper work, which is the icing on the cake.
Why wouldn't he just sue this guy in civil court? Like, that would be easy to prove. That makes me think Frank is just completely full of shit.
Unbelievable. So we got a 5-star review for the best bar. Roasted in the oven. So you end up eating more bars. They want you to eat 3 or 4 of their crappy protein bars. Make sure to really slice the meat against the grain. Ever have I used bug spray to do the chemicals? Browning on it. Yeah, but that's everything, guys. I'm trying my best. We got a few new things on the table this week, so keep pushing forward. Have a few more new things to show you guys next week, and maybe we'll do another giveaway. Maybe something funny for Pride Month. But I will mention it. You know, you guys know I'm dealing with a lot of negative stuff, and I'm trying to stay positive and work through it. But it's getting to the point where like I've worked every day of my life for the past 8 years. I'm still killing myself. I'm still like kind of scraping by. I deal with a lot of harassment and a lot of negative stuff, and you guys will.
He's scraping by. He spent over $30,000 at this point on cosmetic surgery. He's talking about spending $2,000 or $3,000 to build a deck at his home. Like, he doesn't seem like he's just scraping by if he can afford these, you know, pretty extravagant costs.
We'll see on every single YouTube video, there's someone commenting or harassing, people leaving negative reviews on my business. These people really want to try to harass me as much as possible, steal money from me. I'm still dealing with chargebacks. It's just a lot of negative things. And all I'm really trying to do is provide you guys with high quality products at affordable prices. And the whole premise is, and the problem is, like, and this might not be the best way to word it, but I'm going out of my way. I'm being selfless. I'm sacrificing my personal life basically entirely to, you know, I guess you could say, for the greater good. And these people, whether it's the HVAC guy, when this HVAC guy pulls that bullshit, steals $25,000 from me, holds me hostage with my equipment, doesn't even fix it, the guy's basically trying to put me out of business. So the fact that I'm not making a video about him or trying to put him out of it, he deserves to be put out of business for what he's trying to do to me. Keep that in mind. Eye for an eye. He does that to me, I should be able to do the same thing to him. But I'm not, because I'm a reasonable and honest person. I mean, I guess I could say I'm too nice, because if I was reasonable and honest, I'd be doing the same thing to him. But the fact that I'm trying to do this, you know, because I'm not charging enough for this stuff. I don't have anything I look forward to. You know, I'm not spending money on nice stuff. I'm not enjoying my life. I'm not going on vacations. I'm not doing other things these other people are doing.
He literally just went on vacation a few months ago when he got his cosmetic surgery. Dodo donated $2. Believe it or not, I held world record in this game for a time. Let me see.
Howdy VG. Please sing this with your angel voice. After the song, can you rate Big Wet?
I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Drac. You know, for some reason, Dodo, I actually would believe you would hold a world record in a game like this. That's not particularly surprising to me. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did Frank do a proper inspection before he leased that store?
No, he definitely did not. Thanks for the donation, James. Eat my ass, Big Wet. You know, my boy's no good, and he just won't do, but he just got paid, and he eats ass too. You know, my boy's no good, and he just won't do, but he just got paid, and he eats ass too. Rose petals, candles too. Boy, I'm showing my ass to you, so perky and clean, you know what I mean. Boy, I'm open so wide, put your tongue inside. Be gentle, be rough, I don't give a fuck. All the boys say I got a fat ass. They try to pick me up, and they try to make a pass. So hard, you tell every boy on the street. If you wanna fuck, then boy you gotta eat. My ass is all you need all the time. When I take you home, you're eating ass all night. So what, tell me boy what you wanna do next. I'll suck your dick, then we gonna have sex. You know my boy's no good, and he just won't do. But he just got paid, and he eats ass too. You know my boy's no good, and he just won't do. But he just got paid, and he eats ass too. I'm trouble, hear me out. I'm a real bad bitch with a dirty mouth. Shit, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, bitch. Ass eater, bottom feeder, double D's, big tipper. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Rubbing on my feet and sucking on my toes. You know what you doing, and boy, it shows. Karma Sutra, damn bitch. Boy, hallelujah. I've got a big ass and I'm gonna give it to ya. I give it to you once, and I give it to you twice. You want it again, cause it feels so nice. Feels so nice, and it feels so good. Eat that ass, just like you should. You know my boy's no good, and he just won't do. But he just got paid, and he eats ass too. You know my boy's no good, and he just won't do. But he just got paid, and he eats ass too. I am very much into eating ass, but I don't think this chick Big Wet is particularly attractive. Thanks for the donation though, Drac. Can you play Alan Wake 2 DLC tonight? Also, it is 2 DLCs or 1. It's the Night Springs DLC. So I'm assuming they're going to come out with more DLC stories. Apparently, the Night Springs DLC involves other characters aside from Alan Wake that were part of the Night Springs TV show. But, yeah, we can probably play it tonight. I'll see how I feel. I might end up getting, like, really tired in a few hours, but if I'm not tired, we can play it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Weirdest song I ever heard was that, Period song. Yeah, Period,
Brit Barbie. Period I, period 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 period I, period
Apparently, she was scamming people by claiming she was disabled or something. But, yeah, that's a weird song.
I hypothetically, I don't have an internal motivation to be running this business or be doing this. If I'm doing this to help people and to make people happy and healthy, like, I feel like if I have to deal with...
Yeah, you don't have an internal motivation. That's why you constantly complain about money. All right, I'm sure there's no motivation.
Any negative things along the way, if you would assume, oh, all these other influencers should be supporting Frank Tufano. No one else has ever mentioned Frankie Syrian to me. I'll tell you that for sure. These influencers hate my guts because they want you.
So again, Sean Baker actually tried to support his business by ordering from him, and he received just a fucked up, disgusting package, and he never ordered from you again.
You go to Costco, and they're all in it for themselves. But the thing is, all these people love pretending to be like me, and they create the illusion.
Like, by the way, Frank has burned every fucking bridge with, like, everybody in the carnivore community. For no reason, he was accusing Paul Saladino of being a child rapist. And then he's wondering why people like Paul won't do collabs with him or support his business. Like, maybe it's because you called him a child rapist?
That they're trying to help you, yet they're charging 2 to 3 times as much for the products. Half the time it's snake oil, and they're just a bunch of dirtbags and scumbags. And then they do charity work, and their charity work is like, oh, enter $5 for a chance to win a $10,000, and they probably pocket good. I don't want to get too much into it, but point is, guys, support me. Hopefully we stick it out a little longer and I don't completely lose my mind. That's that. But yeah, I guess to put it simply, world is not run by the nice people. World is not run by nice people, so it's whatever. What's really amazing to me and surprises me is I don't really think I'm like a super creative person, and I don't think I'm the smartest guy, but the products I have and the things I do, and like the formulations I come up with on organ supplements and all these different creative stuff, like the fact that it doesn't even exist and it's not on the market is just shocking to me. It really shows a lack of people in the health and nutrition space that actually want to provide people with good stuff. But I'll stop yapping for today. and go eat my lunch at dinner time. Well, hypothetically now, we have a trustworthy HVAC guy. So moving forward from this point on, no issues. Yeah, after getting jerked around for how many dozens of thousands of dollars, I finally found one honest contractor. And now at this point in my business experience, I know what electrical work should cost. I know.
Yeah, Frank's a massive anti-Semite. He might actually just be talking about Jews.
What HVAC work should cost. I know when I'm getting jerked around. So unfortunately, most of these general contractors and most of these guys are gonna try to take you for a really big ride. And the problem is, if you pay 3 times the price for something, it really damages your business, and you just can't function. It's not fair. It's not fair. They're already making out like bandits if they charge a fair price. But you guys can go to frank-tufano.com where you'll see.
Bro, by the way, like, what kind of idiot would get an HVAC technician in, see a bill for like 10 grand and be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll pay that, and not like dispute the cost? That doesn't really make any sense to me.
All of my interesting, unique, and creative.
Like, normally you get an HVAC technician to come out, have them diagnose the problem, and then they'll give you an estimate before they actually do any work. Dodo donated $2. Trump is set to announce his VP pick next month at the GOP National Convention a few days after his sentencing. Think it's going to be J.D. Vance. Who do you think it will be? Also, don't forget Biden and Trump debate is in 10 days. Yeah, the Biden-Trump debate's going to be pretty fucking hilarious and memey, probably. I'm sure Joe Biden will have a lot of dirt on Trump about him being a convicted felon now. I don't know who his VP pick is going to be. I've heard some other people say J.D. Vance. I'm really not sure, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Business ideas. Frankie's Strange Meat, Frankie's Strange Foods.
Frank is lucky that no one has sued him. I would say you are a bad person since you kill animals.
Frank has been sued, actually. Paul Saladino was suing Frank for defamation for calling him a child rapist. I don't know what the outcome of that trial was. I don't know if it's still ongoing. And Frank's former business partner also sued him. And Frank lost by default judgment, which is pretty hilarious. I think he had to pay that guy like over $50,000, something like that. He had to pay a big chunk of change. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Organ supplements, Wi-Fi shielding, Frankie's Naturals. Yeah, I mean, you'll see these other people that have businesses.
Holy shit, ha ha ha, this doctor accuses RFK of being directly responsible for a fatal measles outbreak in Samoa. This retard bringing tragedy to a small island nation.
Yeah, I've heard of this story before. I know.
And to help put some of Mr. Kennedy's comments into context, we're joined by Dr. Paul Offit, who is a member of an FDA advisory committee on vaccines. He's also director of the Vaccine Education Center at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
So RFK Jr. is widely known as an anti-vaccine activist. He has a much larger platform now as he runs for president. He says that many of his views are misunderstood, they're taken out of context. Help us understand what he's been promoting and what the science tells us about it.
Well, he's been promoting false information about vaccines. He's been promoting the notion that vaccines cause autism, which is clearly not true, or cause a variety of other chronic diseases like diabetes or multiple sclerosis or attention deficit disorder, and that's all not true. So what he does is, by putting misinformation out there, he causes people to make bad decisions that put themselves and their family at risk.
You also point to one episode where he spoke out against the measles vaccine. What was the impact of that?
In Samoa, there were 2 children that died immediately following receipt of a measles vaccine. And the way it works in Samoa is they have a MMR vaccine in powdered form. It needs to be diluted in water. 2 nurses made a mistake. Instead of diluting it in water, they diluted it in a muscle relaxant. Those children stopped breathing and died immediately. Now, very quickly, within 2 weeks, it was realized what that mistake was. It was a nursing error. But nonetheless, RFK Jr. seized on that. He flooded Facebook with the information that measles vaccine is killing children in Samoa. He went to Samoa. He met with anti-vaccine activists. He met with senior officials in Samoa and kept the drumbeat alive that measles vaccine was killing children in Samoa. As a consequence, vaccination rates fell from 70% to 30%. And between September and December of 2019, there was a massive measles epidemic. In this island nation of 200,000 people, there were 57,000 cases of measles and 83 deaths. Most of those deaths were in children less than 4 years of age. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had everything to do with that. And
Yep. RFK is a massive, massive retard. By the way, this is the weirdest dog I have ever fucking seen in my life, dude. It's like a spider dog. The fuck kind of dog is that? The dog has to be overweight, too. Like, it just has such a thick... It's so thick, but its legs are so skinny. The fuck is that shit? Look at that dog. What the fuck? I've never seen anything like that. Thanks for the donation, retard. Kid Boo donated $2. Whammon.
Man talking about how, you know, he only goes 50-50 with a woman and he don't want to pay for nails and it's too expensive, and in this economy, how could I and why should I? I'm thankful when they have girlfriends, because that just means you are not on my radar for dating.
You don't hear this conversation from men who have their shit together. You hear this conversation from men with the dangly earrings, wearing Chelsea boots and
I like
fedoras.
the dangly earrings.
Not me, baby. Is a epitome of a sassy man.
When I hear a man talking about,
I don't even know how they have these, like, I guess so many dudes are pussy-hungry losers. These aren't even the types of girls that you'd even be incentivized to give money. They're not particularly attractive, they're fucking catty, stupid, selfish, greedy. The only reason these women think like this is because they're fucking loser beta male simp dudes who are willing to give them money just so that they can get a crumb of pussy. It's so fucking retarded. Like this whole thing, like, oh, you're not a real man if you don't pay. Like, bitch, you're a fucking adult, get a job, pay for your own shit. I don't fucking need you. Like, guess what? Porn exists. Why in the fuck would I give a shit about giving you money and getting some fucking sex when I can just pleasure myself for free? There are plenty of fucking women out there who want some high quality D that I don't need to pay, you know, to get fucking laid. They can pay for their own fucking dates. They can fucking pay for their own hair and nails, and they'll come over to me for some good high quality fucking D. So, like, it's just... I don't get it. Why are fucking dudes that fucking desperate that they'll surround themselves with these fucking idiot, not very attractive, catty, greedy women just so that they can get a crumb of pussy? And as if the sex is even going to be so good that it's like that much better than fucking porn. This chick isn't gonna, like, fucking suck your dick the way you want your dick. Like, she's not gonna fucking slobber and worship your cock and, like, just lick those balls and stroke you good. Like, she's just gonna be like, I don't really like blowjobs. Is that enough? Are we done now? I don't want to do it anymore. And, like, this is what you're fucking paying for. It's... Yeah, whatever. If fucking idiot dudes want to deal with that shit and waste their fucking money, go ahead. But I don't know why anybody thinks they need fucking anybody. Just surround yourself with higher quality fucking people, whether it be men or women, and actually have sexual relationships that are good and healthy for you, and don't throw your money away on some fucking stupid catty bitches.
They'll have nice cars, they'll have $1 million houses, they'll have their happy family. But those are people in the club. They support each other. They take pride in taking advantage of most of the population. And the reason you don't see me happy with all that nice stuff and all those nice things and a happy person.
Animal Liberation donating $2. Are you and Jasmine in an open relationship? Not really. Jasmine's told me that she thinks she'd be okay with me having, like, another girlfriend or side chick. I've never being motivated to date anybody else, so we're not really in an open relationship. Thanks for that donation, though, Animal Liberation. Dodo donated $2. Can someone clip Richard doing that BJ out of context and upload it, please? Yeah, sure. I'm sure somebody will. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Personal life is solely because of the way these people have treated me, just like they've treated you, and how they don't want people that are not. I mean, I'm not going to get into this, but I'd be surprised if anyone else has even made it this far with the business. But whatever.
Well, Frank is still a insane, delusional narcissist.
Approximately 30 minutes later that he was found.
And he was in like a meditative position underwater, heart's beating, but there was just no brain activities. He was sure enough a goner.
Anybody taking Wim's work and going into a pool and hyperventilating, you're just playing roulette.
There is no amount of money that can truly compensate for the death of a child, but this is a $67 million case.
There's nobody in that organization currently that understands the physiology. I don't think they have a grasp on it.
Orders. Do not talk to the press.
24 Savage donated $2. Sounds like you're not getting any from Jasmine. Bro, I can tell you haven't had sex in months, if not years. Jasmine wants nothing to do with you. She sleeps in a different room. Never talks to you. We never hear or see her in stream or on video. Yeah, that's because I'm in the basement now and she doesn't want to go on camera because people bully her, basically. But thanks for the donation, 24 Savage. You're a moron.
People could have died.
People have died. I never wanted to tell this story about Wim Hof. Instead, for years, I've told you about how his breathwork and cold exposure techniques helped hundreds of thousands of people.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are doing great tonight. So, I just love how this video calls out the white trash redneck people who think there were grey areas within the Civil War lol.
Very few things in history are black and white. A lot of it is grey, and that includes the Civil War. It was actually fighting for states' rights.
States' rights to do what?
Excuse me, sir?
States' rights to do what? What did you want to use those rights for? You usually don't mention that part. I want to hear it. I wonder what you want to do with them.
Well, the Confederacy didn't want to be oppressed by the North.
Really? What were they preventing you from doing? What did they not want you to do?
Listen, my...
Preach, VG. Porn can be positive. Look at all these pussy-hungry degenerates out here. Do you think the world could benefit from a worldwide orgy? Like from Berserk with that bonfire, but worldwide. Period R.
No, I think you'd see massive outbreaks of HIV, herpes, and HPV. But thanks for that donation, Drac.
My friend, that was...
Bootycom donated $2. When we gonna watch stupid Muhammad hijab video? Soon. Thanks for that donation, Bootycom.
More to it than slavery for why we made the Confederacy.
It's really, really interesting because the guy who made the Confederacy, the vice president, said that was because they wanted to have slavery, and all the state constitutions said they wanted to have slavery, and they seceded the moment that the president got elected that was going to abolish slavery. Boy, the Confederacy sure looks slavery adjacent, at least. No, anyways, states' rights do what?
You're ignoring our other concern.
Yeah, but among the concerns was slavery, so I don't care because you deserve it because you're evil. And slavery is evil. That's you should know this. By the way, could you answer my question, you fucking traitor? States' rights to do what?
Well, it's our heritage.
It lasted 5 years. The Annoying Orange has existed longer than the Confederacy did. The fucking Annoying Orange, dude. You're gonna celebrate a nation so fucking weak the Annoying Orange outlived it?
Well, states' rights.
Got Douglas.
Eat Dixie boy.
Yep. All the people defending the Confederacy are just fucking crazy, racist whack jobs.
Develop resilience and control their anxiety, depression, and autoimmune illnesses. This indomitable Iceman has amassed millions of devotees to his practices, myself included. In 2016, we climbed shirtless up Mount Kilimanjaro together while the temperature dipped to minus 30 degrees. I can honestly say that I love his method and think that Wim is one of the most inspiring people I've ever met. We've been good friends for a decade, primarily because he understood that I would always tell the truth no matter what. And that is why I feel so conflicted.
Utopia Stee donated $2. Back in October, why were you defending Israelis spewing hate speech against Muslims and saying they should die? I wasn't. Do you think hate speech is justified in retaliation? No. Can you go into more detail? I just want a deeper understanding. Got any summer plans? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do I have any summer plans? Not really. Thanks for the donation, dude.
About what I'm about to tell you. What you probably know about Wim Hof is a comfortable myth. It is a story that recounts all of the most amazing things about the Iceman and his methods at the same time that it masks underlying problems within his organization and Wim's own meteoric rise into the limelight. After 10 years practicing his method and writing numerous articles and books that contributed to that myth, I've come to the inescapable conclusion that it's time for me to report the full truth about how neglectful and deceptive activities at Wim Hof's organization Inner Fire, as well as what I believe is Wim's own culpability, repeatedly teaching a dangerous...
Dodo $90 based. Can you game in like an hour or something? Also, please don't be tired.
Doing good, man. How are you doing? Are you against animal abuse?
Huh?
Are you against animal abuse?
I eat animals.
You eat animals? You think that's morally problematic, or you think that's fine?
Well, since caveman days, we've been eating animals, right? That's how it is.
Well, since caveman days, we've been committing tribal warfare, slavery, stuff like that. That's bad, right?
Yeah, that's bad.
Why keep doing something if it's wrong?
Look, God put animals on this earth for a reason, right?
You believe in God?
Huh?
You believe in God?
I believe in God, yeah.
What's the evidence that God exists?
Huh?
What's the evidence that God exists?
You might not think God's real.
I don't think that's really a good line of questioning to go down, because it's changing the debate from an animal rights debate to a theological debate. I think the proper question should be, do you think religious beliefs justify violence? So if you believe animals were put on earth to be killed because God said so, if somebody believed that, say, Jews should be exterminated because they're an Islamic jihadist, do you think that justifies killing off Jews? So I think that's a better line of questioning to go down, because it keeps the topic more on animal rights.
I think God's real. Maybe God isn't a real thing, but God is made to keep people united in a good way. And am I wrong?
So can I ask you something, man? Let's say instead of animals, there were humans in this situation. Would you see yourself giving your money to a human sandwich industry?
I wouldn't.
So the question is this: what's so different morally between us and animals that justify doing that to them?
We got to talk about this in a realistic standpoint.
Realistic, and you're mentioning a magical sky wizard.
We're the last four.
Doing good, man.
Yeah, based. I don't know if we'll be playing games in an hour, Dodo, but we'll see. I had a lot of videos to react to planned, but we'll see.
I saw you were trying to get in Destiny's stream the other day. I feel like he doesn't want to talk to you now that he knows what clips you have. LOL. Watching him interact so kindly. His cat triggers me seeing how much of a liar he's been in vegan debates.
He might just be a little busy, I don't know. But yeah, the guy is a fucking complete liar. He's doing the Vosh thing where he'll lie about his own principles just to debate bro you. Which is annoying as fuck, but you know, what are you gonna do? Thanks for the donation, Hunter Toby.
This breathwork technique that has now led to the suspected deaths of at least 12 people. This story is complicated, but the most important thing to remember is that Wim Hof is best known for two techniques: hyperventilation breathwork that allows a person to hold their breath for seemingly superhuman amounts of time, and ice immersion. When practiced separately, these components add up to the remarkable benefits that have changed our scientific understanding of human biology. When they're practiced together, they can turn into a toxic brew that can make a person pass out in the water and drown. It doesn't help that Wim Hof used this hyperventilation technique to set a Guinness World Record for swimming under sea ice, even though he almost died the first time that he tried to do it. Don't just take it from me that this is dangerous. I showed a video of Wim teaching this techniques to cardiologist Rohan Francis, who immediately recognized the danger.
There is a well-recognized physiological response that hyperventilation followed by breath holding can trigger
loss of consciousness, and coupling that with immersing yourself in water, then there is a risk of blacking out and potentially drowning even in a small volume of water.
The phenomenon is called shallow water blackout, and we'll get into the physiology later, but know for now that it's intensely dangerous. Not only that, but the phenomenon is made all the more dangerous when followed by a full lung inhale, something that looks like this, which is what Wim is teaching far too often. While official Wim Hof channels include a few warnings against hyperventilating in water, Wim has never stopped teaching the practices, despite knowing that people were dying while practicing his method as far back as 2014. Since then, I've done a deep dive into the available news reports and discovered at least 11 cases where Wim Hof method practitioners have drowned. Most likely because they were following Wim's example. Lest it go without saying, do not try this at home. Here he is teaching the exact method in an online course available on his website.
Do the breathing. Go into the water. Keep on with the breathing. Keep on being focused. And you sit. You immerse. You focus. And you stay in the water.
The Wim Hof community has not been open to talking with us about this. They refer us to their website where they encourage people not to do it in water, but we still see people doing it in the water. So how come on one end they're saying we don't encourage this, but on the other end we're seeing fatalities due to what they say they're not encouraging?
A disclaimer mentioned on the website is not enough when the leader of an organization presses a different message in person. When I've asked Wim about why he continues to teach these practices, he's responded with, well, I think we need to get into that a little bit later. Because his response touches on deep problems where this entire organization is really going, and it's just as concerning as the deaths themselves. In order to understand what is happening right now, we need to go back in time to how this all started. In 2013, I traveled to Poland on a mission from Playboy magazine to debunk Wim Hof as a charlatan guru selling snake oil meditation practices that promised people false superpowers. At the time, I was making a career out of these sorts of stories and even ended up writing a book called The Enlightenment Trap about the danger of intense spiritual seeking. I thought Wim's mix of inspiration and limit pushing was the perfect recipe for a cult leader. But after a week with the inveterate Iceman, I came away with an entirely unexpected opinion. Much to my surprise, his method worked. I learned to hold my breath for 3 minutes at a stretch, I meditated in the snow as steam wafted up off of my body, and I climbed an icy mountain without a shirt. I wrote an article that ultimately helped launch his career. And soon after my article came out, Vice followed up with a documentary where they talked about how my change of heart provided the foundation for Hof's credibility.
Scott Carney is an investigative journalist. He came from America to this place to cut through the crap and the charlatan business and all that. And that was neat. And now he's, he wants to write a book and bring it to America and everything.
It's hard for me to express how much meeting Wim changed my life. As far as I was concerned, the method was nothing short of miraculous, and Wim deserved the accolades. A few months after the episode on Vice, Joe Rogan brought Wim Hof on, and soon it seemed like the whole world was singing the same song of breathwork and inner fire.
You have the longest time of holding your breath and swimming under ocean ice too, right?
Yes, ocean ice.
So this is fucking incredibly cold water where salt water freezes over, right?
I continued my journey with Hof and wrote a book called What Doesn't Kill Us that ended up on the New York Times bestseller list. I became one of Hof's chief evangelists, going on almost 300 TV shows, podcasts, news articles from this method, and we can't discount that. But there was something that needed, whose icy religious movement was wildly popular in Russia and Europe until his death in 1983. We ignored the teachings of the Stoics in ancient Greece, who philosophized that man could only get stronger by pitting themselves against the harshness of nature. And we seemingly forgot how Friedrich Nietzsche reinvigorated the Stoics' methods in his book, Thus Spake Zarathustra, when he wrote, quote, "With a wickedness I do begin every day, I mock at the winter with a cold bath." For almost 8 years, the media neglected all of that history and placed Hof on an almost impossible pedestal as the creator of cold exposure. Most of the features done on him built up the myth that Wim was a breathwork founder and expert without reporting on his ballooning ego and the deadly effects and consequences of his actions. His followers started to look at him as an infallible guru, not a flawed person who merely opened the door to a beneficial practice. I am far from the only person who has noticed this change in Wim over the last decade. A few weeks ago, I spoke with a neuroscientist Otto Music at Wayne State University who fits in with this pattern. In 2018, Music published an often cited paper about Hof's ability to willfully control his autonomic nervous system.
Wim Hof, anybody can do that. My problem with Wim Hof that they say, oh, it's magic and it's kind of unique. You don't need Wim Hof, you don't need to go to the snitch. It kind of lost its purpose. It just becomes a business. And I don't want to be associated with that.
Music went on to say that his paper doesn't only apply to the Wim Hof method, but also just about every other environmental training technique out there. To quote him again, many techniques do the same thing, but Inner Fire wants to present it like their method is somehow special. The results apply to anything that causes hormetic stress, unquote. In other words, the Wim Hof method's benefits aren't nearly as unique as Wim claims they are. When all of this started for me at his dilapidated farmhouse in the backwaters of Poland, I came with the intention of debunking a cult leader before he turned into a danger to himself and others. Now, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I got to my assignment just a little bit too early. I was dazzled by the mind-boggling effects of the method, but hadn't foreseen how the future would unfold. Now that Wim is properly famous, the alarm bells are going off. Maybe it was just destiny that things would eventually go off the rails. So here I am, at the beginning once again. As strange as it might sound, my purpose for being here today is that more than anything else, Wim is an exceptionally fascinating and inspiring person whose method needs to be taken seriously, but will also have the on their complaints. Since I want to be able to tell you the story in full and keep in touch, I would really like you to sign up for my newsletter in the description down below, besides regular time to time.
The cat Destiny has on stream is his friends or something, but he said he wants to get one to trigger you and pet him all the time on stream while Licken makes him anti-Semitic steaks.
Whatever, dude. I'm not gonna let anything get to me, so... whatever. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And since I don't know exactly how things will pan out, I've also started a new podcast called Scott Kearney Investigates that you can find on all of the normal channels. Let me tell you a story that I think perfectly encapsulates Wim's madness.
He had this accident, where he almost, his stomach was totally open. He almost died.
Perhaps you've noticed the scar on Wim Hof's abdomen. It's not a small one. You can see that his belly button protrudes outwards, and there's a triangle that seems to be gouged out in the whole area. Well, the way he got that scar tells you a lot about the man. It started back...
Drac donated $2. After Wim Hof video, can you tell us what you think of Aisha Erotica? I think you'll enjoy twerking to the song. That is not good. If somebody donates $50 to twerk for this, I'll twerk to it, but that's kind of nauseating. Thanks for the donation, Drac.
What's up, man? How you doing today? You good? What's the name of the shrooms you tripped on? I wanna do some research on it, for a friend, wink. Also, hey Dodo and James, y'all should hook up and double donate to VG to get him into a threesome. Lesbians.
The strain of mushrooms I took are called penis envy mushrooms. Supposedly, they're the most potent strain of psilocybin mushrooms. The ones that I got from the place that I got them from last, the dispensary, were a fair bit different than the ones I got from another dispensary that I ordered online. I think they're located in BC. The other penis envy mushrooms that I tried from the dispensary out in BC, those were like very they didn't give you much anxiety, and they gave you like really, really crazy giggles. Like they made you laugh like fucking crazy. And it was this really nutty, super intense like roller coaster ride of just the most insane visual and emotional. So it was just like a crazy visual and emotional roller coaster ride. The penis envy mushrooms that I got from the dispensary nearby, they trigger the fuck out of my anxiety. They're really, really anxiety inducing, and they do give you giggles for sure, but not nearly as much as the other ones. And the visual effects are far less potent, but you do get more of an ego death experience, and they're a lot more like introspective. So like, I don't know. I don't know how mushroom strains are like bread or anything, but I've gotten very different effects from what are technically the same strain of mushrooms from different dispensaries. But thanks for the donation, less is more. Appreciate it. Skyfall donated $2. Are your parents separated because your dad isn't vegan? No. Do you hate him for this? No. There's no religion on earth that says it's morally wrong to eat meat. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Hinduism, Sikhism, and Jainism do make reference to it being wrong to eat meat. Buddhism also technically says it's wrong to eat meat, but if you talk to Buddhist scholars, there's like loopholes around this where if it's like donated to you and given to you for free, it's not a problem. And some scholars argue that you can even buy meat, and because you're not the one slaughtering it, you're not morally responsible. But I think that's a ridiculously stupid interpretation. Why friends with Turkey Tom when he eats animals? Roast Tristan Lee in the worst way for his shitty genes. I don't see how not being friends with Turkey Tom is going to increase the likelihood of him being vegan or generate more well-being in the world. So this idea that vegans should eliminate all friendships of any kind, whether it be with friends or family, because they're not vegan, I don't see how that really helps spread veganism. You're just making like an isolated cult, basically, that isn't really going to have any influence outside its own bubble. But Tristan Lee is a Oompa Loompa. Thanks for the donation, Skyfall. Aaron P. donated $2. If you would like to do another debate or maybe plan one, he doesn't know that I'm sending this. He's doing the stream, but it's an open panel. Would love to see another debate. Plan one, please.
You were supposed to have a one-on-one with me, but instead you decided to let the sidetrack thing go on because it wasn't against you, it was against me. You were hoping that this was going to help you. Earlier when this was happening and I tried to give something against Supa, you didn't want to let this engagement happen. You said, no, it's got to be one-on-one. So it's showing that you like to have the favoritism on your side, but when you're engaging one-on-one, you can't keep up with it.
Okay, so let me explain to you exactly what happened, all right? You and I were having the exchange. Adam said he...
How do I get on this open panel? Is it through his Discord? Why in the fuck? Why doesn't it just open up the fucking app? Maybe if I start the app first, it'll do that? Invite invalid. Okay, it expired. I don't know. This guy isn't, particularly interesting to talk to. I'm trying to set up some debates, but you know, people too scared. Thanks for the donation though, Aaron.
What was Udos, do you know? And do you think it will safe for someone to take penis shrooms alone at home?
After the second last experience I had, I don't think it's ever safe to do mushrooms alone. you should always have somebody around to trip sit. The reason is you can get such a high amount of anxiety and be in such a delusional state when you're on mushrooms, you could kill yourself. That's actually happened a few times. There have been a few people who've shot their brains out and jumped off balconies because they were in such a high anxiety, delusional state, they just wanted to kill themselves. On top of that, if there's any sort of like emergency that happens, so say if you have to go take a shit and then you slip and fall and like hit your head or something, you're not going to be able to call an ambulance and get help. So I'd say you should always have a trip sitter. The last trip I had, I took 3.5 grams. The trip before then, I took 7 grams, but the intensity of the trip, there was no difference. So I think with the penis envy mushrooms, I get like saturation of neurotransmitters at about 3.5 grams. So if you're getting like good quality mushrooms, I'd say you probably want to cap out around 3.5 to 5 grams. I don't think you're really going to get much more out of the mushrooms if you take more. That would be my idea. By the way, I'm not advocating you take them, but I'm just saying this for, safety of use reasons. So, thanks for that donation. Less is more. Drac donated $2. It's cool. I won't make you twerk to a song you don't enjoy. Do you like this one from Big Wet? That one's okay. It's not amazing. I don't think anything will ever top Your Cum Won't Last. Your Cum Won't Last is just incredible.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape come from my bum till I die.
Yeah, but that song isn't bad. Thanks for the donation, Drac.
Back in 2008, Wim Hof had not seen his youngest son in almost 10 years, but he was starting to get some recognition for his feats in the ice and was making a little money doing so. He wanted to make amends for his 10 years of absence, so he set a time to meet his son at Beatrix Park in Amsterdam. Wim arrived a little early, and perhaps because he was nervous, he decided to calm himself by going for a swim in the park's pond while he was waiting. He paddled out to a fountain in the center, and, well, I'm just going to let Wim describe this part.
It's just a fountain, and I put it up my ass, and it cleanses all my shit in my intestines, and you shit it out like that, and it all goes, and you feel good.
Wim Hof went to a public park and put a industrial sprinkler up his ass. And people follow this guy for health advice. This dude is a fucking insane maniac.
I've done it already like 100 times.
So he positioned himself over the spout, and the pressurized water cut through his intestines like a knife.
I sat on it with my pants, but it got through my pants and through the asshole up into the intestines, and it just cut it. And I got my stomach or my intestines full of dirty water.
Knowing he was seriously injured, Wim managed to make it to the shore just as his son arrived a few minutes later. Wim's first words to his son was that he needed to go to the hospital, and fast. Now, after Wim first told me this story in 2013, I asked him if he wanted to hurt himself intentionally.
Dude, who would listen to a fucking idiot like this?
Intentionally, in order to show his son the depth of his grief.
You get a feeling you want to kill yourself. You want to end the story, but not deliberately, but unconsciously, sort of.
Yeah.
Stop this shit. Even if I have to die almost, I want to stop this. Something like that was going on.
This was a hard time in his life. His marriage to Caroline in a nearby city had broken up, and he was $30,000 in debt to the government. He had abandoned his children and hadn't seen any of them in 10 years. But think about all of this in the context of the movement that's grown up around him. He is a man who was clearly reckless with his own life and whose own subconscious desire to die actually led him to almost actually dying. Would you put your life in the hands of a man who makes decisions like this? Would you follow a general into battle about a death wish? All right, well, let me give you another example. One of the things that Wim is best known for is a now broken world record for swimming the longest distance under sea ice. But all was not as it seemed. In his first attempt to make the crossing, he abandoned the safety protocols that he had established and tried to sprint twice the distance as he had planned originally and he had warned the crew about. In the book, Becoming the Iceman, he wrote that his corneas froze in the water and he went blind. Marcel Hoff, his brother.
Please send postcards to this address asking Payne Harding to drop foie gras and replace it with a vegan option. Foie gras is the diseased livers of tortured ducks and geese.
Payne Harding. I mean, I'm not gonna bother. Like, the only thing that's going to get foie gras banned is with legislation, and I think in California it's being banned. I don't know if it's being banned in Canada yet, but I don't see the point of contacting a restaurant that has no interest in animal welfare. Thanks for the donation, though, Kilbarn Clark.
Was with Wim for the record attempt, and he remembers Wim hyperventilating before his underwater swim.
Deeply in and letting go, deeply in, all the things he did for years and he's still doing, not different. But I think maybe he took it a little too far, and then at the point, the oxygen is gone, the energy is gone, then you let go. And I think he reached that point.
Wim passed out and only survived because of the quick action of a rescue diver. Wim went on to break the record the next day. The footage of him being under the water ended up in a TV program for the Discovery Channel, and it was one of the ways that he first...
I drew this.
Let me see, non-wib. Metal gig ripping off government dick. And the Metal Gear, it's an ass. Okay. That's very nice. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Getting recognition for his abilities. Shouldn't we remember how he almost drowned on that initial attempt before we offer up accolades about his superhuman abilities? These are just two examples of Hoff's general lack of good judgment. We only tell half the story. There are at least a handful more that I can think of, yet these stories get sidelined in favor of the myth that we want to believe. Well, not many people are going to follow his example and clean out their bowels with fountain spigots.
Nighty-night, Aaron P. Sweet dreams.
The story about swimming under sea ice is central to the image that his 8 million social media followers see. The way he presents that message could well be what is leading people to die. Now, that's a big statement, so I need to give an example. In 2018, I shared a stage with Wim Hof in Los Angeles in front of a crowd of about 300 people. I was pretty excited to cross-promote my book with Wim, but more importantly, it was a great way to see how Wim Hof actually teaches his method to a crowd in America. The session included the usual bits of Wim revving up the crowd with a litany of records that he'd achieved, as well as the promise that it would only take them an afternoon to learn the tricks that gave him such amazing powers. The whole crowd breathed in deeply in unison for 50 deep breaths under his direction. This was enough to get people's fingers and toes tingling. Some would have felt lightheaded. Then, as he was giving these instructions, the movie screen behind us flipped over to that famous footage of Wim swimming under the ice, and then he told everyone to hold their breath for the entire duration of his swim. He did about 10 strokes underwater, covering what he estimates was 70 meters. The whole crowd strained under their urge to gasp. It worked on a theatrical level. The people found that it was relatively easy to hold their breath for the minute or so that it took Wim to paddle across the screen. But I was in shock, because no one should ever practice the Wim Hof hyperventilation breathing method in water. Period. Warning labels in my book, as well as all over Wim Hof's own site, repeatedly caution people that hyperventilation is not a freediving technique. And yet here Wim was, in front of a crowd, implicitly saying that hyperventilation will help them push past their perceived limits and swim underwater just.
I was into this Wim Hof stuff in high school. Feels good lol. I eventually learned to hold my breath for 5 minutes. I think I still can.
I remember a few years ago, people on stream would keep fucking asking me incessantly, nonstop, over and over and over again, every fucking stream, what I think of the Wim Hof method, and I'd basically just tell them to go fuck themselves. It was so fucking annoying. I don't know why anybody would have any fucking interest in doing this stupid shit. Like, yeah, fucking hyperventilate, hold your breath, go in cold water. I don't give a fucking shit. Thanks for the donation, though, non-web.
Like now, if you're new to the world of breathwork, you're probably wondering why I'm making such a big deal about this. It would seem that a technique that allows you to hold your breath for a long time would also be useful swimming. Indeed, in my book, What Doesn't Kill Us, I wrote how the big wave surfer Laird Hamilton briefly incorporated a similar hyperventilation technique and breath hold in his XPT training program. But Laird and pretty much every other breathworker changed course when a pair of Navy SEALs died of something called shallow water blackout in a pool in the Midwest in 2015.
Anybody taking Wim's work and going into a pool and hyperventilating, you're just playing roulette. You're almost guaranteed at some point to go out when you do that.
Newspapers began running stories about extremely fit swimmers suddenly drowning. Now, the danger comes from the strange and unintuitive mechanisms of the mammalian respiratory system. When you hold your breath, the urge to gasp doesn't come up because you've used up all the available oxygen, but because of the buildup of the gas that you exhale, which is carbon dioxide, in the lungs and bloodstream. The gasp sensation rises in lockstep with CO2 levels until you feel, well, like you're gonna pop. Wim Hof-style hyperventilation blows off all that CO2 and confuses the body's alarm system to temporarily shut off. This is why people can hold their breath for 2 or 3 minutes doing the method. Unfortunately, just like when you remove the battery from a smoke detector when the toast starts to burn, the margin that you bought your
Animal Liberation donated $2. Tons of restaurants have stopped selling foie gras due to pressure campaigns in the past year. These campaigns include email storms. I've personally been a part of a number of these. Sending an email does help. Calling is also helpful and can be funny. All right, well, if you say so. I'm not personally going to bother emailing some random restaurant that you link me, though. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
I also watched Steven Crowder in high school.
I never watched Steven Crowder outside of, like, some stupid videos he made and, like, watching ironically. I never followed his content. But Steven Crowder's a fucking jackass. Thanks for the donation, non-web.
Yourself comes at a price. The gases get so mixed up that you can use up your O2 and pass out before you feel that sensation that you're in trouble. And it gets even more dangerous when you want to maximize your breath hold with a full lung inhalation of air at the end of that hyperventilation. What happens then is that you have so little CO2 in your body and so much volume of air that it's almost impossible for you to detect any sensations at all that you might pass out. It is a deadly combination. Now, if you're lying down on dry land, it usually isn't a problem. You faint and your body hits the reset button and you just start breathing normally. But if you're in water, that reset means you're going to drown.
So hyperventilating is more likely to make you pass out in the water because you just shorten the reflex to breathe longer, which creates an illusion that you can hold your breath longer. You blow off all the oxygen in the red blood cells and it depletes it, and your brain and nervous system protect you by shutting you down very quickly.
Wim knows that this is dangerous. He is well aware that people have drowned doing his method in water. This knowledge alone should have been enough for Wim and the organization around him to set up a firewall where he never endorsed these sorts of techniques publicly in any way, ever. There should never be confusion about it. As far as I can tell, there's not even any benefit to learning how to do this sort of method in water at all. After the conference in Los Angeles, I reminded Wim about the dangers of shallow water blackout, and, well, he shrugged it off, saying that there were warnings on his website about not mixing his breathwork in water. Indeed, a full 2 years before we went on stage together, a Dutch newspaper connected 4 deaths of Wim Hof practitioners to hyperventilation, and even got the CEO of Interfire, Wim Hof's son, to comment. Here's the quote that ran in the newspaper. "It's pretty lame. But then you shouldn't do the exercises underwater. Everywhere on our site, and with all our expressions, we warn people we can do no more." Well, I don't know if lame was quite the word.
24311 Carnes Road, Little Rock, Arkansas 72223. Animal abuser's home address. Don't
dox and harass people. Thanks for the donation, Colburn Clark.
I drew this.
Mass Effect guy with dick, hands, and feet. Purple alien with dick, suck, head, 3 tits, tentacles, vagina, ass, and no legs. All right, that's nice. Thanks for that donation, non-wib.
That I would have chosen. But at least it was an acknowledgement that Interfire is aware of the problem. And this is what had me reeling. Why weren't they doing more to address the problem than just slapping a disclaimer on their website? And why was Wim still making a connection between his breathwork and the water on stage? I asked Brian McKenzie about this.
The last time anybody wanted to take responsibility for having a catastrophic problem with something they created is, I don't recall many instances of that.
I mean, maybe Brian was right. Just maybe Wim didn't want to change course on something that he has been doing all along. Could it be that he's simply too proud to admit that he's got something wrong? In fact, after I started poking around, I learned from one of the 1,500 Wim Hof Method instructors that one of the courses that Interfire sells on its website includes a week of hyperventilation in a cold shower while standing up, with the same full lung exhale that can make someone pass out. I know several people who have tried this exact maneuver and ended up bruised on the floor. And then, on week 8 of the course, Wim leads a lone student into the water, hyperventilating and dunking his head. In the text next to the video, there is a bizarre disclaimer that reads, "The guy in the video is guided by Wim to learn to deal with the cold. He is not doing the breath retention and then putting his head underwater." Okay, so that's the disclaimer, but these are the instructions that Wim is giving in the video.
Do the breathing. Go into the water. Keep on with the breathing. Keep on being focused. And you sit, you immerse, you focus, and you stay in the water. 20 seconds, 25, 30, 35, doesn't matter. This is an exercise.
And then he gives instructions again.
Withholding breath is control, and then in ice cold water.
At the end of the video, after he's given these instructions several times, someone off-screen's voice appears and reminds Wim to mention the potential dangers, to which Wim says that water is dangerous, but that people should trust their own senses.
And don't overdo it, because, you know, the battle with in nature, you always will lose, finally, because there is no competition. Keep to your feel, to your sense, and to your logic, and see how much you can do. And witness. And then, surprisingly, you will see you can do a whole lot.
My guess is that the disclaimer was a lazy, after-the-fact addition to avert liability once they realized it might give people the idea that it was okay to hyperventilate in water. Because the video clearly shows the opposite. That's Wim hyperventilating in water. In general, I'd say that Interfire does a pretty bad job warning people about the potential side effects and dangers associated with the method. They've been reticent to mention the abnormally high numbers of people who report getting long-term tinnitus after a few rounds of breathing. I did a video about that a few months back that was temporarily removed from the internet by Interfire, even though I eventually reposted a modified version that is still somehow miraculously alive. The truly insane thing about this, well, one of the truly insane things, is that hyperventilation does perform various vital functions optimally without increasing the body temperature. From what I've been able to understand from the science of it, Wim's breathwork triggers the sympathetic pathways in a way that will make you colder in the short run. It's only after you learn to relax in the stimulation of cold stress that you build up endurance in the ice and start to warm up. After what I'd witnessed on the book tour, I felt there was only a matter of time before something bad happened on an official Wim Hof Method expedition. So even as I continued to practice his methods daily, I kept my eye out for any breaking news involving Wim and his method. While no one has drowned at an official Wim Hof event, the global body count has continued to tick upwards over the years. No one keeps official records on this sort of thing, but I wanted to find out exactly how many deaths there had been. So earlier this year, I started looking for news reports that specifically mentioned a connection between drowning and the Wim Hof method, and I found 12 of them, as well as several accounts of people doing his breathing and blacking out in water only to just barely survive. Britt Jackson at the organization Shallow Water Blackout Prevention, that tries to raise awareness of the dangers of this little-known condition, says that an increasing number of people that she learns about have a connection to practicing the Wim Hof method. I showed her a video of what Wim calls a baptism at one of his many icy ceremonies, and this is what she said.
On one end, they're saying we don't encourage this, but on another end, we're seeing fatalities due to what they say they're not encouraging. Are people doing this on their own? This video would suggest differently, that they are actually teaching hyperventilation before submersion, which is the recipe for a shallow water blackout.
In January 2022, Christopher Kuhlhoven was just one person who was confused about whether or not to do the Wim Hof method in water.
Chris, he did this often, in which he would go to the gym and he would sit in the hot tub and he would practice breath holding. He would do Wim Hof prior to going under the hot tub water. He would time himself, and so there was a clock on the wall and he'd go under and he'd count in seconds, and so he was always trying to increase his breath holding and hold it longer just for the fun of it and the skill of it. So.
That's his girlfriend, Cara Spencer. Christopher dreamed of becoming a Navy SEAL, but washed out during the intense screening session called BUDS. Still, he always wanted to find new ways to push his limits.
He had probably done it over 20 times, with nothing happening. But when he did pass out into the water and no one noticed,
Kuenhoven spent 20 minutes under the water before someone raised the alarm. According to the list that I collected, at least 3 people died under similar circumstances in 2022 alone.
I mean, I think it's putting people at risk for sure, because you can never ensure that the same person who watches the YouTube video is also going to catch some information on another site talking about how you shouldn't do something. And even so, if you're doing one thing and then saying another, it creates a message that's really confusing. And ultimately, I think the person is going to end up with, I would probably do whatever Wim Hof, the master of this method, is doing himself. Because it seems like if he's doing it, then the implication is it's safe enough.
Another case, this one out of Southern California, Andrew Encinas drowned on Labor Day in 2019.
My brother Andrew was a very avid Wim Hof follower, watched all his YouTube videos. It was always something that, he's done in water, he's done in showers, and on Labor Day weekend in 2019, there was my brother in the shallow end, and he was in like a meditative position underwater, passed out. So I came out, I jumped the pool fence, lifted him out of the pool, started, delivering CPR, got his heart beating. When he got to the hospital, they said, hey, his heart's beating, but, there's just no brain activities. He was gone.
They rushed Andrew to...
The 4 animals in this angelic figure represent the 4 platonic elements. The lion, fire, Leo is a fire sign, the bull, earth, Taurus is an earth sign, the eagle, air, self-explanatory, the man, water, for Aquarius, the water bearer. T.Lee BC Foish.
Okay. That's interesting drawing. Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate the donation, Mesa.
To the hospital, but it was already too late. I asked Yama Akbari, the cardiologist at UCI Hospital, who ultimately declared Andrew brain dead, to describe exactly what happened.
While he was hyperventilating, he had less blood flow to his brain. He basically got dizzy. It's like putting somebody in a chokehold. He fell down, and unfortunately, if he would have been not in water, he probably would have started breathing again. In this case, he had fluid in his lungs. So he probably, while he was semi-passed out, he probably tried to take a few breaths underwater. And I mean, you don't need much, even if it's as shallow as this. If you go face down, you're breathing water.
In another case out of New Zealand, a young man named Hamish Jameson did several rounds of Wim Hof breathing in a community pool and passed out.
In June 2020, I was practicing the Wim Hof method. Ended up having a hypoxic blackout underwater, unnoticed for 8 minutes. I had CPR and 5 defibs to get my heart going again, and I ended up on ECMO life support for 4 weeks. Yeah, I didn't know the risks. Feel very grateful for being here.
But the only way that I found out that he was doing the Wim Hof method in the water was because he survived, and that a newspaper then covered his story as part of a local inquest. Even famous people have gotten into trouble with the Wim Hof method in water. 2 years ago, Josh Watskin, the kid from the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, who is an avid Wim Hof method practitioner, told the author and podcaster Tim Ferriss that he enthusiastically tried to prolong his breath holds underwater by doing what he says was Wim Hof-inspired breath holds in a New York City pool. He passed out for 4 minutes, only to be rescued by a fellow swimmer. Given the proliferation of cases and the fact that Wim continues to teach the dangerous combination of breathwork and waterwork, it's no surprise that some people have opted to pursue legal solutions.
No more young Americans should die doing the Wim Hof breathing methods, which we've seen have a proven track record of leaving deaths and drownings in their wake. The amount we're seeking is going to be very significant.
There was a legal complaint filed in Los Angeles County Court on December 21st, 2022 about the death of high school senior Madeline Rose Metzger. According to the complaint, Madeline had practiced the Wim Hof method for about a year, finding it helpful to regulate stress and anxiety. That morning, it was a hot August day, she had an argument with her mother on the phone. She then put on a bathing suit and went out to the pool and practiced Wim Hof breathing, at which point she passed out and drowned in the shallow end. The complaint goes on to say that she was a strong swimmer. Her father, Raphael Metzger, who is a personal injury lawyer, filed suit against his ex-wife Tammy for introducing Madeline to the Wim Hof method, as well as Wim Hof himself and Interfire BV.
This is a $67 million case.
The lawsuit claims that the Wim Hof method has no proven health benefits and that Interfire knowingly teaches a dangerous breathwork practice in the water without adequate warnings.
The first and primary goal of the litigation is to obtain an injunction that will enjoin Wim Hof from marketing his deadly breathing technique in the United States.
When I approached Hof for a comment on the lawsuits just before the publication of this piece, he responded with this message, which, well, I think I'm just going to let speak for itself. Do real research, COVID and origin of the Wuhan, gain of function research, vaccine lies and deaths, medicine, side effects, deaths and permanent disability, Epstein list, Ukraine proxy war, environmental damage, accidents, cover-up politics.
Yeah, dude, Wim Hof is a fucking whack job. I don't know how any fucking idiot follows this guy.
Etc., etc. I help millions of people you do not seem to be interested in. I work with 7 universities now, do real investigative research instead of these tendentious questions. Cannot cooperate with magazine per se, wanted to open dialogue, but there seems to be none of real value here. That, to me, seems like just a list of conspiracy theories and a deflection against what are important allegations and things that Wim should respond to. As of June 15th, 2023, neither Wim Hof nor Inner Fire have filed an official legal response to the complaint in the LA courts. All of the people on the list were Wim Hof method practitioners who died in water, most likely, I believe, because of shallow water blackout. There are some caveats, of course. No one can say with 100% certainty the exact events that led to each death, and coroners don't even have specific codes to identify shallow water blackout. However, it is entertainment since the Roman Empire who killed an innocent man called Jesus. Now, I have trouble telling you exactly what this message specifically means, except that it has a certain air of Wim comparing himself to Jesus. I don't know about you, but this is the sort of message that I would expect from the leader of a cult. Indeed. This
Yeah, the guy's probably a narcissist.
message, along with the one that he sent.
Like, this is a fucking jackass who abandoned his fucking family. The guy's clearly a selfish, self-righteous asshole.
Me after I asked him about Metzger's death pretty much devolve into a litany of conspiracy theories and deflection, and don't appear to take the gravity of the situation seriously. And this leads me to another aspect of Inner Fire, which is Wim Hof's organization. And it bears a second look, since it might color the way we collectively understand what's going on. Like other groups that I've written about before, while covering up the insular politics of spiritual pursuits, Inner Fire's first reaction to anything that contradicts the image they want to present inevitably leads to a knee-jerk instinct to cover up the truth. They pull from the same playbook, even against instructors that they have a falling out with. While Wim doesn't play much of a role in the day-to-day operations, his son, yes, one of those children that he left homeless for 10 years, is CEO and manages everything with a characteristic, aggressive MO.
They take an awfully big cut of what you are doing, and they threaten you on a regular basis with lawsuits.
Yeah, he'll yell at people to get his own way. He'll bully people to get his own way, and he'll use the cake if it seems right. But really, he's just going to tell people you're doing it my way or not.
By his own words, Adam doesn't practice the method himself.
I don't practice his method, right?
He's also clear that his decision to rekindle things with his father after 10 years of absence didn't necessarily stem from an enduring and deep bond.
19 years ago, I saw an opportunity with my dad. I didn't spoke to him like for 10 years or something. I made my little website, blah, blah. He broke up with his wife in those times, and I saw an opportunity. I grabbed it, because he was famous as the Iceman. Wim Hof method did not exist. There was but he did have a lot of attention towards him.
Now let me tell you a story about it. Back in 2018, I'd begun reporting on a story that I'd heard about, that 38 Wim Hof method instructors in training got stuck on the top of a mountain in Poland during an ice storm. They weren't wearing shirts, and the situation was dire. But maybe not deadly. Still, 3 instructors ended up with body temperatures of just 90 degrees Fahrenheit, flirting dangerously close to death. They had to be taken down the mountain by Polish search and rescue.
The weather could have been a little bit worse, and it could have been way worse for everybody. So if people could have died.
That's Stephen Posner, who was on the mountain that day. Fortunately, everyone was ultimately okay. Yet Adam's reaction wasn't to admit that there had been a problem, but instead to cover up the event, lest it make the organization look bad.
From orders, do not talk to the press.
Adam designed a cover story. He said they'd pin it on this other group of shirtless hikers in Poland that was scheduled to be here the next weekend, and he told everyone to convince the media that it was that group, not a Wim Hof method group, that had run into the trouble.
What we were told to say is it was mountain rescue was called for that group.
When I got wind that something was strange that happened to a large group of instructors, I messaged on WhatsApp, and he sent me 13 screenshots of information claiming that my journalism was irresponsible and that it was this other group that had gotten into trouble all along. He fingered a man named Matej, and I'll include a link to all of the screenshots of that below so you can see his exact words. I also did a video on this that I'll also link to. He told that same exact story to everyone who asked.
My name is Maciej Szyszka. I'm a breathing trainer and a physiotherapist. Next day, television come to my house and stuff like this, so it was really bad. It is hard to even imagine.
Matej had no idea what was happening when Polish television crews arrived at his doorstep. After all, his group hadn't even started climbing the mountain yet. But within minutes of the TV story airing, his phone started ringing off the hook. As 250 people had signed up for his expedition, they all wanted to know if he was going to put them in danger. The money that he was raising for a sick child that was in jeopardy of just disappearing.
They put it on me.
Lied, and he told other people to lie on his behalf. Not only that, but just didn't stop at denying that something happened, but actively sought out a rival business and said it was them all along. This is the face of an organization that is so caught up with the myth of an indomitable Iceman that the truth no.
Yeah, hopefully they get sued into oblivion. Fucking Wim Hof and his son just seem like complete pieces of shit.
YouTuber of Egyptian descent with nearly 1 million subscribers. He is best known for his interactions with Jordan Peterson, Noam Chomsky and Andrew Tate. He is also known for reportedly instigating violent clashes between Muslims and Hindus in the English town of Leicester and being a leading figure in anti-Israel riots in 2021. This is Mohammed bin Laden. He's not really in this story and I have no idea what his name is, I just found this funny. As you would no doubt guess from the things we will look at later, David has a lot more enemies than this, but these are just the ones that I found interesting and play a part in the story. So now let's meet some of his friends. This is Apostate Prophet.
If you're a Muslim, at the end of this video, your trust in both Islamic scholars and your holy book should be heavily shaken.
Deep down, they know that eating food is good and that starving to death is wrong.
He is an ex-Muslim born in Germany of Turkish descent who now lives in America. He is an atheist who has an anti-Islam channel with over 400,000 subscribers. In a lot of Islamic traditions, the punishment for leaving the religion is death, so Apostate Prophet is not the most liked person among the online Muslims.
Because people like you, little weaklings who leave their religion and cause corruption in the land by spreading it, the capital punishment in Islamic law would be applied to you. We have no doubt, and we're proud of that. Under an emir, it is done, yes, and we, you know what, we'll be watching.
This is Robert Spencer.
The task before.
How are these people not fucking arrested or deported? Like, Ali Dawa is such a fucking cunt. Why does anyone want that asshole in their country?
For us is very great. We have to resist the Islamic Jihad, but above all, we have to destroy the left that is enabling the Islamic Jihad.
He is a Christian anti-Islam activist with a website called Jihad Watch and has written many books on the topic. He was banned from entering the UK due to his views. He helped organise a Muhammad drawing contest in Texas in which two armed men showed up and tried to attack him, but police were on the scene and shot both of the attackers. And he also claims that he was poisoned by a young Icelandic leftist who didn't like his views while he was giving a talk in Iceland. Finally, this is Hatun Tash.
Well, my Qurans are stolen from me 3 times. And last Quran stolen from me was the Quran you gave it to me. With the big magical Allah Akbar Quran.
While looking up some information about her, I stumbled upon this website. Hatun Tash stands at a well height with good body measurements and also has a fair body weight to match height. Well, thanks. I'm glad we cleared that up. Next. Now, at this moment, Hatun Tash relationship between them remains strong and there are no signs of complications or problems. They also have a mutual love and affection for each other. Oh, that sounds lovely. She is an ex-Muslim turned Christian who now lives in Britain but was born in Turkey. She is best known for confronting Muslims in Speaker's Corner, and honestly she's a pretty brave lady. While trying to convert Muslims at Speaker's Corner, she has been punched, arrested, beaten, stabbed, robbed, and a man was arrested for plotting to shoot her, and she still goes back for more.
Kind of reminds me of Alex Jones.
Daughter at the morning and itself rising up against us. Millions appointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims, oh they're so good, oh they're so sweet.
He kind of has a point. Like, whenever you look at immigrants from other cultures, like, you know, you have Italians who might, you know, join the mob. You have some, like, Mexican gangs, you know, shit like this. Like, none of them are forming these crazy ideological, like, jihadist gangs where they murder people for like, you know, trying to convert Muslims or drawing the Prophet Muhammad. So, I mean, yeah, there is a problem that's unique to the Muslim community. I've never seen, you know, killings occur because somebody made fun of Jesus, you know?
In case you're unaware of what Speaker's Corner is, it's a pretty historic place for open-air debates in London with people like Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin and George Orwell all having debates there. So,
Mike donated $2. The dude is a complete fool, but does he have a point here?
What do you think about hood dudes?
I think hood dudes don't have emotional intelligence. They're just excessively feminine men that mask the fact that they're tough as being hood. Because very, very masculine men don't need to react like crash outs. You don't gotta go to jail because somebody looked at you the wrong way. You got a lot of pent up energy that you might need some therapy for. You're not big and tough. Being big and tough is being able to take care of your family, making sure that kids are taken care of. Ain't nothing cool about being hood. You can't give me no excuse about you growing up in an impoverished community. I grew up in a third world country and I came to America and became successful. So I don't want to hear it.
What do you think?
I would agree with that for the most part. The aspect of this that I would disagree with is you typically see sociopathic traits in men in particular with a very high willingness to commit violence and not a great ability to look forward and see the consequences of your actions and see how that might negatively affect you. That is a distinctively masculine trait. So we might not really look at some of these things as being manly per se, but they are masculine traits. More men, far more men compared to women, have these sort of sociopathic traits where they have an extremely high willingness to commit violence. They're very aggressive. They don't have great, it's not even emotional control, it's impulse control, and they can't really look far ahead and see how their actions have consequences. So that's like a minor disagreement, but I'd agree with him that, you know, it's fucking stupid and bitch made. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that looks kind of gross to me. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
now that we've met some of the characters, let's continue the story. David was released from prison after 5 years and started university studying philosophy. He would get a bachelor's degree and later a doctorate in this subject. While at university, he would meet a young atheist woman who would later become his slightly older Christian wife. Also at university, David would join the speech and debate team where he met Nabil Qureshi. Nabil was a Muslim and the pair would spend hours debating the pros and cons of their religion. Like Randy in prison, David needed to learn more about Islam if he was going to beat Nabil in these debates, so he started studying. The pair became firm friends and would debate the topic for over 4.5 years until one day Nabil converted to Christianity. David and Nabil came to the conclusion that Islam was a violent force in the world, so became Christian apologists and began to debate Muslims. Their opponents weren't too great at the start.
So when you read a verse like this, according to David, it teaches to fight against disbelievers. Well, Islam looks aggressive, Islam looks violent. And you know, I actually looked up that verse, and I'd like to read for it to you, and let me tell you what it really says here. It says, and fight those who believe not in Allah in the last day. Hold on a second. This must be some mistake here. I think this is just a typo, I think. Let me check it out. I actually have a Quran. Let me check it up on my Quran. This is obviously a typo. We're going to get down to the bottom of this. Hold on, let me see what it says over here. Let me grab my little notes over here. This can't be. It says here, all right, David, it doesn't say that. It says fight those who believe not in others.
Draknoni Chillers, Wim Hof looks like Tom Hanks from Castaway. To trust your life to that guy, what the fuck? Also, did you know this?
I have receding gums, okay? Can you see? Oh, sorry, that's my Zin. That's probably why my gums are receding.
If you've never seen these before, Zin are these flavored tobacco-free pouches that are meant to induce relaxation because the active ingredient is still nicotine. Pouches are meant to be put between the lip and the gum like Emma was showing, and it releases nicotine, which is then absorbed into the oral mucosa, kind of like this. Now the problem is that the active ingredient is still nicotine, so when you hold this against your gums,
Oh, it restricts blood flow.
for a prolonged period of time can actually constrict blood flow and cause recession, which unfortunately cannot be reversed, so Emma may be looking at getting a gum graft in the future. A gum graft is a procedure done by a periodontist, so if you look at this recession over here, they would take a little piece of gum tissue from the roof of the mouth and then do a procedure where they place it right over the recessed area. This is after a gum graft where the little piece has now become one with the rest of the gums.
That's interesting. I didn't know that, but it makes sense. Nicotine's a vasorestrictor. Thanks for the donation, Drac.
Allah in the last day? Well, can we change the topic to what we all have in common? That's actually a much better topic, don't you think? I mean, actually, because we do have a lot in common. With the moderator, would that be okay? We could just change that topic?
David was confused and disappointed at this stage as he had the idea that Islam was violent, but all of his debate opponents seemed nice and were preaching a message of peace. But behind the scenes, his now best friend Nabil was getting death threats. What was going on? David decided that these Muslim debate opponents must be lying, so he decided to turn his attention to more outspoken Muslims, but we'll come on to that later. David and Nabil started to appear on Christian media, and the pair began to get a bit of a name for themselves in the Christian apologetics world. Some things of note in this time was David being an outspoken critic of the Park 51 Islamic Center, otherwise known as the Ground Zero Mosque. This was a center that was built after the September 11th attack, with David claiming,
Yeah, dude, that is so fucking bizarre.
There was a symbol of Islamic victory over the West, and he claimed the name of the centre was in memory of the Islamic conquest of Spain back in 710 AD. The Islamic centre claimed that the name was meant to evoke the peaceful time of coexistence between Muslims, Christians and Jews that happened in Spain at the time.
Yeah, right. We all know why they put the mosque there. We all know why they fucking named it that.
Also, another incident was the time that David got arrested at an Arab festival in Dearborn, Michigan. This is a part of America that has a 30% Islamic population. David and his team of Christian missionaries went there in 2008 and had such a fun time that they went back in 2009. This wasn't so fun though, with the team being told that they couldn't hand out Christian material at the festival or on the sidewalk outside. David claims that the Muslim security guards would ask Christians to look at their Bibles, and when they got them out of their pocket they would throw them out. David and his group were thrown out of the festival and slapped around by the security guards for this. They went back the following year, and after a hard day converting they were arrested by Dearborn police for inciting a riot. David was recording the incident.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. Fucking Dearborn, Michigan is fucking just... It's a fucking cesspit. So, like, imagine getting arrested for trying to, like, preach Christianity. That'll only fucking happen in Dearborn, Michigan, fucking Islamic capital of the US.
And the footage of the arrest shows them talking to a group of young Muslims, and everyone seems happy and non-rioting. David painted this as an attack on his rights as an American and proof of the growing power of Islam over the good old US of A. While in jail, the Christians sung hymns and tried to convert the...
Dude, I would try to sue the absolute fuck out of the police department there. That is insane.
Other inmates, which I bet they were super happy about. A load of happy singing Christians doesn't sound great when you're coming down from whatever substance got you locked up in there in the first place. A few years later, David appealed his arrest with courts outside of Dearborn and won, his gang of Christians being awarded $300,000. David...
Hell yeah, fucking based. Give me that payout.
Had moved to New York with his wife and children, had the light of Jesus in his heart, was making a name for himself in the Christian apologetics world, and had a best friend to ride life's roller coasters with. Things were looking up for this ex-convict, so in 2008 he started a YouTube channel called Acts 17 Apologetics and decided to take on Islam. Sounds like a fun time. David has said that him and Nabil thought that they were signing their own death warrant with this, but decided that something had to be done, and they were the ones to do it. Bear in mind that this was not long after the Danish cartoon controversy, the assassination of Theo van Gogh for offending Islam, the London bombings and the Madrid bombings, so the threat was real. For most of his channel's life on YouTube, David lived in a small apartment, so would need to film each video in his bedroom, which he would modify to look like an office. He would do this by putting a bookshelf on his wife's dresser and place a chair in a small gap between the bed and the dresser, which is why in his videos he always looks like he's looking sideways. It would take him a long time to set up for each video, but David was a man on a mission, and in case you hadn't noticed, David enjoys conflict, something that he was about to get a lot of.
If I were you, and I knew the thoughts that go through my head, I would be terrified of me if I were capable of fear.
I've got an even more powerful one, Robert. This is Sunan Abu Dawud 203. The Messenger of Allah said, "The eyes are the leather strap of the anus." Yes. Hey, that'd be an awesome. You could have an entire roundtable discussion on that. Say, hey, Muhammad said the eyes are the leather strap of the anus.
Most of David's YouTube videos are him talking about Islam and pointing out a lot of the weird things to be found in the Islamic religious books. He would also insult Muhammad a lot, which, as you can probably guess, didn't go down too well with Muslims. We're about to dive into the dramas, but I guess it's important to understand that Muslims seem to view Muhammad and the Quran with a lot of love, so maybe the best way to understand their reactions is to imagine how you would feel if someone was insulting the person you love most in the world or desecrating a picture of them on the internet. Personally, I wouldn't care, and even if I did, I wouldn't show it, as David is basically an internet troll.
Lol, David is cool, AP is also based, but I'll have to say he's got some real shady friends like Robert Spencer. RS was mentioned in neo-Nazi manifestos of two Christian extremists. One of these is the guy who shot Muslims in Christchurch.
Well, yeah, Robert Spencer is a fucking insane, crazy fucking neo-Nazi. I remember that idiot Sargon of Akkad was defending David Spencer when he got like punched in public by that weird, like that literal cuckold Antifa dude. But yeah, I don't know why he'd be so stupid to be friends with some of these people. Thanks for the donation, Moolah.
Trolling an entire religion, and I'm sure if they didn't react he would stop doing it. These are in no particular order. So firstly, David has drawn Muhammad. When the Charlie Hebdo attack happened in 2015, the mainstream media refused to show the cartoons that sparked the attack, and David's channel was one of the only places that you could actually see them. David started a series where he would release short obscure facts about Muhammad every time Muslims did a terrorist attack.
So far, we've seen that Muhammad squatted to pee, that he threatened his followers with hell if they didn't squat to pee, and that he warned his followers about Satan peeing in their ears. Muhammad's obsession with pee continues as we turn to his solution for stomach aches.
He has a long-standing series called Muhammad's Boom Boom Room, where someone dresses as Muhammad and interviews people under the threat of detonating a bomb if he doesn't like their answers.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Muhammad's Boom Boom Room, where all of my guests either agree with me completely or they go boom. I am your host, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon me. And with me now is a kickboxer, a webcam pimp, the founder of Hustlers University, and the savior of Al-Islam. He is Andrew Tate. Andrew, so nice of you to join me.
Thank you for having me, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon you.
And may I just say, I am loving your religion. I get to do whatever I want and say whatever I want, and no one ever holds me accountable for anything.
As you can no doubt guess, David gets a lot of death threats and abusive comments, some of which he reads out.
You don't know anything about Islam, and if could kill you, I would. David.
Yeah, after I made my video on Islam, holy fuck, the amount of death threats that I got, just thousands and thousands of them. It was hilarious. Like, I literally pointed out how Islam is a violent extremist religion, and then they're like, you're fucking lying about Islam, it's a religion of peace, I'll fucking kill you. Like, it's so insane.
David, you don't know what is going to happen to you if you fall in my hand. You're censored lying. Just cause this is the internet, you can insult anyone you wish. Pray I don't ever see you ill finish you. If I ever see David Wood censored, you best believe you gonna die. You censored, you are paid for speaking. Come out and speak. If you have guts, I will kill you. Hi, Zamir. I'll be speaking next Monday, June 27th at 6:30 p.m. in Winter Springs, Florida, just outside of Orlando. Check my site in a few days for details. You'll have a perfect opportunity to slaughter me there, unless you're just a keyboard jihadist, i.e. a total coward. In the meantime, here's some valuable information about your prophet, most of which your leaders hid from you, to keep you in your present state of complete ignorance. I'll be sharing lots of information like this at the meeting. Video link. Take care. XOXOXOXO.
David did try and meet one of these keyboard jihadis, as he calls them, but they didn't turn up.
Well, it's noon. That's odd. How am I still alive?
So there is a long-standing conflict between the pro and anti-Islam YouTubers, Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab being on one side and David Wood, an apostate prophet, being on the other. These guys have all had heated debates, thrown around insults, and there's just a lot of bad blood between them. It's hard to know where to start with this one, as one thing has led to another, but let's start with Mohammed Hijab having a mental breakdown. One day Hijab joined the chat of a live stream that David, an apostate prophet, were doing, telling apostate prophet to get on his knees so that David could give him a golden shower. This moment has been a long-standing source of amusement for David and
Yeah, Mohammed Hijab is obsessed with piss and always talks about fucking golden showers. He's really weird.
apostate prophet. Hijab started to send out aggressive tweets saying that apostate prophet's life wasn't worth living and that he should end it. He also offered to fight David. Ali Dawah tweeted for his followers to pray that David gets diseases and illnesses, and Hijab tweeted some veiled threats to their wives. So one day David ate the Quran.
And you seem to think that we can't escalate. Are you serious? I'm an escalator. Put me in a mall because I'm an escalator, dude. that's what I do. I just wait for you guys. But look, my goodness, what is this? Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness, look. I don't know if you guys can see this. It's a little light there. Ah, look at that. Surat al-Fatiha. You guys see Surat al-Fatiha here? Surat al-Fatiha, man.
Yeah.
Good job. Do you really think? Do you really think we can't escalate? Do you? My goodness. Do you really think that you want to go this route? You think, oh, he may Islamicize me. He made the boom boom room. Dude, I will buy the domain pissonthequran.com if you keep going down this road. And every single thing that happens, I will say this is because this is Mohammed Hijab. He's putting us in this direction. Hey Mohammed, you like to spit, right? There goes Surat al-Fatiha. Want to keep playing with me, dude? Next time I'll actually swallow the surah, and you know where that'll go in 2 days. You know where that'll be in 2 days.
This outraged the online Muslim community, and Mohammed Hijab tried to get David's Patreon removed by instructing his followers to report David for hate speech.
Well, the call to action here is very straightforward. We're going to go to Patreon, okay? We're going to go to Patreon. We're going to make an account.
Dude, imagine being that much of a fucking sensitive bitch. What a pussy.
And then when we make an account, we're going to mass report, both of their channels.
Yeah, because your god is so weak and feeble, you need to fucking report somebody's Patreon account.
Now you can do that because there's a tab that allows you to do that. There's a tab that you go into their David Wood's account and Apus's account, as you can see on the screen, and then you put on report for something that happened outside of Patreon. You're going to mention how offended you feel as a Muslim community or whatever, with the timestamp, which is also on the screen now, as you can see, of the video of them eating the Quran.
David used this as a chance to promote his Patreon, and his Patreon subscribers spiked up. David then started a new project called Koranagami, in which he made an origami.
What a fail. He tried to fucking get the guy's Patreon account banned, and he only got him more patrons and more money. That's fucking dope.
Army pig out of the pages of the Quran. He tried to sell this on eBay but was blocked by eBay as it was an offensive product. He even set up a new YouTube channel dedicated to Koranagami, but unfortunately this has now been deleted, so I can't see the other stuff that he made. But I seem to remember there was like a pair of shoes in a house, I think, for some of the other things he made. He would also drill holes into the holy book and pretended to see the whole event as some kind of art project. Muhammad Hijab would eventually back down from the conflict, stating that his actions were the result of a medication problem. Another notable thing...
So, fucking Muhammad Hijab is on meds? That's funny, I didn't know that.
About this story is that his best friend Nabil Qureshi died of stomach cancer, and the insults that David would receive began to revolve around this. Claims that he was now in hell and that Allah had struck him down for leaving Islam were commonplace. Also, David had 5 children, 2 of which were born with this condition. This is a serious muscular condition requiring constant care for the 2 children. David would stay up all night caring for his children, but this began to take a toll on him, as YouTube can be a very demanding job, so he started to make less videos. Things weren't helped when his YouTube channel was demonetized. David thinks he was demonetized because he promoted a rival to YouTube called BitChute. This was a real blow, as the family had large outgoings due to the constant care that the children needed. On a side note, one of David's nemesises, Ali Dawa, actually made a video offering to help David and his family with money by collecting cash from Muslims to buy a ramp for his kid's wheelchair. I'm unsure if David took him up on this offer. Sadly, one of David's children passed away, and as you can probably guess, David would receive insults about this. David has stated that this was not from Muslims, and even his bitter Islamic enemies offered him heartfelt condolences at this time. Rather, it was atheists that were the ones insulting his deceased child. To be fair, some Muslims have started to insult him with this as well now. In May 2022, David announced that he would be live streaming himself deleting his YouTube channel. He made this decision because he had grown tired of...
Brother Kumar, why would a religion of peace kill and wage war on non-believers?
Well, that's because it's not so peaceful. Thanks for the donation though, Going Faggers.
The continued censorship YouTube would impose upon his channel. I feel your pain there, mate. The date was set and all was going to plan, but a spanner was thrown into the works. Hatun Tash, the cheeky little rascal, was up to her old tricks again. This time she had gone to Speaker's Corner with a Quran that had been defiled, so she was assaulted with the assailant stealing the Quran. Then she was arrested by the police for having an offensive t-shirt on. Welcome to Britain.
Yeah, that's the UK for you. You have no freedom of speech and the police are absolute fucking morons.
At the time of her arrest, there was a crowd of angry Muslims around her, so this kind of seems like she was arrested for her own protection, maybe. She was later released without charge. David was upset by this incident, so decided to give his channel of over 700,000 subscribers to Hatun. He then decided to live stream himself deleting all of his old videos before he handed over the channel. A Christian trying to convert Muslims on the internet doesn't really seem like something I would be interested in, as I don't really believe in either of them, but I've been following this story on and off for about 7 years now, and it's pretty wild. Plus I find David Wood pretty funny and entertaining. It's also a pretty interesting aspect of the internet that people from different worlds who would never normally interact confront each other and embark on the struggle for the hearts and minds of the...
That's some funny shit. Alright. Let's look up some Russia-Ukraine shit.
Welcome back, Defenders. Jake here. The Tsar of Russia has spoken. Putin names his ceasefire demands, including Kyiv's complete withdrawal from 4 Ukrainian regions.
Yeah, of course.
So Putin wants the world to know he can be merciful. If we just give the Russians everything they want, then they'll stop killing people. That's an amazing deal. Let's talk about it. But first, I want to actually read what did Putin specifically say. This was a press conference in Russia 3 days ago, and this is what he actually said. These conditions are very simple. Ukrainian troops must be completely withdrawn from the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, and I draw your attention to the fact that it is from the entire territory of these regions, within their administrative borders, which existed at the time of their entry into Ukraine. As soon as Kyiv declares that it is ready for such a decision and begins the real withdrawal of troops from these regions, as well as officially notifies about the abandonment of
Okay, yeah, bullshit. He just wants them to demilitarize so that he can invade.
plans to join NATO, our side will immediately, literally at the same minute, follow the order to cease fire and start negotiations. I repeat, we will do so immediately. At the same time, we will guarantee the unimpeded and safe withdrawal of Ukrainian units and formations. We would, of course, like to expect that such a decision.
Dodo donated $2 when game. Can't tell you exactly. I might want to react to a few more videos, but thanks for that donation, Dodo.
On the withdrawal of troops, on non-aligned status, and on the start of dialogue with Russia, on which Ukraine's future existence depends, will be taken in Kyiv.
React to the one I sent you though. VG is also Jake Bro, but talks with detailed analysis about how the US elections will affect the Ukraine.
Yeah, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Independently, based on the current realities and guided by the genuine national interests of the Ukrainian people, and not by Western decree, although there are, of course, great doubts about this. So the first thing, this is not a peace deal, this is a ceasefire. A ceasefire offer if Russia just gets everything they want, everything they've failed to take in the last 830 days. If we just give it to Russia now, they'll agree to a ceasefire. But a ceasefire can only last for 24 hours, 7 days, a month, a year, whatever. Ceasefires are broken all the time. And something tells me that even if we agreed to all of Russia's demands for a ceasefire, they would break it whenever it was most convenient to them in the future. Putin didn't say this, but he also wants all Western sanctions on Russia to be lifted immediately.
Yeah, right.
Which is never going to happen. So why now? Why is Russia begging for a ceasefire at this particular moment? And the Prime Minister of the Netherlands has a theory.
The new sanctions absolutely fucked them over. They're not making any fucking money off of any of their energy production.
The fact that Putin yesterday came out with this silly peace proposal shows you that he is clearly panicking. So that's good news.
If Russia, by force, could take the 4 regions of Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson, then Russia would just do it. It's been 830 days. So Putin is offering this ceasefire on all the terms favorable to him because he's panicking. Things in Russia are getting worse. The destruction of the Russian ruble, the destruction of their air bases, their navy, all their oil refineries. It's going to be a bad winter for Russia, and Putin is trying to get ahead of it, as winter is coming for the Russians. I also just want to highlight, this is super important, but he's talking about the administrative borders of these regions. So this dotted line is the administrative border of Kherson. Putin is demanding the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from the north bank of the river. This green territory is... Ukraine liberated this a year and a half ago. And there's more people, there's more buildings and more infrastructure on the north bank of the river in Kherson Oblast than on the south side. There aren't any big cities on the south side. The administrative capital of Kherson now under the Russians is Henichesk. The population of Henichesk is 20,000 people. The administrative capital of the Kherson Oblast is Kherson City, which is a population pre-war close to 300,000 people. So Russia is occupying vast swaths of mostly empty territory, and they're demanding the cities. They're demanding the people that they can't forcefully take. There's more buildings and people and washing machines to steal on the north bank of the river than on the south bank. The same is true for Zaporizhia. When you look at the other major cities that the Russians are occupying, Melitopol is 154,000, Verdansk is 113,000, but the city of Zaporizhia is 750,000 people. The Russians have no chance of ever taking this city unless they just level every building and kill every person. And Putin is demanding a city of 750,000 people surrender to the Russians. Just let the Russians walk in and take their washing machines and televisions and smartphones and rob them blind. This is absurd. Putin's latest offer of a peace dismissed out of hand by Kyiv. Ukraine is not going to surrender millions of more people and their homes to the Russian military. And Zelensky says we can have peace talks tomorrow with Russia if Russian troops just go back to their own country.
Yep.
Ukraine is not their country. Every Russian soldier in the occupied territories is dying for an empire. Puts out headlines such as this: Putin pledges a ceasefire in Ukraine if Kyiv withdraws from occupied regions and drops a NATO bid.
That is the stupidest headline.
Well, this sure does make it look like the Russians are reasonable, and it's Ukraine occupying territory that belongs to Russia. If only the unreasonable... You can see it all through mainstream media. Undermine the Global Peace Summit. Leaders head to Ukraine Peace Summit under the shadow of Putin's demands. There are leaders from 92 nations gathering in Switzerland to talk about what is the best course of action to end this war. Here's a fancy picture of them all gathered in a room around a giant table, and dialogue is important. Trying to grab media attention to support Ukraine, this is important. No chance of this peace summit, and it's Adolf Hitler. I mean, the Tehran Conference took place in 1943. Participants for various world leaders gave speeches. They gave their thoughts how to end the war. A perennial shining star is the Prime Minister of Estonia. Territorial concessions to Russia will only lead to more war, not peace. Let me share with you a minute and a half of Prime Minister Kallas's speech at the Peace Summit.
Principles such as sovereignty, territorial integrity, discrediting aggression as a tool of statecraft are the most important elements. They must at all costs be preserved. Hence, it is critical that these principles are also upheld in case of Ukraine. That is why I'm concerned to hear about the so-called peace plans or initiatives that don't even mention these principles. These are the core principles of the UN Charter, the principles that form the basis for securing peace globally. We should be very careful not to leave an impression that some topics and principles, such as especially Ukraine's territorial integrity, are somehow secondary to others. They clearly are not. Upholding these principles is the most important way towards a just and lasting peace. They must be at the core of any future peace framework. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has lasted for 10 years. For the bigger part of it, the world has ignored it. There was hope back then, and some are also hoping now, that territorial concessions to the aggressor would bring peace. History has proved that giving up territory for peace has too often led and will lead to further aggressions. To achieve peace, we will have to learn from our own mistakes.
There's not a lot of historical examples in which territory is given up to an aggressor that then led to lasting peace.
Yeah, literally none.
Things are going to move very fast. If Donald Trump is elected in November, he will pull the United States out of NATO. What's at stake?
I don't want to get too deep into the U.S. politics, but before we move on to the present and future of the war in Ukraine, what are your views on Donald Trump and the potential of him becoming the president later this year? How do you think that would shape the U.S. support for Ukraine and the wider relationships between the U.S. and NATO, or the future of the U.S. NATO membership?
If Donald Trump is elected in November, he will pull the United States out of NATO. He won't take office until like January 20th, but the second he takes office, he's going to tell the Pentagon, stop providing intelligence, stop providing training, stop providing support. It doesn't matter if Congress allocated funds. If Donald Trump becomes commander-in-chief of the military, he says this week, he's going to purge all the top generals, replace them with people loyal to him who will do whatever he says in violation of federal law and the Constitution. Donald Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. And the second he gets into office, the first thing he's going to do is kill Ukraine and help Vladimir Putin win this war. Sure, Congress could pass laws or resolutions, but half the Congress is Republican, and they're just going to do whatever Donald Trump says. Sure, somebody could take Trump to court, but I don't have faith in our Supreme Court anymore.
The Supreme Court is insanely corrupt, and they don't even follow the Constitution, so... Yeah.
The stars are aligning. If people in America choose to vote for Donald Trump, fascism will reign in the United States, and this is not a good sign for Ukraine or for the Western Alliance in Europe.
Well, I mean, that's hard to come up with an answer to something like that.
I'm using very shocking language and shocking rhetoric because Donald Trump is a very silly person objectively. His stupid hair, his stupid skin, his stupid way of speaking. So it's disarming. You know, people look at this 77-year-old obese man who can't even make complete sentences and they think, this is the guy? He's going to do it? But it's a cult, and people who support Trump love him unconditionally. It doesn't matter what he says and does. This war today.
Yeah, Jake is pretty fucking based.
I think it's quite interesting because there are these sort of two opposing views of Russia, or specifically the Russian military, that you've hinted at, and that on one hand, we sort of tend to see it as this, or sometimes tend to see it as this unstoppable war machine. And on the other hand, sometimes we tend to see Russian military as like a bunch of bumbling idiots who are completely incompetent. And it seems to me like you would probably lean more towards the latter view. But I would say, and I've heard it from quite a lot of senior Russia experts and analysts, that there's a danger of underestimating Russia, and perhaps that sometimes might lead to a complacency in how we treat the whole issue. If we see Russians as incompetent, we tend to expect that that winning the war will be easy, and that sometimes leads to not giving Ukraine the support that they would need.
Well, when giving forecasts, you give two different kinds of forecasts into the future. There's the forecast of what if we do nothing and we don't help Ukraine? That's the doomsday scenario. Russian tanks go all the way to Portugal. If Russia can take over Ukraine, mobilize the men, absorb their resources, yeah, Putin's going for the Baltics next. That's the forecast if we do nothing. But the forecast of if we help Ukraine, we send in trainers and expertise and give them the weapons, then Russia can't win. Russia's never going to win this war. So I do both. I give both forecasts. The doomsday scenarios of Russia achieving all of their wildest dream objectives, reconstituting the Russian Empire, the United States retreats across the Atlantic, the Russians get to take control of all of Europe, which is what Joseph Stalin wanted to do after World War II. But then, yeah, there's the other scenario of Russia's beatable. Russia is entirely beatable. We're just the dramatic change on the battlefield over the last 2 months since the United States Congress passed the $61 billion supplemental. I mean, the Russians took Avdiivka. The Russians were having this salient breakthrough near Ocheretny. Everybody was saying the Ukrainians are doomed. And all we did was give them some extra artillery shells and Gimler's rounds, and the Russians haven't advanced anywhere on the map in almost a month. Russia's beatable. Let's do it.
What's your view of the situation at the... It is something that I always tend to say, and that's very much in line with what you say, and that's that basically every war that Russia has lost was lost because their economy has fallen apart in the middle of the war, and they've lost economically rather than militarily.
Dude, like the whole BRICS thing is also hilarious. So many of these countries that are joining BRICS are in just dire economic circumstances. China's economy is just holding on by a fucking thread. They're in trillions of dollars of fucking debt. Russia's economy is just absolutely fucking tanking. They can't make any money on energy. And then everybody is like fucking freaking out about BRICS. It's so stupid.
But I guess the other side of that is that for Ukrainians, that basically means they just have to dig in and accept that the war might also go on for a very, very long time.
Russia is doing Ukraine a favor. This stupid reinvasion of the Kharkiv Oblast, and they're taking 8-1 casualties. It would be so much more difficult for Ukraine to cause these casualties if Russia was just dug in and not doing anything. The fact that there are these meat assaults every day to try and take Chasiv Yar or to try and go farther into the Donetsk Oblast. Russia is helping Ukraine with these stupid attacks and just losing equipment, losing soldiers. I know it feels endless at the moment because we're right in the middle of it, but Russia is going to have a breaking point at some point in the future, and things will collapse fast.
So you think that actually, in a way, the war of attrition, Russia, despite Russia having...
Being a tranny is the worst possible existence. It's like being a Jew in Iran. Severe depression sucks, but just thank the universe that you weren't made a tranny, Richard. I've experienced pain beyond what I thought was possible before it hit.
I don't know. I don't think being a tranny's that bad. You could be like a pretty girl with a big dick and like, freak people out and stuff. Thanks for the donation though, vegan tranny.
A lot more resources in a way is actually more beneficial for Ukraine.
The idea that we can just give Ukraine enough weapons where they can go on the offensive and retake all of their territory by force while Russia is still conscripting more men and their factories are pumping out artillery shells and tanks as fast as possible. In that scenario, that's horrendous for the Ukrainian military. When we saw Ukraine, try and get through the Sorovikin line last summer, it's just too difficult with all these landmines and FPV drones and...
Happy Eid Gains. I feel bad for all the goats though. Oh Gaines, I was out last night, can't remember how I got home.
Eid is a fucking horrible holiday, and I hope anybody who kills a goat gets their fucking throat slashed open. It's, complete and utter fucking bullshit. Yeah, another, fucking sign that Islam is not the religion of peace. They'll fucking murder people and they'll murder animals. Thanks for the donation, I am simp. Glad you got home, though.
Our precision artillery strikes for Ukraine to go on the offensive while Russia is still economically healthy and regenerating combat readiness every single day. I think that scenario still possible, but is less likely than Russia just having some kind of economic or political collapse back at home, and then their military doesn't want to do this anymore. This war ends if someone just puts a bullet in Putin's brain, by the way. The second Putin is no longer living, we're going to find a way to end this war. I do think the elites of Moscow are not happy with the sanctions. Solovyev can't visit his 5 villas that he owns in Italy. They're not happy about paying higher taxes, and they want to find a way out of this if they can get rid of Putin.
Isn't that, and I'm going to play the devil's advocate here, isn't that sort of the way of thinking we've had since the beginning of the war? That we expect Russia to run out of money, or that the Russian elites or the regular people are going to get fed up with what's going on. And we've expected that to happen much sooner, but it still didn't happen. And we might have to just wait a lot longer than we might think at this point.
I forget who told me this. It might have been Vlad Vexler, but somebody told me at one point that the superpower of the Russian people is they suffer incredibly well. They are willing to accept conditions.
Russians are insanely complacent. They've got to be the most complacent people on the entire planet. It is crazy. The only population of people that I'd say are maybe as, if not more complacent, are like the Chinese. Look at the amount of fucking deaths that occurred under the Soviet Union. China's way worse. There's estimates of up to 80 million deaths under the reign of Mao. And everybody was like, well, I guess I'm just going to starve to death now. I don't get it. Like, when it's so clear that the risk of, trying to overthrow the government is as great or if not less than just starving to death and just getting killed by totalitarian rule. Like, usually people revolt, but nope. Chinese people are like, well, I guess I'm starving to death. Russians are like, well, I guess I'm gonna get blown up by, fucking Ukrainian artillery shells. It's amazing to me.
And treatments that no other decent human being or civilization would accept. So the threshold for suffering and pain by the Russians is extremely high.
You know what? It's got to be alcohol. It has to be. I think if you took away their fucking vodka, they'd probably revolt. And it's got to be the vodka.
And that's not suffering and pain inflicted on them by their enemies. It's suffering and pain inflicted on them by their own governments.
Oh, yeah, North Korea. North Korea, too, is pretty bad.
Own leadership. So, yes, I think there were a lot of expectations 2.5 years ago. I'm guilty of it as well. We're going to kick some big Russian banks out of the SWIFT network. This is going to cause an economic calamity. Foreign investments all going to be pulled out. Russia will collapse within a month. I mean, I thought that going back 2.5 years. But we underestimated the threshold of what Russians are willing to tolerate, because it feels and sounds pretty intolerable when I watch these YouTube videos of Russians going to the grocery store, or Russians in their small town that there's trash piled up everywhere and they don't have any basic government services. So yes, they have a high threshold for pain, but things are going to get worse. Things are going to get worse.
Is kratom a good pre-gym thing? I want to try it. And also Gaines, can I email you? I have a personal question, haha. It's like a medical thing, don't think I'm trying to pull your pants down and slip you swiftly. Jazz would never allow it.
I would recommend you never take kratom. There are really zero benefits to taking it, and it's just an addictive drug. Some strains of kratom can give you like energy and make you feel more wired. Some have a very relaxing opiate-like effect where you'll get like high, but it's a highly addictive drug. You very quickly develop a dependency to it. And again, there's just no real benefit to it. You might get a temporary high, but you develop a tolerance to it so quickly that it won't do anything anymore. So yeah, just don't take it. It's stupid. If you want to ask me any questions, just message me on Instagram. That would be a bit easier for me. But thanks for the donation, I am Simp.
Every single day. These utility disasters last winter were shocking for me. All these apartment blocks in Moscow without heat and electricity because pipes kept bursting. This winter's going to be worse. Nothing in Russia is getting better as Putin is spending all his money on tanks and bombs to just blow stuff up in Ukraine, which doesn't benefit the average Russian at all.
Looking at it in that perspective, one of the ways out that Vladimir Putin is probably hoping for is the victory of Donald Trump, which could be one of the only realistic solutions for him to get out of this war with something that looks like a victory.
There's 400 million people in Europe. If the United States completely withdrew or gave up, I still think Europe can defend itself.
See, Russia nuclear weapons.
What's your view on the Russian nuclear saber rattling, of which I think we've seen once again a lot more in recent weeks? Do you see, as someone who's actually worked in this field and in this branch of the military, do you see any realistic scenario in which Russia would actually seriously consider the use of their nuclear weapons?
According to Russian military doctrine, they can only use nuclear weapons if, the integrity of the state is...
How do I get shrooms, bruh? I want to get what you got out of it, but I live in Texas. I have severe OCD and trauma from my existence as a tranny, unfortunately, and mental health services are expensive and bad here. It's so fucked. I want to be Canadian.
I'm not sure if I can really give you advice on how to get illegal drugs, but you might want to consider going out of state, or maybe finding like a local shaman or something that maybe does this sort of thing, but I'm not going to encourage you to take illegal drugs because that would violate YouTube's terms of service. But again, it is legal in other countries. In Canada, it's like pseudo-legal. We haven't officially passed any laws yet legalizing it, but there's literally dispensaries all over the place, and none of them get shut down by the police. So it's kind of got the same status that marijuana had before it was officially legalized. There were marijuana dispensaries all over the fucking place where you could just walk in, get weed, and none of the cops ever bothered shutting them down. So yeah, again, you might be able to find like shamans in your area that can, provide these sorts of services, with either psilocybin mushrooms or ayahuasca. But if you can't find anything like that, out of state, you might be able to find something like that. And again, you could perhaps take a trip to a country where this sort of stuff is illegal. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny.
Call me a nigger and a blackie, and I'll sub to you for life.
You're a nigga and a blackie. Thanks for the donation, Navia. Not that those are bad things.
Okay, thanks Gaines, I'm downloading Instagram lol. WTF, is Instagram even? It better not be a gay dating site. Gaines, do you think a hair transplant is good? I am receding a little bit, you see. Or should I mimic Sverinch?
If you're happy with the current hairline you have, or relatively happy with it, I wouldn't bother getting a hair transplant. I would just take something like finasteride for any further hair loss, prevention. There's a high risk of, the hair transplant not going well, you not liking the results. Your donor hair can still recede and fall out. Depending on where you get the hair transplant, it might be insanely expensive, and the kind of expense that you're going to pay for it, like 15, 20 grand, wouldn't really justify the benefit that you're going to get out of it. So if you end up spending 15, 20 grand on a hair transplant and you're like, it looks kind of weird, it doesn't look like my natural hair, they kind of fucked it up, it's uneven, do you really want to pay that kind of money for it? So, again, if you're relatively happy with the hairline you have right now, I would just take hair loss prevention. Thanks for the donation, though, I'm Simp.
Being attacked or compromised. And at the moment, Putin has made himself indistinguishable from the states. Putin has declared himself Tsar of Russia for life, and he is Russia. So Putin views it as, if I'm threatened, I will use nukes. So I do believe that. I do believe that if Putin thinks there's a serious threat to his power, he would use nuclear weapons, but who's most likely to challenge him internally? And it's some other faction within Russia. So I think the most likely scenario of Russia using a nuclear weapon is against itself. It would, if somebody like Prigozhin, some warlord, was doing a thunder run to Moscow to take control of the Kremlin, Putin would nuke that convoy. But as far as nuking a NATO city or using a nuke somewhere in Ukraine,
yeah, there's no chance, because that would be the nail in his coffin if he ever did that.
There's no benefit. It doesn't help Russia achieve the victory in any capacity. So if Putin decided to use a nuclear weapon to destroy Odessa or destroy Kharkiv, would Ukraine surrender?
Nope.
I don't think Ukraine would surrender. Would support for Ukraine go up in response to the first nuclear attack being used in war since World War II? Yeah, I think support for Ukraine would go up. I've made dedicated videos on this topic, but I'll give you the top 2 reasons why Russia can't use nuclear weapons. The first one is they don't know how the other nuclear powers would react, specifically India and China. China has explicitly told, President Xi has explicitly told Putin, do not use nuclear weapons under any scenario. So if China and India participate in sanctions, that's lights out for Russia. Putin knows that. The second reason why Putin would never use a nuclear weapon is he's dead if he does. He's going to have to pick his favorite command bunker underground, and he'll never be able to come back to the surface. Because if he comes back to the surface, a Hellfire missile will be waiting for him. The only reason why Western agents, Western intelligence is not trying to assassinate Putin is because they think he's a rational actor who will not use nuclear weapons. The second the guy in charge of Russia starts using nukes, there's no reason to keep him alive anymore. That's a cleanup scenario that we're trying to avoid, but Putin's alive and he still gets to go on trips and parade around because he hasn't used a nuclear weapon.
So you think that if in the scenario that Russia would use a nuclear weapon, do you think that the US wouldn't actually have any other choice than to join the war on Ukraine's side?
If Russia used a single nuclear weapon somehow, NATO would get involved.
Capture flag.
Don't think we're going to play Capture the Flag tonight, but thanks for the donation, John Madden.
But it would not respond with a nuclear weapon. it would use conventional forces to level Kaliningrad or sink the entire Black Sea fleet. Or, I mean, there's lots of kinetic responses that NATO would take. And honestly, they've had 2.5 years to think hard about it and prepare for what they would do. There is a plan somewhere, and it would not be good for Russia. So this is why the Russians have not used a nuclear weapon in 2.5 years, despite talking about it almost every single day on Kremlin state TV.
I think I have to use the opportunity of having you here with your expertise, because there's this opinion that I sometimes read on Twitter about Russian nuclear weapons and how, given how incompetent the rest of the military is, there's a chance that most of the nuclear weapons wouldn't actually work anyway, because they would be just as hollow.
Yeah, so if they're using plutonium for their nuclear weapons, that plutonium is pretty much always going to be good. It has an extremely long half-life, so if you make plutonium, it's pretty much permanent. The issue is with other components of the bomb, they can degrade, and they can be hard to replace. So given Russia is retarded, they've also lied about their nuclear arsenal. They probably don't have the, like 6,000 nuclear warheads that they claim. It may be as low as a few dozen that are actually working and properly maintained.
Out and corrupt as the rest of the Russian military. What's your view on that?
I can speak from my own personal experience working in the missile fields here in the United States. When I would go on shifts in a launch control capsule, I had status monitoring of up to 50 nuclear silos. And every single shift I took, alert I went on, at one of those 50 silos, something broke. Maintenance is continuous. There's so many moving parts and stuff that needs to be lubricated and checked and maintained and filters swapped out or whatever. At these 50 silos, I couldn't go 24 hours without something breaking. So when I think about Russia's nuclear missile fields or their road mobiles or wherever they have their missiles hidden, stuff breaks all the time. And I don't understand why they would prioritize that maintenance when they have soldiers dying in Ukraine. If resources are finite,
Well, they pretty much again. There's so much corruption in the Russian military. They've lied about their nuclear arsenal before. It's not as vast as they claim, and on top of that, they pretty much know they're never going to use them. So when money is allocated to, their military, it's very little of it is probably going to be used to maintain their nuclear arsenal. And even when money is, you can almost guarantee it's basically just going to go into somebody's pocket. There's reports of soldiers stripping armored vehicles of fucking copper so that they can fucking sell it to buy vodka. That sort of shit's probably happening at these, nuclear sites. Let's see. Mike donated $2 between Hassan and Jank. Who's the bigger dummy? Definitely Hassan. I don't know if I can think of any mainstream political commentator that's dumber than Hassan. Hassan doesn't even share his full real political beliefs. He did a little bit when he was on that crazy fucking podcast with that genocidal fucking maniac asshole who was praising Hamas. But even when you look at radical fucking left-wing figures that are, full-on fucking commie, tanky retards who think the Soviet Union was a good thing, Hassan is that stupid and crazy. So I can't really think of any mainstream political figures that are dumber than Hassan. And even among smaller radical channels, I don't think anybody really is quite as dumb as Hassan. He's a genuine fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
I just bought some finasteride. Thanks, Gaines. I'm not too bad. I guess I could do Mohawk. BTW Gaines, does Jasmine give you foot massages? I want lots of puntang though.
Jasmine does not give me foot massages. I'm not really a foot massage guy anyway. I would make sure you're taking finasteride under doctor's supervision, just so you're getting an appropriate dose and your hair loss is actually being managed properly. But thanks for the donation, I am Simp.
Their attention is finite. Yeah, I imagine their nuclear forces, which aren't being used and can't be used, are being neglected. But what Russia makes up for in precision, they compensate with quantity. It doesn't matter if the failure rate on 6,000 nuclear weapons is 50%. They still have 3,000 functional nuclear weapons. So that's always been Russia's strategy.
If they have 6,000 nuclear weapons, which I highly doubt.
So we can't rely on them not working because they still have so many.
I think talking about Ukraine's theory of victory in the war of attrition and how the West can make it possible to happen. In recent weeks, Ukraine is probably going to get their first F-16s, and it has received permission from the United States and from European countries to finally start hitting Russian targets on the Russian territory. Do you think there's anything more, any substantial capability that NATO member states could or should give to Ukraine that we're still not doing?
There's always a wish list, a dream sheet. I mean, over the last 2.5 years, we've crossed so many things off that the Western, the NATO alliance has said, no, we'll never send Leopard tanks. No, we'll never send Patriot air defense systems. No, we'll never send ATACMS. So, I mean, what's currently on the list? Like, what's on the wish list for people on Twitter to yell at our politicians? And it's Taurus cruise missiles from Germany. Germany says they don't want to send it because they would have to send advisors or operators to Ukraine for those Taurus cruise missiles to work. And just do it. I mean, maybe we got to get rid of Chancellor Scholz first, but just send the advisors or the operators so that Ukraine can start using Taurus cruise missiles. The other restriction people want lifted today is the use of ATACMS up to 300 kilometers into Russian territory. I don't know if President Biden is ever going to allow that, but I mean, that's, at this point, I don't think anything's off the table. We're sending NATO soldiers to Ukraine. That used to be a red line even 2 months ago. So, yeah, I think, I mean, if we're still a year from now where we are, Taurus cruise missiles will have been sent, within the next year. And ATACMS missiles will get the green light to be used up to 300 kilometers into Russian territory. What else is on the list? And I mean, we're not giving Ukraine submarines or I don't know. There's a lot of ordnance and missiles that can be fit to an F-16, and we've not had any discussions yet which ones are okay and which ones are not, because F-16s haven't arrived yet. But as soon as Ukraine is actually flying F-16s...
This woman say we should never listen to women. I guess it's your choice if you want to react to this or not, given her stance LMFAO.
Let me see.
Guys, newsflash, breaking news, we aren't smart. Let's be real, because women, I don't even know what I want. I'm so indecisive. As women, we're indecisive. That's why I love having a husband to make all my decisions for me, and I don't have to deal with but what if I did this and that would be better and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's how my mind works, and that's why we should never listen to women. Boom.
Women tend to have higher levels of anxiety. That's why they have, that's why you see more women talk about how they can't make a decision. So They don't know what they want to eat for dinner. They'll spend like an hour sitting in bed like, oh, should I order pizza? Oh, should I get this food? Should I go out now? Should I go out later? That's why they take like fucking 2 hours to get ready to go out. Do these shoes fit with this dress? Like, it's just because women have higher levels of anxiety. It's not because they're dumb. It's just anxiety.
Mic drop. If I were to ever run for office, but wait, hold up. I want to point this out. I do not think that a woman should ever be a politician, be a leader, be president, whatever. But in this little hypothetical scenario, if I were to ever run, my slogan would be never listen to a woman. Women aren't smart, guys.
Yeah. Well, she's dumb. I wouldn't listen to her. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Everyone's going to get out the sheets of the dozens of different missile types that can fit under an F-16, and they're going to say, have we sent that? Why haven't we sent that? We know we got some of these. I don't care how far it goes, or can it be used on the territory of Russia? Give Ukraine, those AMRAAMs or whatever missile type can fit on an F-16. That's the next debate that's coming.
And you've mentioned another threshold, which would be the deployment of NATO troops. And so far, we're talking about non-combat capacity in Ukraine. Do you think that could be a game changer, or would it be? Will there be a moment when we're not going to even be talking about non-combat capacities, because that still has a limited impact, and we would be talking about sending NATO troops that would directly participate in combat?
I think this was just said 2 weeks ago that if for some reason Russia were to experience a significant breakthrough on the front lines, Poland said they would just go into Ukraine. I'm personally in favor of Poland just doing this now. I mean, if the people...
Happy Pride Month, all you dykes and fags. I hope you suck so much dick and scissor each other so much that the world fills with gauges and pussy juices. I love you queer bastards. Fuck yeah.
Well, couldn't agree more. Thanks for the donation, big dick nigga. Yeah, I mean, this war could be finished so much faster if all these European member states would just get involved in the war. Like, I understand that they don't want to sacrifice their own troops and their own money if they can basically just give Ukraine aid and only have Ukrainian losses, but it would be over so much fucking quicker if they all just got involved, you know?
People of Poland actually believe a war with Russia is inevitable, then you might as well fight it now on Ukraine's territory and not your own territory.
I just jizzed on my hands and rubbed the his in my hair. I need to do something until the Finasteride arrives. How many times do you think I need to wank and jizz on my hand to rub it into my hair gains? I'm running out of fantasies.
Maybe 6-7 times. That should do the trick. Thanks for the donation, I am simp.
So I do think that NATO combat forces at some point in the future probably will enter the war to fight only on the territory of Ukraine. I know that's hard to imagine now, but if for some reason this war is still going on 2 or 3 years from now, everyone will be exhausted and tired of this, and yeah, it's going to happen. What we're doing now, we're sending logisticians,
Dude, I wish I had a death note so I could just death note Putin. That'd be so great. It's too bad that isn't real. I would death note so many people. Putin would probably be first on my list.
maintainers, trainers, medical workers. These are support roles. Just send them. You know, Estonia, Finland, Poland, whoever wants to go. If you don't want to go, don't go. If Italy and Belgium don't want their...
Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Last year I made a video saying I stopped steroids. And I had, as of 3 months ago, relapse and gone back on a full steroid cycle. Now, the
Yeah, no shit, dude. We can fucking tell.
reason why I stopped in the first place, for those who didn't watch the video, is to stop compromising my health, to ensure that I can have a happy, healthy marriage with my wife, and to focus more on my business, being PR and now the gym. I faced several challenges with my company PR that led me to go into panic mode and make a decision to pursue bodybuilding in an attempt to bring more eyeballs on what I'm doing, and in turn help my brand get back to where it was and even better. Now that is a massive mistake.
Yeah. Fucking typical, dude. Everybody thinks that people watch them because of their personality and how quirky and interesting they are. But when you go off steroids, you get weaker, you're not as good looking. Psh, everybody leaves. So what do you fucking know? People only watched you because they just want to see a dumb monkey lift big heavy weights. Bend over, donate $2. Some of the most important questions to ask MAGA Republicans. Let me see.
Round or flat?
Earth's flat.
Do you think the Earth is round or flat?
I know we didn't go to the moon.
We didn't go to the moon?
No, we didn't go to the moon.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't get out of the atmosphere.
Round or flat?
I'm not really sure.
You're not sure? Could be flat?
Could be.
Earth round or flat?
Well, you know the answer to that. Can you tell me what you think?
Please answer me, please.
No, because I want to know. Tell me. Cause, you know,
I believe the Earth is round.
From NASA's pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know of CGI, right?
I've heard of CGI, yeah.
Yeah. So I believe in the Bible, in Genesis, under the dome, it plainly tells you there, under a firmament, dome. So it's, it's flat as a pancake with the contour.
You think the Earth is flat?
Oh, hell yeah, I think it's flat.
Okay.
You believe what you see. I go by faith, but you believe by sight.
Yeah, we got flat earthers voting for Trump. Not a surprise. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Mistake. That is not what I should have done to build my brand. I know how to do that. And that was a coward approach because I was scared to venture into the mindset of a businessman and abandon what I know best, which is creating content and generating sales based on what I'm doing as an individual, and not what I can do for the brand as taking a different approach with my content and focusing more on product development and marketing the products. Not.
Bruh. This guy is fucking, it's just so weird. Like, let me see. He has the gym. Like, you're selling fucking protein powder and, like, this is fucking just stupid garbage. $55 for whey protein isolate. I mean, I don't know why you'd buy from Larry for that kind of crap. BCAAs are garbage. What's the... Why didn't he link his, fucking... PR, Larry Wheels, lifting. I don't know how he thinks he's going to sell supplements and lifting gear without just promoting it on his YouTube channel. Like, there's not a big market for people who need fucking lifting belts and knee wraps and shit. Like, yeah, no shit. You're gonna sell this mostly through YouTube views. Fucking Derek from More Plates, More Dates. The way he made a ton of money off his supplements was by hyping up that stupid, what's the dumb crap that Greg still sells again? The fucking scam supplement. Help me out here. It's the phytosteroid crap. why can't I think of the name? I've talked about it so much. But anyway, like Derek for More Plates, More Dates, he was promoting that stupid scam supplement on his YouTube channel, Turkesterone, hyping it up as if it's as good as steroids, only it's not steroids. And then he just made a fuck ton of money, like millions, selling to these fucking retards who are just, you know, fucking dumbass 20-year-old kids who are too pussy to just take Dianabol. And they're like, oh, I can do steroids without doing steroids now. So you might make a fuck ton of money selling supplements like that, just hyping up some fucking scam like Greg Doucette is doing. But like Larry is selling fucking whey protein and some bullshit fucking pre-workout. You're not going to become a fucking millionaire in all likelihood selling shit like that. And he's selling fucking lifting gear, and it's like, yeah, there's not a big fucking market for people who need fucking elbow wraps. So yeah, like your only real hope, realistically, of selling this kind of crap is by putting out YouTube content, trying to get as many views as possible, and then there's going to be a predictable percentage of people who will click, you know, the links to your website and shit and might actually buy something. Usually it's well under 1% of video viewers who will, you know, actually buy something that's linked on your YouTube video. And then sometimes, especially with supplements, you'll get people who will just buy something from your supplement store regularly and you'll have repeat customers. But yeah, if you're selling any kind of apparel, you're going to get like probably like 0.1, 0.2% of people on any given video who will buy something from an apparel website. So if you get, you know, 300,000 views on the one video, let me see, 300,000, and then you go what would it be? 0.01? Or no, it'd be 0.001. So you might get like 300 sales, either supplements or apparel, from just that video. And that may, like, again, if you're selling stuff that's reasonably priced and you upload frequently, you know, those 300 sales, depending on your margins, that could easily be like maybe $1,000 or $2,000. That's like an ideal scenario, but yeah, I don't know what he's expecting exactly.
Did you hear Trump is floating the idea of getting rid of income tax and replacing it with tariffs? What the hell does that even mean? That's like saying he'll replace health insurance with potato chips.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of way of making up the tax revenue gap is insanely stupid. One, because it will only disadvantage poor people because the cost of, you know, normal everyday items will just go up tremendously. And if you're going to massively increase tariffs to that degree, that's going to be a roadblock to importation. So you're not going to get reliable tax revenue from something like that. So it just wouldn't work. It's stupid. It makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam.
If you want revenge, commit suicide. Oh Gaines, I'm playing with my little dog. He is such a trooper. He is only like 3, but I'm fearing of when he gets old and passes. Dogs should get a free pass from God and remain eternal. To sniff our farts and poop.
Yeah, for real, dude. It's a shame that these animals don't really live that long. Dogs and cats and rats and everything, they're just sweet little angels. It's too bad. Thanks for the donation, I am Simp.
Marketing myself as an individual. So me choosing to get back into bodybuilding was not from a place of passion. because since I started training, bodybuilding was never a passion of mine. Not bodybuilding on a competitive level, at least. It was the training that got me into fitness. I loved lifting heavy. I love hitting PRs. I like watching my physique change, but I've never been interested in posing or in trying to become the next Mr. Olympia, whether I had the potential to or not. So this decision to get into bodybuilding was coming from the wrong place. It was coming from a place of desperation, of let me get on stage, let me win my pro card, and that will put eyeballs on me, what I'm doing, on my brand, and that will help me build my business. But that is the wrong approach. Again, that's a coward approach. That is me being afraid to not be Larry Wheels anymore and now be Larry Williams.
The only reason people watch your YouTube channel is because you're on steroids. Don't fucking kid yourself. This is like these fucking chicks who like stream and like show their cleavage and shit like that. Like even chicks that don't do that and do the whole like fucking booby streamer thing, like they have this rude awakening when they realize the only reason anybody's watching their channel is because they're a reasonably attractive girl. Like that whole thing that happened with the deepfake porn thing, like these chicks were like, people deepfaked me, blah, blah, blah. The only reason they're blubbering like fucking children is because they had this rude awakening realizing the only reason people watch their content is because they were getting some sort of sexual gratification out of it. They only cared about them being a pretty girl. Not that I have this quirky personality and I play video games. Isn't that special and interesting? Have you never seen this before? I can play Mario Kart. Like, and then they realized, oh, I'm just a fucking sack of meat for these people. This is the same thing. Like, dude, you are a sack of meat for people who watch your fucking content. Everybody wants to see the big steroid monkey lift big heavy weights, take his shirt off, and show his big steroid monkey muscles. That's all anybody fucking cares about. Like, get real. If we were living in an alternate universe and you never took fucking steroids and you were lifting normal people weights, like maybe you got up to a 350 or 400 pound bench, would anybody give two fucks about you? No. Why would anybody? Like, is there anything special about Larry Wheels? Is he like super funny? Is he like really intelligent? Does he have really great insight into things? No, I'm not saying he is a bad guy, he eats meat, like he's literally a fucking Nazi, but most people don't care about that. So like people just see him as like a normal guy. Like, I'm not saying he's fucking evil jackass, cancelable. He just comes across as a normal dude. But again, people watch your fucking channel because they want to see the big steroid monkey. Like, get real. Fucking deal with it, dude.
Sorry in advance, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 you ara, you ara, Inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted question mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation 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 mark, you ara you ara. Inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted question mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation 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 mark, you ara you ara. Inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted question mark.
Alright, thanks for the donation, I am simp. Appreciate it.
All these beady-eyed Downs kids need to stop wearing such sexy clothes to school. I can't take it anymore. The judge can't keep me from loving their sweet smiles and perky little butts. I can teach them to be sexy in my basement. I always let them finish first.
Yeah, Hopefully not. Hopefully you get arrested. Thanks for the donation. Get down out of town.
And focus on marketing my brand and my products. But I'm going to dive in the deep end, and I'm pulling out of this competition I said I would do. I don't want to get my pro card. I don't want to pursue being a competitive athlete anymore because it's a distraction from what I want out of my life moving to my 30s. I'm now 29 years old. And
whoa, he is 4 years younger than me. Holy shit, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I don't know if he just looks older or if the steroids kind of made him age faster, but like, holy fuck, I didn't realize he was 4 years younger than me.
And my aspirations and ambitions have changed dramatically from when I first came on the scene in social media. I have more responsibilities now. I have a wife, a serious commitment to her. And I want to make sure that we have a happy and financially secure future. And me hopping back on steroids is going against everything I said I would do. It's compromising my health, my integrity, because now I'm going against my own word. It's compromising my trust. And with you, the fans that are watching my content, it's compromising my future and most importantly, my business. Because when I'm focused on being a competitive athlete, it's taking away from energy and time that I could be.
Dude, by the way, opening up a fucking gym in the post-COVID era has to be one of the weirdest fucking decisions, or just dumbest fucking decisions imaginable. Like, so many people, because of COVID, ended up getting their own training equipment, you know, working out at home, or, you know, getting like a dumbbell set and maybe just bike riding, stuff like that. In a post-COVID era, opening up a new gym, charging $80 a month for the fucking membership, when, you know, Planet Fitness fucking offers $10 a month memberships, that's kind of an odd choice.
Be putting into my business, which is going to give me dramatically more in return than me stepping on stage as a bodybuilder, or me breaking another world record as a powerlifter, or me trying to become the #1 arm wrestler in the world, or trying to become the world's strongest man. In my early and mid 20s, those were aspirations of mine. But living a life as a competitive athlete, I know firsthand from experience, is a very recluse and isolated lifestyle, especially as a bodybuilder, which is why I never was able to commit to being one. Being a competitive bodybuilder, even at the amateur level, trying to go pro, let alone as a pro level, at the pro level, trying to become next Mr. Olympia, is a very restrictive lifestyle. And my hat goes off to those that are able to keep a healthy relationship and build their business and live and manage a successful career while being a competitive professional bodybuilder. Because for me, when I am on the kitchen sink as a cycle, Tren, Clem, T3, Anavar, this, that, everything I can get my hands on in efforts to become pro and be a competitive bodybuilder, it changes me, it changes who I am. And when I'm malnourished, I'm eating 1,000 calories a day, I'm on no carbs, I'm not sleeping because of the drugs I'm.
So I'm guessing he roid rages really bad. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here.
Taking, I'm irritable, right? I can't go out and enjoy my life with my wife or really do anything beyond train and sleep and eat, which was okay before I was married. I've had partners, I've had girlfriends, and they come and go. And if they weren't willing to support my lifestyle, for me, that was fine. I was selfish. I was saying, hey, listen, if you don't want to live this life with me, then you can go kick rocks. But most of them tolerated it and it wasn't an issue. But for the level of commitment I have to my wife, it's betrayal to her. She didn't marry a bodybuilder. I wasn't a bodybuilder when she met me. And I don't even like myself when I'm deep in prep as a bodybuilder because of the reasons I mentioned. I'm irritable.
Nah, Christie's still banned. She makes some alt accounts occasionally, but we kick her.
Not sleeping. I'm hungry all the time. I'm frustrated when people around me are enjoying food and enjoying their life. I just feel like I'm a Debbie Downer. I'm bringing down the people around me. I don't want to be that person. And again, I tip my hat to those that are able to live that life all the time and not compromise their relationships and not compromise their business. I personally cannot do it. And it frustrates me to say that. It's not for me. It's too hard for me. I cannot apply myself and commit to that lifestyle. And I believe it's because of the lack of passion and the reason why I got into it in the first place. The reason why I set my goals on bodybuilding in the first place.
I'm currently working out at home watching a stream with just bands and body weight, with of course step bars and pull-up station. I've been saving about $20 per month, also, not having to pay the annual $49.99 gym maintenance fee, and a portion's going to you lol.
Well, that's pretty dope, Ben. Yeah, maybe at one point, if you get into it, you can get like a weight rack with a weight set, but, you know, that's adequate, depending on your goals. And yeah, having your own home gym definitely saves money.
I found you on Insta with all the pussy. I have a pussy too, but it nearly ate a squirrel. Luckily I managed to rescue the squirrel. It was only a baby. Pussy is like women. Adorable but evil. How the fuck do I message on Insta? I will jizz on my hair.
Well, I don't know if you have to follow me first, but just follow me and then there should be a message tab open. Thanks for the donation, I am simp. Yeah, having your own at-home weight equipment saves money in the long run because once you own it, you just have it. The monthly fee will add up over years and, you know, eventually the equipment will pay for itself. But I think the big way you save with an at-home gym is you don't have to travel to the gym. Most people have to, you know, like commute like at least 10-15 minutes to get to the gym, if not longer, like one way. So if you have to spend 20-30 minutes traveling, and not only that, you also have to get ready. You like have to put on shorts, t-shirts, socks, fucking get your gym gear and all this crap, and like all of that wastes a lot of fucking time. If you're working out almost every day, you know, that can be a few hours saved just not having to go to the gym. You don't have to get ready. You don't have to like get a bunch of, you know, gym equipment and, you know, your belt and your bag and everything ready. You can just, and not to mention like gas costs and shit. So you save money on gasoline too. So yeah, you can just work out whenever you have fucking time at home and just get right to it. And it saves a fuck ton of time and it's great. Thanks for the donation though, I am simp. Son Goku donate $2 natty or not? Let me see. I think I've seen this chick before. I'm leaning towards Natty. Like, of course, anybody could be on steroids, but let's see what she lifts. She has a fucking thick ass. I don't know what this bullshit is. The fuck is this crap? Okay, now I'm actually thinking she might be on something. $185 squat. Dude, that ass is crazy. Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to think she's actually likely on something. She's very fucking muscular for a chick that is not particularly strong. Some of her training also just seems kind of pussy ass. And her rear end and quads are kind of fucking nuts. For not being that strong,
Hey
too.
Gaines. Should I refrigerate my jizz before rubbing it in my hair or should I do it au naturel?
I would just rub it in your hair when it's still warm. It'll probably absorb and spread around a bit easier. Thanks for the donation, I am simp. Yeah, okay, now I'm leaning more towards her not being natural. That's just my assumption. Can't prove it, but I'm kind of leaning in that direction. Her fucking ass is fucking crazy, though, dude. Look at this.
Things I wish I knew when I first started working out, part a billion. There's so many things I wish I knew. Stop cooking with oil.
Okay, she's annoying. That's some good cosplay. I don't really dig the makeup she wears, and I'm not super into blondes, but she has a fucking crazy ass. But yeah, I'm leaning towards not natural. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
It was from a place of, well, can I get more famous doing it? Can I earn more money doing it? And I thought, yes. And attempting to become one of the best in the world, with that being my aspiration, with that being my motivation, my driving force, is the very first and biggest mistake. If it was coming from a place of, I love bodybuilding and I would be willing to die for the sport and I don't need to collect a check from it, I don't need to get a pat on the back for doing it, I don't need to try and become more famous or grow my business or grow my platform, it's not important. I just love the sport, I love the lifestyle. That's different. And the ones that truly enjoy it and they don't expect anything in return from it are the ones that rise to the top. And I'm speaking from experience because I know when I was a powerlifter, as a late teen, in my early 20s, I did powerlifting because
Muscle mommies want to be muscular but also look attractive in a feminine dress. Like you can't have it both ways, nigga.
I think muscle mommies look good regardless of the clothes they wear. But thanks for the donation, Sex Time.
I enjoyed it and I didn't have any aspirations to make a living from it. It wasn't till years later that I decided to monetize it because my coach and the people around me realized I had the opportunity to. But it was never the driving force. I didn't care if it made me famous or if I earned money from it. That's not what got me into it. That's not why I continue to do it. And it was that passion of, I'm willing to die for this sport because it brings me so much joy that money and fame is just the icing on top. It's not the meat and potatoes. Now, I publicly made an announcement a couple of days ago on my Instagram saying I'm going to do a show in Ireland. I'm not doing that show. I'm not committing to it. I'm not following through with it. I don't want that lifestyle for me or for my wife. I don't want to do USAs. It's not for me. To be a competitive bodybuilder, I believe my purpose here is to motivate people to get in the gym, to find the version of fitness that suits them best, because for me, it never was just one.
What the fuck is he talking about? Bro, people watch your channel because you're a big steroid monkey.
Avenue of fitness. For me, I truly enjoy seeing what my body is capable of, and I encourage those watching to do the same. I enjoyed powerlifting for a time, I enjoyed arm wrestling for a time, I enjoyed bodybuilding for a time, to an extent.
Gains, are seed oils terribly bad for you? Lots people say this. I personally only use olive oil and if I run out I just jizz in the pan. Actually Gains, I try jizz everywhere. I must stay sober for the gym, ce soir.
No, seed oils are very good for you. Olive oil is probably the healthiest oil, but seed oils like canola oil are very good for you. Thanks for the donation, I am Sim. Appreciate it.
And I stop enjoying it when it gets too extreme. Let's not forget, I also enjoy strongman for a time. But once I've made enough progress to where I feel like I'm approaching a professional level, that's where it stops being fun. Now it's tremendous compromise and sacrifice for arguably not enough reward. And for me, again, in my late teens, early 20s, as a powerlifter, the only reward I needed was hitting a PR. But entering my 30s, my aspirations and my responsibilities changed dramatically. And now I create content. That is what brings me the most satisfaction in the world right now. I hope I have the privilege to find another Andrew Jackson and another Rubiel. I hope I can be the person that can be the guiding light and be able to give them a platform to prosper off of, right? I want to be in that position, right? I want to take on that mentor role, and I want to be able to help those diamonds in the rough get the deserved attention and opportunity. And this is a very hard video to make because I've never once, despite me competing in 4 different disciplines, strongman, bodybuilding, powerlifting, arm wrestling, I've never once pulled out of a competition because I decided it was too challenging and not for me. Even if I knew the prep wasn't going well or I made mistakes in the run, knowing that I'm not going to take first place because of me, because I made mistakes during prep, because I wasn't fully committed, because I didn't really 100% apply myself. To be able to handle, to tolerate the overhead press, or like I betrayed you,
Blah, 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 wah, nobody cares. Well, that's what Larry's been up to, I guess. And he did it with Tristan Lee, who's a fucking jackass. Dude, just look at this fucking little gnome. Doesn't he creep you the fuck out?
Biggest, they were like just under 21. Was that like Peel?
Like, he looks like the trolls from the movie Troll. Not those trolls. Yeah, he's like one of these little fucking freaks that, like, bite your face.
Or was that like Balkan season? That was like boat mode, so now I want to say like probably 20. Let's see, like, look, his arms are literally the size of my head. Yep. All right.
Yeah, bro, that's funny that Larry made a video talking about how he's blasting steroids again. Like, no shit, dude. Look at the fucking guy's arms. Jesus.
I maxed out my card to paid rent inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark 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 you ara you ara inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark 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 inverted question mark yes inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark 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 you ara you ara inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark 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 inverted question mark yes inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark 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 you ara you ara inverted question mark.
Alright, well thanks for the big donation, I am Simp. I appreciate you paying my rent. Thanks again, dude.
I was building my Lego set the other day and I saw a Lego that looks just like you. It's fucking weird. Search Lego 2550 CO1 in Google and let me know if you agree.
I don't think it's the right shade of brown, but otherwise, yeah, pretty similar. Thanks for the donation, Pig's Dream.
Another benefit of working out from home is no longer seeing MAGA hats as much anymore lol, given the fact that a lot of gym goers tend to be far right-wing Republicans. Plus, there were people unvaccinated / unmasked / so many crowds / selfish / entitled / etc.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with any kind of stupid fucking retards. I never saw too many, like, like, I'm in Canada, but, yeah, I've not really talked politics with many people at the gym, but I'd imagine it's bad in the States. Thanks for the donation, Ben. And over to $2, yikes, another reason for why I'm a staunch atheist. Let's see.
I have a adorable daughter and a precious son. What would happen if a few years from now, when they're teens, young adults, they came to you and said that they think that they might be gay or lesbian?
Well, I will address my daughter first, as I would take her for a pedicure, take her to get her nails done, and see if she could swim. If it was my son, I would probably take him hunting, I would take him fishing, and I'd see if he could swim.
What do you mean you would see if they could swim?
I just want to make sure they could swim.
What?
Somebody should see if a fat person can float with rocks tied to their ankles. That's what somebody should find out. What an asshole. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I don't know if you guys are ready to hear it, but I'm going to tell you anyways, so.
That is just such a nice rear end. That is such a good, juicy rear end. God damn. Yeah, it's too bad she's not vegan. That is a nice behind. All right.
Right, you. Perfect. Yep. Yes. Yep. Yes. 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 Oh yeah, you're doing strong. I bet.
Yeah,
Stronger than
for
ever.
sure. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you're damn near pressing your body weight in each arm. Well, you're like 150 right now?
No, I'm like 175.
Oh, excuse me. Damn, 175. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I collab with you last, you're probably about 140, 130?
Yeah, it's around 140, yeah.
Wow.
Just under 140, yeah.
And Papa, come in here. All right. We got. All right.
Yeah, Larry is blasting fucking gear like crazy. I've never seen his arms that big.
Maybe drop like 50% my weight I was using?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're gonna be burning more, you're gonna be more hungry, but walking generally doesn't stimulate my appetite a ton, so I'd just be walking.
Yeah, I don't think Larry Wheels has the body structure to really make it worth it for him to pursue pro bodybuilding.
Is it a prerequisite to be a fat ass if you want to be MAGA or join the Trump cult? Lol, they all look very obese.
I don't think it's prerequisite, but I think there's something about being a fat retard that makes you prone to becoming MAGA. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola. Yeah, no, her rear end isn't vegan, unfortunately. Dude, if I saw a vegan chick who looked like that, I would be right up in those cheeks. Wait, oh, right. Fuck, give me a second. Fucking Epic Games. Did it sign me out? No.